Chapter 358, A difficult meeting. At this point, the realm god paused for a bit before continuing. The Black Dragon King's battle against immortal Emperor Ta Kong from back then destroyed the paths that connected the 9 worlds. Now, the difficult Tao era has ended, and the heavens will be aggregating in this world once more. However, the paths between the 9 worlds still haven't recovered, so these walls are impregnable. I can take you to the sacred nether world, but I cannot guarantee where you will land. The only thing I'm certain of will be that you will arrive somewhere in that world. This is not a problem, as long as you can send me to the sacred nether world. Li Qiye nodded his head and said. Then all is fine. But first, I have to let you know something. I can take you to the sacred nether world, but I cannot bring you back. In order to do so, my true body also needs to go to the sacred nether world, but that means I would have to leave the ancestral vein and the academy. Even if I agreed to this, the academy would want you to change the conditions. The realm god elaborated. You don't have to personally come, I can solve this issue myself. Li Qiye smiled, then shook his head to say, these old men from the academy would naturally be unwilling. Leaving the ancestral vein is an extremely difficult matter, not to mention that those old men are treating you as their treasured baby. The realm god burst out in laughter and said, don't blame them, it is I who is unwilling to leave this place. They are my little children that I have watched grow up. At this point, it finished with a gentle sigh. Li Qiye was silent. The longer the realm god lived, the heavier its burden would become. It once wanted to leave, but in the end, it couldn't let it all go. To the realm god, the academy was its home, and its disciples were his children, some of them were even taught by it. Just like it said, many ancestors were watched over by it, so it couldn't bear to leave the academy. A long time ago, Li Qiye once said that the realm god's success was due to the academy, but its undoing was also because of the academy. Ultimately, the academy was its burden. Otherwise, it would have become an immortal emperor a long time ago, something that would shoulder the heaven's will. How is the void gate? The realm god inquired. Rumor has it that the realm god and the void gate had a lot to do with each other. A high ancestor of the academy brought the mysterious realm god back from the timeless portal, so some believe that it came from the void gate. One day, it will open again. Li Qiye spoke with confidence, 9 grand heavenly treasures, who on earth could actually control them? However, the gate shall open once more in this generation, just wait and see. The realm god nodded and finally lamented, 9 grand heavenly treasures. Oh, how many people have yearned for them since the beginning of time, and how many immortal emperors dreamed for them to no avail. Maybe I will one day go and see it, for it shall be my final destination. Li Qiye was not surprised to hear these words. To the realm god, perhaps this was its best ending, returning to its roots. When do you want to go to the sacred nether world? The realm god finally asked. Very soon. When I am prepared, I will let you know. Li Qiye answered. This trip to the sacred nether world was not on a whim, since there were a few things he wanted to make clear. Well, when you are ready, let me know any time. The realm god was a straightforward being and instantly agreed. Li Qiye then left the realm god's dwelling. The moment old Taoist Peng saw him, he said, I will take you to the matriarch. His attitude indicated that he was afraid Li Qiye would change his mind. Li Qiye gently sighed and nodded his head. Certain things were just inevitable, so the two of them headed to the elegant peak. This peak was solitary amongst the vast territory of the academy. It was not the most grand or majestic mountain, but it was indeed beautiful, giving others the sensation that it was separated from the rest of the world. A waterfall descended from the sky as if it was a path to the 9 heavens. Above the peak and the waterfall, an ancient pavilion was floating without a care for the mundane world. Its doors were closed and sealed by the grand Tao. No one would dare to approach the doors that were locked with such a grand seal, they could only watch from afar in fear that they would disturb the tranquility. Even the academy itself respected this tranquility. Within a radius of 100 miles around this peak, all was very quiet. All the ancestors from the academy cultivated far away from this place since they didn't want to bother the slumbering matriarch. Other people definitely wouldn't even come close to this horizon. Standing below the elegant peak, Li Qiye told the old Taoist, "I will go alone. There are some matters, some conversations that need to be resolved in private." The old Taoist was startled and his heart rate started to rise. He didn't know Li Qiye's true origin, but he hoped that it had nothing to do with grudges or resentment. The academy did not wish to become enemies with someone like Li Qiye. "Don't worry, my ancestor is not antagonistic towards Magu." Li Qiye saw through this thought and smilingly shook his head. "Please send the matriarch my best regards." Old Taoist Peng sighed in relief and said as he quietly left. Glancing at the peak with a heavy heart, Li Qiye began his ascent. After reaching the top and standing before the old pavilion, he became a bit overwhelmed with memories. Many years had passed, but this place still contained those memories. There was no physical lock on the door. It was, instead, sealed by the Grand Tao. Time, worldly affairs, and the heaven and earth were all sealed. All steps were paused, only an eternity of persistence remained. Perhaps this Grand Tao seal locked Magu's Tao heart so that it would forever remain peaceful and firm. "You saved the realm god. I have seen your methods." In the end, a voice came from inside the ancient pavilion. It was an extremely transcendent voice, like the tone of a fairy who had successfully ascended from the mortal world. This voice was capable of soothing the hearts of all listeners. It was merely luck. There are a plethora of techniques in this world, so one of them would surely be the right one. Li Qiye paused in silence for a bit before answering. "The Kuan Peng around your body with its countless Tao. It is very rare." The immortal voice emanated from the ancient pavilion again. Li Qiye was speechless for he didn't know how to properly respond. After a long silence, he put on an unfearful expression and answered, "I am a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, and I cultivate the Kuan Peng's 6 variants with the blessing of my ancestor. The countless Tao surrounding my Kuan Peng is my ancestor's will." "So that is the case." The ethereal voice spoke once more, "But your mastery of the perimeter of the wise sages was quite amazing and worthy of admiration." The elders of the academy had never seen someone so adept. This made Li Qiye's heart jump. He could only sigh helplessly before finally answering, "I have read about it once from the wise sages' records. I did a lot of research, thus I was proficient at it." The ancient pavilion became silent for a long time. Eventually, Li Qiye took a deep breath and said with a bow, "If predecessor has no other questions, then this young one shall leave." With that, he turned away and began to depart. Teacher, however, before he could take 2 steps, a gentle voice called from inside. Li Qiye, who intended to leave, became frozen. This word teacher was too familiar, it caused him to think about the young girl of that year. Li Qiye took a deep breath before slowly turning around and saying, "Maybe predecessor has the wrong person." "Teacher, I know it is you." The ethereal voice appeared, "I cultivate the eternal physique that was taught to me by teacher. Teacher's immortal physique has reached minor completion, so the moment you stood here, I knew this immortal physique came from the physique scripture. You also once used a myriad of Tao to seal your memories in the deepest parts of your mind. When I followed you back then, I felt the power of this seal. I know that besides you, no one else in this world could use the Tao of immortal emperors to seal your sea of memories." Li Qiye stayed silent. Although he could hide his identity from others, he couldn't hide it from this foolish Magu, someone who had always followed his teachings in an exemplary manner. That year when the Black Dragon King tore apart the heavens, I immediately knew something happened to teacher. Unfortunately, my eternal physique cultivation was at a key moment and I couldn't come into being from my hibernation to help the Black Dragon King sweep through all of teacher's hindrances. A voice filled with emotions rang from inside. "Meeting teacher today shows me that the Black Dragon King was successful. The clear voice continued on, I am foolish and know that I cannot compare to the Black Dragon King, the other emperors, or many of your heavenly blessed students. I understand and do not blame you for not wanting to meet me. Emotions ran rampant in Li Qia's heart. After so many years, this little girl still remembered such matters. You are mistaken. Li Qia gently shook his head and said, I have always been proud of you from the depths of my heart. It is true that you are not comparable to that group like the Black Dragon King, who were capable of suppressing all eras, but you have an unrivaled Tao heart that is capable of enduring the endless passage of time. This is something that they could not hope to have. I should be thanking you. Li Qia softly sighed and said, I had trained many eternal physiques, but you are the only one who was successful. A grand completion eternal physique is even harder to train than an immortal emperor. Teacher, it really is you. The ethereal voice exclaimed with excitement and surprise. So you tricked me. Li Qia let out a wry smile and shook his head to say, so you were not certain. I believe that it was teacher. The ethereal voice inside said with joy, but I didn't know whether you still had memories of me or not. I'm going to go on break for a week, then I'll release this chapter when I'm back. Chapter 359, Immortal Su Chong. Overwhelmed with emotions, Li Qia had no choice but to admit, time might be heartless, but there are things and some people that will never be forgotten. You were able to reach where you are today. To say the least, it is already very amazing. I am proud of you. I want to meet teacher. Magu's ethereal voice came from the ancient pavilion and was full of desire. Li Qia remained silent since he felt that it was better to not meet. He couldn't help but force a smile as he spoke, maybe my arrival to the academy was a mistake. This is becoming a detriment to you. No, it is a good thing for me. The ethereal voice excitedly said, at the very least, it will give me the desire to carry on. Teacher can shoulder eons, but after I had some success, you no longer came back to see me. However, I always knew that you were alive somewhere in the world. Then, the Black Dragon King suddenly seized the heavens so I was worried that you would not be able to come back. I do not blame you for not wanting to see me, but I must see you. No. Li Qia couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said, it would be better if you do not come into being. I will go meet you, instead. You still have a long way to go before reaching the apex of the eternal physique. Your Grand Tao has locked the world for a long time, so if you leave the seal now, it will require a lot of effort before you can lock it again. Don't leave this pavilion and the seal. The heaven and earth might be outside, but your Tao heart sealed the path. I will come to see you. I knew that teacher would want to see me. Magu's happy and surprised voice rang out. It was then followed by a clanking noise as the Grand Tao that locked the pavilion was unlocked. And so, the door quietly opened. Little girl. Li Qia shook his head and smiled, everyone used to call you dumb, but I think that you are becoming more and more crafty. Li Qia stepped inside and the Grand Tao sealed the door once more. Stepping inside resulted in a scene that drastically differed from the pavilion's external appearance. The indistinct immortal air was everywhere as the heaven and earth formed its own world in this place. Once one entered this domain, they would be immersed in this immortal energy that permeated their bodies, giving them a pleasant, floating sensation. At this moment, this immortal energy washed away all traces of the mortal world. In this immortal land, a jade bed was situated in the middle. It was supported by an endless amount of immortal energy and was shrouded in innumerable auspicious lights. A girl in her 20s laid atop the jade bed with her eyes closed in tranquility. She was adorned with a white silk robe and had ordinary facial features. However, others could stare at her forever without being tired. This ordinary face was the most beautiful masterpiece of the Creator. There were no discernible flaws no matter what angle they viewed her from, nor could one get enough from gazing at this impeccable face. It was the most ordinary type of beauty. It wasn't a beauty that would steal one's breath away, but the type that would garner even more love and adoration as time passed. The immortal air that surrounded this girl was completely transcendent and was without any blemishes. It appeared as if the immortal land was strengthening her, but it was the opposite since she was the sole reason for this immortal scenery to exist. Goddess Mei Suyao was also transcendent, but in the end, she lacked a certain something. Perhaps, calmness. However, this girl that was laying in front of him was truly untouched by mundanity. Her Tao heart was as calm as this immortal scene, as serene as water at the bottom of a well, as if this would always remain unchanged. Li Qiye gently sat by the bed and gazed at her ordinary yet beautiful features with a sigh. Regarding this matter, he was not comparable to Ma Gu, who didn't care about competing in this world. Her Tao heart was eternal. Li Qiye quietly sat and watched over Ma Gu without speaking for a long time. Eventually, Ma Gu gently opened her eyes. It was just like the beginning of the heaven and earth and the formation of the immortal land. People once used this phrase to describe immortal emperors: when they open their eyes, a new world emerges; when they close their eyes, even eternity becomes extinguished. These words were not an exaggeration to describe Ma Gu at this time. Teacher, seeing Li Qiye, Ma Gu still couldn't contain her emotions and said, "Teacher, I can finally see your original form." Having said that, she reached out as immortal energy surrounded her pure hand. She gently caressed Li Qiye's face and whispered, "This is reality. It is not just a dream. Teacher, you really did escape from the immortal demon grotto." Unconsciously, tears began to drip from the corners of her eyes. These tears glistened like the nectar of immortals. "Silly girl, this is a happy occasion." Li Qiye gently wiped away her tears and said, "You have sealed away worldly desires, so you shouldn't be joyous or sorrowful. Since teacher is still alive, it is all worth it." Ma Gu stopped crying and revealed the most beautiful and sincere smile in this world. "Don't be like this, you should return to tranquility. Having an eternal life is to let things take their own course of action, there is no need to be so emotional. I will listen to you, teacher." Ma Gu slowly closed her eyes with her brows fluttering like the wings of an elf. She slowly calmed down. It seemed that, at this moment, she once again sealed the world and returned to an eternally unchanging state. However, her hands still tightly clutched Li Qiye's hands with a sweet and peaceful smile on her face. "Teacher, I have many things that I want to tell you." Ma Gu slowly spoke as she went back to her sweet, dreamlike state. At this moment, her Tao became eternal and was full of life like shining sunlight. It was no longer desolate and instead became vibrant with fascinating and colorful tints. "Silly girl, I will reach the high heavens and become the eternal ruler in this generation, so we will have plenty of time later." Li Qiye gently stroked her hair with a smile. "Teacher, are you about to leave?" The peaceful Ma Gu gripped Li Qiye's hands tightly as if she was afraid that he would disappear if she were to let go. "Yes." Li Qiye said softly, "I am going to the sacred nether world soon. There are a few things that I need to deal with. But before that, I have some time to listen to you. I want teacher to teach me like before." Ma Gu revealed an ordinary yet sweet and beautiful smile that bloomed straight from the heart. "No." Li Qiye shook his head and replied, "I really do not have anything else to teach you because you have traversed on this path much further than I. You have a better grasp on the eternal physique than me, you are the unparalleled master on this matter. You are my pride. Geniuses and heaven's proud children cannot reach the apex compared to you, for none of them were able to persevere for so long. But there are still many things I have yet to learn from teacher." Ma Gu held on to Li Qiye's hand like a child with a joyous smile. Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh before he finally spoke, "To me, what you have achieved is already enough. No one is more remarkable than you." Ma Gu happily smiled, and the immortal land suddenly became jubilant as if myriad words finally obtained serenity. An elated atmosphere pervaded the entire space. For the next while, Ma Gu spoke about many things with Li Qiye. Immortal Su Chong was the most mysterious and powerful existence in the present world. She was one of the two ancestors upholding the Heavenly Tao Academy, but she was still the little girl of the past in front of Li Chia. The joyous atmosphere lingered for a long time inside the ancient pavilion as the earth became happy. A myriad of existences became rejuvenated. A long time later, Li Chia knew that it was time to leave, so he gently kissed Magu's forehead and said, "You are only a little bit away from succeeding with your grand Tao to lock the world. Keep on persevering and I shall wait for the day you come into being. I am certain that you will be successful." Magu eventually entered her slumber once again with a sweet smile. At this time, the immortal energy soared with dazzling immortal brilliances that shone onto this land. In this moment, Magu was eternal. Deep down inside, Li Chia was glad to see that Magu quickly entered the eternal physique state, and he slowly departed. After he left, the Grand Tao locked the pavilion again. Magu had now entered a deep slumber again. Perhaps the next time she woke up, her physique would reach grand completion, granting her eternal life. Li Chia left the elegant peak and went back to the academy. Actually seeing Magu was a good resolution to one of his main concerns, so this trip to the Heavenly Tao Academy could be considered complete. He was always worried that meeting her would have an adverse effect on her, but he became relieved after seeing her state. She had reached a very far destination, and no one could compare to her even throughout the ages. As the load on his mind became relieved, Li Chia intended to leave. He was not going back to the cleansing incense ancient sect, but to the sacred netherworld instead to deal with a few matters. As he was preparing for the trip, Qi Xiaodai suddenly rushed in one day while panicking. The moment she saw him, she quickly shouted, "Young noble, please save my grandfather and little brother." "What happened?" Li Chia grimaced and said. "Xiaodao was captured and my grandfather is trapped right now. Only you can save them. Don't worry, just calmly tell me everything." Li Chia consoled her, "As long as I am here, it is not a big deal even if the gods and devils arrive." The flustered Qi Xiaodai finally managed to calm down and said, "This is because of Princess Bao Yun. My brother went to propose, but he didn't expect to see the Tiger Howl school there." Chapter 360, Qi Xiaodao in trouble. So it was because Qi Xiaodao and Princess Bao Yun stuck together like glue. He intended to marry her. As his grandfather, the Lion's Roar Heavenly King naturally supported his grandson. Not to mention that Qi Xiaodao obtained a great creation in the timeless portal, so his future was quite bright. This gave him even more confidence in the success of this marriage proposal. Before this, there had been a great development. The Baoyun clan was happy to form an alliance with the Tiger's Howl School since Hu Yu's future was quite bright due to being a contemporary genius. Unfortunately, Hu Yu picked the wrong opponent this time and died miserably in Li Chia's hands, resulting in the failure of the marriage alliance. Also, the Baoyun clan's attitude towards Qi Xiaodao became better as well. First, it was because the two young ones were each other's sunshine and they were completely unaffected by the clan's influence. Second, Qi Xiaodao's talents were not bad at all. He was not a heavenly genius like Hu Yu, but he still had a lot of potential. The third reason was due to the Lion's Roar Heavenly King coming out from his isolated cultivation. Rumor has it that his furious immortal tyrannical physique had reached minor completion, and some even believed that he found a complete physique law from his ancestor. He would become invincible the day he reached grand completion, so the Baoyun clan thought more highly of the Lion's Roar Gate. This was why the clan agreed to Qi Xiaodao's proposal. Even the Lion's Roar Heavenly King personally came to propose for his grandson. However, the Tiger's Howl School also came to propose. Although Hu Yu was dead, they still had other promising disciples. No one knew whether this incident was a coincidence or a premeditated attack against the Lion's Roar Gate. They were both guests at the Baoyun clan, but Qi Xiaodao and another outstanding disciple of the Tiger's Howl School got into a conflict. Qi Xiaodao killed that disciple out of anger, so the Tiger's Howl experts took him captive. The outraged Heavenly King killed his way into the Tiger's Howl School in order to save Qi Xiaodao, but unexpectedly, not only was he unable to save Qi Xiaodao, he was also trapped inside the school's secret ground. Once Qi Xiaodai got the news from the other disciples, she immediately ran to Li Qie for help. Since even her grandfather was trapped, only Li Qie would be able to save her grandfather and brother. "Young noble, please save grandfather and Qi Xiaodao." Qi Xiaodai was on the verge of crying. Their lion's roar gate was completely powerless in these circumstances. Tiger's Howl School. Li Qie rubbed his chin and said, "A bit interesting. If I am not mistaken, that place has a grand vein. Since they do not know life from death, I will have to make a trip." "No, you cannot." At this time, Sikong Taotian, who previously disappeared, rushed out. He looked at Li Qie and shook his head. "This is a trap." "What trap?" At this moment, Chen Baojiao, who was standing next to Li Qie, asked in surprise. Sikong Taotian immediately answered, "The Lion's Roar Heavenly King is a powerful hero." Having said this, he gave a thumbs up to Qi Xiaodai and continued on. "Think about it, the enraged Heavenly King entered the school. He should be unstoppable with his immortal physique, so saving Qi Xiaodao should have been easy. However, he was actually trapped there as well. This is clearly something they had planned from the start. A conspiracy aimed at young noble." Sikong Taotian conversed with Li Qie. "The enemy is prepared to bait us into a trap. Young noble will have a hard time invading the Tiger's Howl School." "This is true, but that only makes me want to go even more." Li Qie laughed without any fear. Sikong Taotian busily said in a serious tone, "It is indeed true. Not only the Tiger's Howl School, but other sects in the Eastern 100 cities are involved as well. Since they are not happy about young nobles stealing emperor weapons from others, they might even summon an immortal emperor true treasure." "Immortal emperor true treasure?" Li Qie furrowed his brows and cheerfully said, "They want to gift me an immortal emperor true treasure." When Li Qie squinted his eyes, it frightened Sikong Taotian considerably, but he still reminded Li Qie, "Young noble, don't go to the Tiger's Howl School. Maybe it is not strong enough in your eyes, but their ancestral ground is very formidable. It is a white tiger vein, extremely powerful. I have snuck into that place once, it is a ferocious vein." At this time, he continued on with a changed expression, "But this is not the worst part about the school. I snuck there to the place where the tiger god started everything. There were 4 graves there, and the tiger god's grave was not one of them. They were extremely ancient and had fierce auras that pierced the sky. I believe that the school can borrow the invincible power of the 4 ominous graves. If these graves were to be opened, they could probably even kill a virtuous paragon. I think their intention is clear, they want to lead young noble to this place. Then what should we do?" Chen Baojiao and Li Xuanyan were a bit alarmed. The Tiger's Howl School had the home ground advantage, so this was quite disadvantageous for them. Qi Xiaodai was also worried. "Is there nothing we can do? Should we ask for assistance from others?" She was worried about her grandfather and brother, but she also cared for Li Qie. "Little two is wrong about this." Li Qie smilingly said, "I have been to the White Tiger Vein before, and I also saw the 4 ominous graves. There is nothing to worry about. If this is all the Tiger's Howl School has up their sleeves, then it is too disappointing." Li Qie then calmly said while stroking his chin, "I wonder if it will come or not." These words frightened the group of Sikong Taotian. Qi Xiaodai turned pale and uttered in astonishment, Is that true? What if the Brilliance Divine Beast Protector actually comes? I heard that it was comparable to the Divine Protector of the Heavenly Tao Academy. They are both invincible. If it actually comes, then this matter will escalate out of control." Sikong Taotian's scalp was tingling as if it was pricked by pins and needles. "That old thing is definitely not an undying, nor is it a legendary master. In my opinion, it is absolutely an existence of the eternal level. Existences of this level are extremely powerful. If it does come, then this venture might be doomed from the start. Qi Shaodai was aghast. Although she wanted to save her family, she also didn't want Li Qiye to fall into danger. Who says it is doomed? I'm more worried about, Li Qiye nonchalantly smiled and said. Worry about what? Chen Baojiao interjected in a rush. I'm more worried that the Brilliance Divine Beast Protector does not come. It would be so boring if such an invincible existence does not come. Things would be much more exciting with its presence. Although that old man is called a divine beast, his bloodline really doesn't belong to real divine beasts. Nevertheless, there is still a little bit of divine beast blood in him. This substance is extremely nourishing. He is a little bit old, so his longevity blood might be lacking, but if he does come, I actually want to taste the blood of a divine beast. Li Qiye licked his lips as he finished this sentence. Sikong Taotian felt a chill running through his spine. He was already frightened by the possible appearance of the divine beast protector, but Li Qiye's gaze was even more terrifying. It was as if he was the hunter and the tiger's howl school was the prey. We'll pay them a visit. Li Qiye said with a broad smile, it has been a while since I've seen a real grand event. I hope it is not like the sneak attack on the academy with only boring old undyings. Surely, some eternal existences buried underground might want to crawl out this time. Sikong Taotian took a deep breath and felt that not opposing Li Qiye was the most sensible decision of his life. As for Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, they were already used to this. Before leaving for the Tiger's Howl School, Li Qiye called for Zi Queening and said, "Let me borrow the Immortal's blood spear for a few days." Zi Queening handed over the strongest weapon that symbolized the Heaven Protector City to Li Qiye without any hesitation. "Do you need me to pave the way for you?" Zi Queening asked. "No need." Li Qiye gave off a sinister smile and said, "Without massacring a sect, a few people would think that I am made out of mud for them to mold however they wish. If someone wants to test my real capabilities, then I'll fulfill their desire." Zi Queening couldn't help but give a smile with an irresistible charm. Many people in the Eastern Hundred Cities paid attention to this event where the Tiger's Howl School captured Qi Shaodao and the Lion's Roar Heavenly King. It was as if the conflict between the two sects had begun once more. Great characters with deep insight knew that this was not just an incidental conflict, it was a premeditated plan. A fierce storm is coming, right? A mortal king couldn't help but murmur, "It seems like, this time, blood will fill the rivers. I'm afraid a sect will disappear after this storm. But as for which sect will fall, no one could say for certain." Chapter 361, Tiger's Howl School. Many people secretly talked about this conflict that was ignited by the imprisonment of Qi Shaodao and the Heavenly King. The Tiger's Howl School is really courageous. Do they not know that the Lion's Roar Heavenly King has a really good relationship with many hall masters from the academy? An older cultivator couldn't help but murmur after hearing such news. Having heard that, another older cultivator shook his head in disagreement. "I'm afraid those ties will be useless. After the battle last year, many hall masters are either wounded or crippled, and some even died. I'm afraid no one will come and save the Heavenly King. But the Heavenly King might not necessarily be trapped. I heard that his immortal physique had reached some level of success." Another skeptic spoke. In the Eastern Hundred Cities, the Heavenly King was considered a top-level character, especially during the difficult Tao era. He was one of the renowned experts from the previous generation. Even a dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own nest. The Heavenly King entering the Tiger's Howl School was not a wise move. A sacred lord explained, "The school has a grand vein with a powerful ancestral foundation. The Heavenly King rushing in was the same as walking into a trap. A murder must be paid with one's life." At this time, after capturing Qi Shaodao and his grandfather, a representative from the Tiger's Howl School announced. A person from the school appeared. This was an old man that appeared to be around 70 years old. Although he looked to be nearing his end, his vitality still covered the sky. This was made especially apparent with the 49 divine rings circling his body. It was as if he was a venerable saint. His presence caused the 49 divine rings to shoulder the sky like a giant standing between the heaven and earth. His heavenly sovereign aura was as powerful as a tsunami, causing the surrounding earth to shake as countless named heroes shivered in fear. 49 divine rings, a jewel sovereign. A named hero felt the earth-rending pressure and murmured with dread in his heart. Seeing this old man, a royal lord recognized his identity and exclaimed in astonishment, "The Tiger's Howl School's prime imperial sire, he is still alive." Rumor has it that he had died during the difficult Tao era. Think about it for a second, this was brutal Li Qie who didn't even care for the ancient kingdoms, let alone a little Tiger's Howl School. This was definitely a guy who would start massacring anywhere. Who would be willing to become enemies with him? Although Li Qie's fierce fame is soaring at the moment, it is hard to tell who the winner would be right now. A truly powerful person with some information spoke, "The death of a few disciples is nothing. The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom hasn't come out, and neither did the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Not even did the Furious Immortal Saint Country make a move, but the Tiger's Howl School is the one to start. This whole thing doesn't make any sense. This is clearly baiting the enemy into a trap. If Li Qie actually thinks that the Tiger's Howl School is so weak to the point of being easily bullied, then he will die a miserable death." Disputes and conflicts were common occurrences. In fact, the Lion's Roar School was much weaker than the Tiger's Howl School, so it was normal that it would be bullied by the school. However, once the Prime Imperial Sire called out Li Qie by name, many experienced cultivators sensed an abnormal atmosphere within this great subtleness. In a short period of time, countless people looked towards the school and also at Li Qie. They all want to see what Li Qie would do to defuse this crisis. This is a trap. An intelligence master of a great sect deduced, Li Qie, right now, is like the sun at high noon. His great fame is comparable to that of goddess Mei Suyao's. He is basically without anyone to oppose him. The school's actions clearly reek of a planned trap for Li Qie. If he actually jumps in, then he would be a fish in a jar, but if he doesn't move against the provocation, then it would have an adverse effect on his prestige. Being afraid without battling, this would become a shadow in his heart, and it would be detrimental to his future road of cultivation. On the second day after the declaration made by the Prime Imperial Sire, Li Qie immediately appeared right outside the Tiger's Howl School. As one stared at it from afar, it seemed to be a giant tiger waiting to ferociously pounce at any time. The current school was a powerful sect and controlled an entire country in the eastern 100 cities. Legends state that its progenitor was a tiger god, a true god blessed by the high heavens. No one knew whether this was the truth or not. Regardless, anyone who stood outside the school would feel this powerful and fierce atmosphere as if a great tiger was swooping by, something capable of tearing apart any cultivator limb from limb. A person who had visited the school before said with emotion after feeling this atmosphere once more, "No wonder why Hu Yu was as fierce as a tiger. A vein like this would surely groom such a genius." Many great sects lusted after the school because of one very simple reason: there was a grand vein beneath the school's ground, a white tiger great vein, a vein of one of the 4 divine beasts. Another rumor one heard would say that the tiger god was born in this place. Eventually, he was bestowed the title of true god, then he established the million-year-old school at this place. It continued on to mention that the tiger god was strengthened by this white tiger great vein to build his supreme true god body. This great vein also became a hard-to-shake foundation for the school. Also, many people could only come back empty-handed despite their desire for the white tiger great vein because of another reason: the 4 ominous graves. These 4 graves had always protected the school. They created a defensive line that was unbreachable for even a virtuous paragon. This mountain has such a fierce atmosphere. Chen Baojiao couldn't help but exclaim after gazing at it with Li Shuangyan. Li Qie glanced at the school and smiled, "Of course it is fierce. This place used to have an ominous vein, so its propensity for violence is beyond your imagination. Many people secretly talked about this conflict that was ignited by the imprisonment of Qi Xiaodao and the Heavenly King. The Tiger's Howl School is really courageous. Do they not know that the Lion's Roar Heavenly King has a really good relationship with many hall masters from the academy? An older cultivator couldn't help but murmur after hearing such news. Having heard that, another older cultivator shook his head in disagreement. I'm afraid those ties will be useless. After the battle last year, many hall masters are either wounded or crippled, and some even died. I'm afraid no one will come and save the Heavenly King. Chapter 362, Charging into the Tiger's Howl School alone, do we just kill our way in like this? Qi Xiaodai couldn't refrain from being concerned and said, I heard that the 4 ominous graves of the school are amazing and could kill even virtuous paragons. No, we won't make our way in at this moment. Go inform them. Li Qiye glanced at the school and smiled. Inform them? Hearing these words, the group of girls couldn't help but become surprised. They came in order to save Qi Xiaodao and his grandfather, so the best method was to attack before the enemy could prepare. Thus, Li Qiye's order left them in disbelief. Li Qiye said with a smile, I am a merciful man, someone who doesn't like to kill others, right? Since they are near their demise, I have to give the poor Tiger's Howl School a chance to let their young ones escape. After all, I can't just go in and madly massacre them all with an immortal emperor life treasure, others would think that I'm a heartless butcher. Chen Baojiao couldn't help but roll her pretty eyes, of course she didn't believe him. With regards to aggressiveness, who could compare to him? Crash! All of a sudden, with a loud bang, the Tiger's Howl School started to violently shake. With rumbling noises everywhere, the earth itself was being rent apart. What happened? Due to the sudden ruptures, many people became shocked. Especially those who were right outside and gazing at the school, they were completely aghast. Who is it? Many of the Tiger's Howl School disciples were terrified. When they calmed down, they found that the gate was completed demolished. No, it would be more accurate to say that someone smashed it apart. At this time, the entrance was completely destroyed, and the golden plaque with the 3 words, Tiger's Howl School, was under the feet of a young man. You ignorant fool! The Tiger's Howl disciples went mad. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 of them rushed forward with all of their might. Bang, 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 the ground shook as mountains were blown apart. This young man not only blew away the disciples that rushed at him, but he also broke through all obstacles in his way like a raging dragon. Kill! More Tiger's Howl disciples rushed forward with loud battle cries. They were without any fear of death. However, this youth was unstoppable and kept on rushing forward, no one could block his path. Both weapons and treasures were meaningless before him since they instantly shattered at the moment of collision. Rumble. With violent quakes due to the mountains collapsing, the young man crazily rushed forward and crashed into the peaks, causing dust to scatter everywhere. All of a sudden, blood painted the sky as miserable screams resounded throughout the atmosphere. Countless mangled bodies flew everywhere. It is Li Qiye. Many cultivators right outside the school spoke in astonishment when they saw this young man raging like a wild dragon. Little animal, accept your death. At this time, a maddened roar arrived alongside the Tiger's Howl schoolmaster. The moment he saw Li Qiye destroying everything in his unstoppable rampage, he cried out in rage and used a divine sword to create a 1,000-mile slash in order to kill Li Qiye. With a loud bang, the sound of a sword breaking appeared as the schoolmaster spewed out blood non-stop. With a deafening crash, he was slammed into a mound with a hand gripping him by the neck. He was beaten by just one move. Being heavily wounded by the opponent and having his neck clasped without even being able to move, the schoolmaster was horrified to the point where his face was as pale as paper. This is too devilish. Seeing this scene, many spectators outside took a deep breath. In just a second, Li Qie killed his way in and annihilated everything in his path. Even though the current schoolmaster cannot compare to the Tiger King, he is still an amazing ancient saint. How could he be defeated in the blink of an eye? A person nervously exclaimed right outside of the school. Li Qie tightly gripped the schoolmaster's neck and nonchalantly smiled. Your Tiger's Howl school wants to challenge me on the day of the full moon. Fine, I will accept this invitation. However, I will remind you out of goodwill, send the weak and the old to another location because, on the day of the full moon, there will be no more Tiger's Howl school within the eastern 100 cities, for this place shall cease to exist. You are spouting nonsense. The schoolmaster angrily shouted, but before he could finish, Li Qie threw him forward through many mountains, creating loud explosions. As the schoolmaster stood up from the ground that was now stained with his blood, not even a trace of Li Qie's shadow remained. Little animal, hand over your life. At this time, a scream came from the deepest place of the school. A person soared up high as divine rings rotated around his body. His torrential blood energy could cause even the earth to tremble. The prime imperial sire came in just a flash and let out an enraged cry, but Li Qie had already left. The moment he saw the debris and remnants of the gate, he started to shiver from rage. Little animal, if I don't hack you into 1,000 pieces, I swear that I will no longer be human. In the end, the prime imperial sire uttered a harsh oath that reverberated throughout the entire school. He is indeed a brute possessed by a mad dragon. He's capable of destroying the geography despite only being a royal noble. He can even kill ancient saints as if they are mere dogs. Many people were filled with dread after seeing this scene. An immortal physique is indeed amazing. Hell-suppressing godly physique, this is indeed a good technique, something that is capable of driving people crazy from jealousy. A person couldn't help but sigh in an envious lamentation. In many people's opinions, a royal noble fighting against an ancient saint was akin to courting death. But at this moment, an ancient saint could not block a single one of Li Qie's blows. And this was only a prelude. If being at minor completion was already this powerful, then wouldn't he be able to sweep through the world once he reached grand completion? After leaving the school, Li Qie ordered Sikong Taotian to keep a close eye on the Tiger's Howl school. Then, he brought the girls to a different location. Will anything happen to my grandfather and Xiaodao? Qi Xiaodai worriedly asked. Li Qie answered with a smile, Xiaodao is definitely going to be okay. Without Xiaodao, what will they use to lure me into the trap? As for your grandfather, I don't think there is anything to worry about either. He is being suppressed inside an ancient treasure, but it might turn out to be a good opportunity for him. It is possible that the ancient treasure that's trapping him is the evil devouring energy. If your grandfather could withstand this, then there will be a big chance for him to surpass his physique's minor tribulation. This is a test for him. If he cannot pass this test, then he would not be able to go any further in the future regarding his immortal physique. After hearing Li Qie's answer, Qi Xiaodai sighed with relief and stopped worrying. Li Qie had his reasons for not saving the heavenly king. Although the king was the descendant of the lion monarch and had a natural saint physique with great talents, he didn't cultivate the immortal physique law at a young age. Despite him managing to find the immortal physique law of the lion monarch in the academy later on, it still was not enough to improve his grand completion furious saint physique. Even after his isolated cultivation session, he still couldn't break through his personal limit. However, this suppression from the Tiger's Howl school just might be able to stimulate his true potential. With just one glance from a distance, Li Qie immediately knew the heavenly king's situation. If he could break through his own limit, then his immortal physique cultivation would be as smooth as a flowering river. And so, Li Qie purposefully left him suppressed in order to spur his untapped potential. Where are we going? Li Qie brought them around the Tiger's Howl school, so Chen Baojiao became quite curious. Li Qie answered with a wide smile, to a certain place. If the Tiger's Howl school wishes to die, then I shall lend them a hand. However, if they know when to give up, then I will leave them with a place to live instead of refining this entire region. At that time, there will be no Tiger's Howl School or White Tiger Grand Vein. Refine this entire region. Hearing these words, Li Xuanyan became quite astonished. Legends state that only virtuous paragons from kingdoms that could bestow divine titles were capable of such a feat. You will understand in due time. Li Qiye revealed a mysterious grin. There will be no more Tiger's Howl School within the eastern 100 cities, for this place shall cease to exist. The fierce words that Li Qiye left behind for the schoolmaster had spread to the outside, and it caused many people to glance at those next to them. Let him come. A gloomy voice came from the darkness of the Tiger's Howl School. It continued on, even if his divine arts are invincible, as long as he sets foot inside our domain, there will be no way out. At that point, the invincible immortal physique law and a heaven's will secret law will belong to the Tiger's Howl School. I'm afraid the Heavenly Tao Academy will also involve itself. In the darkness, the Tiger's Howl Prime Imperial Sire spoke with deference. Humph. Even if the Academy comes, it will still be a path of no return. The voice in the dark coldly rang again. At that time, there will naturally be someone to deal with them. Good, at that time, that little demon Li will be a fish stuck in our jar. Even if he is a reincarnated virtuous paragon, only death awaits him. The Prime Imperial Sire excitedly declared. As long as we obtain these immortal laws, with our White Tiger Great Vein, we shall be prosperous in the future. This gloomy voice was so emotionless that it instilled chills in the listeners. After hearing these words, the Prime Imperial Sire couldn't help but become emotional. Despite many geniuses appearing in their school, they still couldn't compare to other immortal emperor lineages since they lacked merit laws of the emperor level. If they could capture Li Qiye alive, his emperor laws would be within their grasps. The mere thought left them in ecstasy. Do we just kill our way in like this? Qi Shaodai couldn't refrain from being concerned and said, I heard that the 4 ominous graves of the school are amazing and could kill even virtuous paragons. No, we won't make our way in at this moment. Go inform them. Li Qiye glanced at the school and smiled. Inform them? Hearing these words, the group of girls couldn't help but become surprised. They came in order to save Qi Shaodao and his grandfather, so the best method was to attack before the enemy could prepare. Thus, Li Qiye's order left them in disbelief. Chapter 363, Underground Secret. The announcement of Li Qiye rampaging throughout the Tiger's Howl School set off waves across the 100 eastern cities. He wants to destroy the Tiger's Howl School. Many people became dumbfounded after hearing such arrogance. One of them couldn't help but speak sincere words. The Tiger's Howl School is a first-rate sect with a powerful ancestral foundation. The lowest requirement for destroying this school has to be the appearance of a virtuous paragon, and this is under the condition that the ancestor of the school is not there. That's right. Although Li Qiye is indeed fierce, saying that he will destroy the school is a bit too crazy. Many people continue to speculate that this matter was impossible, while others believe that Li Qiye had reinforcements. In the eyes of many others, without reinforcements, Li Qiye alone would not be able to destroy the school. This was not without reason. Since the school was able to stand strong for so long, they naturally had some heaven-defying means. Plus, rumors indicated that they had 4 ominous graves that were erected after the deaths of the 4 divine beasts. Legends state that the progenitor of the Tiger's Howl School used his divine blood to refine these 4 ominous graves, turning them into the school's foundation, firmly placing them under the school's control. Some old tales claim that these graves once annihilated a virtuous paragon and even trapped an existence worthy of the investiture of a god. They're just big words from a calf that doesn't fear a tiger. After hearing such boisterous words, a person coldly sneered, he will surely die after entering the Tiger's Howl School with no way out. Just wait until the day of the full moon. Then, everything will become clear. There were also those who adopted a wait-and-see attitude. In fact, after Li Qiye's departure, the school ordered a group to follow him, but they failed to catch up and returned empty-handed. However, unbeknownst to many, Li Qiye did not go very far. He simply took a trip around the Tiger's Howl Earth Vein to another location. If the Great Vein of the Tiger's Howl School resembled a gigantic white tiger, then the school's gate was the tiger's mouth. The entire vein spanned from south to north, resulting in a scene where the south was the mouth and the north was the tail. Although the Great Vein was as fierce as a white tiger, the mouth was the key location of this ancestral ground where the worldly essence filled the earth, creating a treasure ground. This was why they used this place to build their Tao foundation along with the temples and halls. However, at its tail was a barren land that ran for 1,000 miles. This large area was empty without any vegetation or inhabitants, not even birds chose to fly above this land of death. The worldly essence had dried out in this place without any signs of life. Even if this place was part of the Tiger's Howl Great Vein, no one lived here, so the school did not establish a branch at this place. Li Qiye brought the girls to enter this empty and treeless landscape. What did we come here to do? After entering this barren land, even Qi Xiaodai couldn't help but ask. Right now, since they were facing a powerful enemy, they should be calculating and planning some strategies, but Li Qiye decided to come to this place that even birds had abandoned. To find coffins. Li Qiye cheerfully said, since we want people to die, it won't do if we don't have any coffins. Needless to say, the girls did not believe his words. In fact, even Qi Xiaodai was skeptical. Nevertheless, they were curious, so they could only follow him despite his secrecy. Millions of miles along with the endless vicissitudes of life. There are some things that will not change. Stepping into this place, Li Qiye emotionally said as he stood before a huge, dry lake. Open. Once Li Qiye circled around the dry lake, a divine light eventually surfaced in his sea of memories. A strand of universal light shot up and rushed into the ground in a split second. Rumble. At this moment, the earth roared as the dry lake split apart like the opening of a door. The group suddenly fell down, causing them to be startled. The moment they regained their wits, they found that the entrance on the lake had closed. At this point, they took a look around to examine the ground that they were standing on and found countless broken walls and temples. They now understood that they were standing within an underground city. This huge underground city was already destroyed. Most likely, it was ravaged by a terrible war. What is this place? Ruins were the only things within their horizon, so the group of Qi Xiaodai was quite astonished. Tiger Emperor Citadel, an ancient and once powerful existence. Li Qiye took a quick glance around this place and answered. Tiger Emperor Citadel? Which lineage is this? Li Xuanyan and the others glanced at each other in confusion since they had never heard of this lineage before. In fact, it was not strange that they had not heard of this place because millions of years had passed and countless great powers had come and gone amidst the winding river of time. Li Qiye brought them along through this ruined city and stopped at a broken ravine. Before them was a large lake. Even though it was smaller than the one at the surface, it was filled with rippling waves. The group was quite amazed as they stood before this huge river, since the rippling waves were not the only thing present, immortal energy was also drifting about. This was not a lake, it was a heavenly accumulation formed by the condensation of worldly energy. A heavenly accumulation the size of a river, how could others not be shocked by this? This was enough to fuel an entire great power to become an everlasting pillar for an unshakable dynasty. What is it? Seeing this huge heavenly lake, all were dumbfounded. If they could cultivate and absorb the worldly essence in this place for 1 year, then it would be equivalent to cultivating outside for 100 years. Thunk, thunk, thunk. However, Li Qiye didn't answer them. A thick, iron chain appeared in his grasp out of nowhere. Li Qiye then began to pull on it, emitting clanking sounds. This is the legendary Phoenix treasure iron. Li Xuanyan immediately recognized the origin of this iron chain along with its scintillating divine glow. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. Using such a precious treasure iron to make chains, what kind of extravagant spending was this? While the rest of the group was still lost in a daze, Li Qiye pulled a gigantic coffin out from the lake. This monstrous coffin was also made from phoenix treasure iron, but the most terrifying thing was that there were many layers of seals above it. These seals were extremely powerful, they contained the suppression of true gods, and it made people's hair stand on end. What could be in this coffin that warranted so many layers of powerful seals? It was as if they wished to refine the thing inside. I command you to open. At this time, Li Qiye's hands formed a seal as he chanted a mantra. A universal law with the appearance of a key rushed out from his sea of memories and into the coffin in just an instant. A clicking sound appeared as if a lock had just been opened. At this time, the seals that locked this coffin appeared to come to life as they started to move. One layer after another, everything slowly became unlocked. XSH, XSH, XSH. Amidst the sounds of the coffin opening, under the careful gaze of the girls, the coffin was finally opened, but the item inside left them in a stupor. Inside the coffin, one could only find a simple boulder. To be exact, it appeared to be a stone pillar, but it was completely flat. With runes coming together, it was as if the runes were trying to weave together to form words of the Grand Tao. The entire boulder appeared to be pristine and without any flaws. After millions of years of refinement, the evil finally disappeared, so it went back to its original form. Li Qiye gently tapped on the boulder and said, "If it wasn't for the Tiger's Howl School's refusal to learn, I wouldn't have decided to break their roots today." "What is this?" the perplexed Qi Shaodai asked after seeing this boulder. Using a powerful seal that was comparable to the suppression of true gods to trap a simple boulder, no one would believe such a tale. "The Terra's root," Li Qiye said with a smile, "the only reason why the school has this white tiger grand vein is due to this root." The Terra's root? Li Xuanyan and the others had a hard time believing it after seeing such a boulder. However, after a careful look, this boulder did give off an extraordinary feeling since it was naturally formed and was without even the slightest flaw. It was not a precious stone, but those with keen eyes knew that it was even better than one. This land had once taken part in creation. Li Qiye movingly said, "During the ancient Ming era, this land gave birth to 5 existences, one of them became the master and the others became the 4 servants. Since they were created by the heavens, these 5 existences became invincible rulers and created the Tiger Emperor Citadel. This was a giant monster that had reigned over a period of time in the eastern 100 cities. Unfortunately, they did not cherish their futures and chose to embrace the evil path. They helped the tyrant and joined the ancient Ming." Chapter 364, Tiger Emperor Citadel. Just as Li Qiye said, this place gave birth to 5 extremely powerful spirits, and the master among them was formed from this Terra's root. The other 4 spirits were formed from the rivers and mountains with the images of a true dragon, a white tiger, a vermilion bird, and a black tortoise. Unfortunately, although the leading spirit could be described to be unparalleled, it failed to cherish its fortunate creation from the heavens and allied itself with the tyrannical ancient Ming. That era belonged to the ancient Ming, so after the Tiger Emperor Citadel joined the ancient Ming, they swept through the world and suppressed the human race under their new banner. At that time, as the Dark Crow, Li Qiye became infuriated and led numerous sages and generals of the human race to sweep through the Tiger Emperor Citadel. This was a thrilling grand battle, and the killing shattered even the heaven and earth as blood flowed like rivers. In the end, they managed to destroy the citadel, and from then on, it sank into the ground where the world would no longer know of its existence. Li Qiye slayed the leading spirit and destroyed its body to ultimately sever the Terra's root. Then, he ordered his sages and true gods to use a heaven-defying method to suppress this root underground in order to refine it for millions of years. Since the leading spirit was created from this land, Li Qiye's goal when he sealed the Terra's root underground was to allow it to, once again, nurture this land so that a miracle would manifest again. As per Li Qiye's expectations, this land finally had another creation. Following the refinement of the Terra's root, the endless worldly essence finally nurtured this entire place, allowing it to transform into a white tiger grand vein. Later on, the progenitor of the Tiger's Howl School obtained this creation. He started out as a regular white tiger that eventually cultivated into a tiger god and erected this timeless school. The mortal emperor world is the sanctuary of the human race, so how could anyone allow for an external race to disturb this peace? Li Qiye calmly told the tale. The Tiger Emperor Citadel joining the ancient Ming was akin to seeking their own death, so it was eventually destroyed by the human wise sages and sank into the earth. After many years, this place finally turned into a white tiger grand vein. The Tiger's Howl School came later. After hearing the tale, Qi Shaodai and the others couldn't help but become surprised. They didn't expect that the school was founded on top of another monstrous heritage. How did you know that the Tiger Emperor Citadel was under this earth? Chen Baojiao just had to ask. This is why I told you to read more to know more. Li Qiye smiled and gently knocked on Chen Baojiao's forehead. She then angrily glared at him in response. She knew that this would be his response, and she didn't trust it one bit. However, even though she knew that it was not going to work, she still wanted to hear a different answer. It is time for this earth to change owners. Li Qiye smiled and then shook his head to say, establishing a timeless sect is not easy. In consideration of their ancestors being able to surpass all tribulations, I initially didn't want to take away their grand creation and the vein. Alas, it is quite a pity. Time after time, they are without eyes, thinking that the tiger could actually eat me. They're merely seeking their own death. Li Xuanyan's crowd remained silent. The school was now doomed to a tragedy that consisted of a severed grand vein. Even if it was lucky enough to survive, its future would certainly be on the decline. Eventually, Li Qiye took out a piece of Dao bone. This was little Silly's Dao bone. Li Qiye was quite unwilling, but he ultimately said, go. Whether or not you can obtain this place's new creation will be up to your own fate. I hope that in another 100,000 years, you will be able to rise again from this land. Having said that, he then threw the Dao bone into the depths of the Great Lake. Boom! With an explosion, the earth itself trembled as if a dragon had dove into a river. As a dragon roar resounded, the Dao bone disappeared into the river's depths. Li Qiye gently sighed as he watched the Dao bone disappear into the river made out of worldly essence. This place was a supreme treasure earth. If it wasn't, then he wouldn't have ordered the wise sages and true gods to seal this place. However, whether little Silly could rise and defy the heavens would be up to its own fate. And even if it could, it might not possess its former memories. Despite that, this would still be a good thing for little Silly. At the very least, it was a rare opportunity since it would be reborn if it could seize the creation from this land. Li Qiye calmed his thoughts and looked at the Terra's root within the coffin, then he told the girls, keep watch for me, I want to refine this place into a domain. After hearing his words, the girls felt a chill. Then, each of them, very carefully, went to surround Li Qiye in order to protect him. Li Qiye took a deep breath and, with a boom, his master palace appeared. In the blink of an eye, the other fate palaces also emerged in an orderly fashion. Li Qiye channeled his Dao foundation as a primordial Kunpeng soared to the sky. Within the chaos, the 6 fate palaces arranged themselves in a mysterious order and instantly formed a world. With a loud bang, his 6 fate palaces appeared to be 6 pillars that shouldered this newly formed world. 4 palaces to form a domain, 8 palaces to form a kingdom. At this time, with 6 fate palaces, Li Qiye could refine this world to shape it into his very own absolute domain. As Li Qiye's fate palaces were shouldering this vast domain, with a whistle, the Kunpeng flew into this area. As the primordial chaos ran rampant like a raging thunderstorm, it flapped its wings, wings that flooded this entire world. This chaotic energy descended as if it was nourishing this vast space, as if it wanted to give birth to countless existences in the future. Go! With a loud shout from Li Qie, the sealed Terra's root was sucked in by Li Qie's domain. "Let me give you life!" Li Qie screamed out. The master palace opened up as the 4 images inside the palace appeared. At this time, the endless green brilliance of the tree of life poured down, the water of life flowed endlessly, and the fire of life burned brightly, giving this land a new hope. The most powerful thing was the pillar of life. It had underwent a great change after absorbing the mysterious and ancient runes from the Void Gate. With strange hums, the pillar directly shot out orderly divine chains to form supreme universal laws on this earth. All existences and universal laws were derived from Li Qie's will. At this time, Li Qie's pillar of life was simply too powerful, it could directly create supreme orders. Li Qie's will was the ruler of all things, this was an incomparable dominance. With the assistance of the 4 images and the supreme refinement of the universal laws, the Terra's root was embedded into Li Qie's absolute domain. It furiously spewed out worldly essence to nourish this land as if it would start to erect kingdoms and capitals after new living beings were born. However, inside Li Qie's endless territory, even the Terra's root's powerful worldly essence was far from enough. At least, it was not enough for this short period of time. "Go!" Li Qie uttered a cry once more. His absolute domain appeared in front of the lake before him. With non-stop deafening booms, this domain began to swallow the worldly essence in the lake. In this short moment, it was as if the mountains and rivers were reversed as countless worldly essences were siphoned by Li Qie's absolute domain. In an instant, his domain was filled with dense and pervasive worldly essence. While the unstoppable devouring continued, his Kunpeng Dao foundation turned into strands of supreme universal laws that descended and coiled themselves around the Terra's root. These strands then engraved themselves into the root's body and started the refinement process. Buzz! Li Qie's true fate came out of his master palace. Although the sound was very quiet, like a thin pair of wings flapping in the vast heaven and earth, the true fate appeared inside this absolute domain in just a flash. Poof, poof, poof. Refined flames spewed out everywhere. Li Qie's true fate carved his divine will onto this Terra's root and turned it into the root's new heart. This way, the root and Li Qie's fate palace would forever be connected. Now, Li Qie's will could control the root from this point on. Although the root was granted its own consciousness by Li Qie, it was in the form of Li Qie's will. At the same time, with the pillar of life continuously carving orderly laws onto the root along with the burning flame of life's refinement, the root became even more primordial as if it was returning to the true origin. All of its flaws were incinerated by the powerful flame of life into dissipating green smoke. The day of the full moon was 10 more days away, but it passed by in just an instant. In the last 10 days, a huge storm was set off in the eastern 100 cities, and many secret channels began to act, each began their own preparations. Numerous powerful experts maintained a great distance from the school despite the school inviting all the sects in the region to come and watch the execution. The vast majority of the sects were not willing to become involved in these muddled waters, so even those who came to spectate did not become the school's guests, they merely stayed far away to watch. There were even those who came with hidden intentions. They concealed themselves in the dark to watch the development, hoping that they could take advantage of the situation. A little friend will make an appearance. Chapter 365, The start of the battle. The day of the full moon arrived very quickly as countless experts gathered outside of the Tiger's Howl School. Some came from the great powers while others from the smaller ones, and don't forget about the vagabonds as well. At this time, the Tiger's Howl School's gate was wide open. The important defensive locations and grand formations were relaxed to give a hospitable appearance. Although there were sounds of explosions and moving treasures, the lion's roar heavenly king still could not escape from the ancient treasure. Seeing this situation of carelessness, many people were startled and murmured to themselves, the Tiger's Howl School is too confident. It looks like they are more afraid that Li Qie wouldn't come. The experts from all over the world held their breaths and gazed towards the school, eagerly awaiting for Li Qia's arrival. Meanwhile, the inside of the school was quiet. Although its disciples were still there, it was frighteningly calm, as if respiration was the only sound to be heard. Time began to pass, but Li Qia still hadn't appeared. At this time, a spectator outside the school became impatient and grunted, "Why is Li Qia not here yet?" Compared to the spectators outside, the school was able to remain patient. They were not in a rush to start the execution, it was as if they would not start until Li Qia arrived. In fact, to the school, executing Qi Xiaodao was meaningless. Qi Xiaodao and the Heavenly King were just bait for Li Qia. If both of them died, what would they use to force Li Qia to take the bait? However, time continued to go on as the sun rose higher and higher. The observers outside of the school began an uproar. "It has been half a day, don't tell me that Li Qia is too scared to come. That is impossible, a fierce brute like Li Qia wouldn't be afraid of anything." An expert who had watched the battle at the Heavenly Tao Academy shook his head and said, "The word fear is not part of this little demon's vocabulary. He even slew people from the ancient kingdoms, so how could just a little tiger's howl school frighten him?" Hey, this is not necessarily the case. Inside the academy, there were those from the academy protecting him. Naturally, he would be more courageous. Now, this place is the home ground of the Tiger's Howl School, the fierce beast's lair. I'm afraid he doesn't have the courage to seek his death here. A disciple from an Eastern Hundred Great Power sneered. After the battle at the academy, Li Qia could be said to have offended a lot of great powers, so many of them considered him as an eyesore, a thorn in one's side. "Heh, this Li guy is not coming." Another disciple from a great power said with an offensive attitude, "Maybe this guy is hiding at some turtle's cave right now, not daring to come out. Maybe he is already pissing his pants and shivering in fear." A few powerful experts furrowed their brows to these offensive comments, especially those who were from the minor sects or walked on the vagrant way that supported Li Qia. "Wow, you are so amazing. To be able to say these words. But where were you when Li Qia was massacring everything on the battlefield? Are you courageous enough to say these words in front of Li Qia? Ha, I'm afraid you would be the one pissing your pants while standing before him. Who the hell do you think you are? Li Qia killed Hu Yu, slew Ba Xia, and ended Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. All of these geniuses were decimated by him, and all of them were renowned throughout the Eastern 100 cities. Which great character have you killed?" A cultivator was annoyed with the comments from the great power's disciple, so they ironically replied, "You." The great power's disciple glared with his eyes, but the cultivator who retorted sarcastically also had some background, so he glared back without showing any signs of weakness. Such minor conflicts could only be considered the interlude. The great characters who were actually waiting for this battle managed to stay patient. This is a death trap. A wise master carefully observed the school from afar and eventually said, "Regardless of whether Li Qia comes or not, he will not be able to change the outcome. If he comes, his death is all but certain, same with the grandfather and grandson. If he doesn't, then those two will still die." After hearing these words, the Wisdom Master's junior couldn't help but say, "But Li Qia is a powerful brute. He cultivates an immortal physique and possesses 2 immortal emperor life treasures. The school does not have anything that can stop these weapons, not even the prime imperial sire is capable of doing so. I feel like Li Qia's chances of victory is a lot higher." The Wisdom Master shook his head and said, "If it was only the Tiger's Howl School, then Li Qia indeed has the greater chance of victory. Even though the 4 ominous graves are extremely powerful, with 2 immortal emperor life treasures, as long as he does not become enamored by the love of battle and strikes quickly before leaving, then he could still escape under the weapon's protection. But now, the situation has completely changed. Even if he has emperor weapons along with powerful allies, it would still be going headfirst into a net if he enters." Without a doubt, this Wisdom Master knew information that others were not privy to, along with a few surprising secrets. The Tiger's Howl School has backup. After hearing the words of his senior, the junior became quite disturbed. In the end, Li Qiye had many enemies in the eastern 100 cities. Many would find great joy in exterminating him. Not only backup. The wisdom master sighed and said, "This is something that would slay God and devils if they stand in its way. This is a dead end, there is only death awaiting him." The group of juniors all became aghast. They quickly asked, what kind of character did the Tiger's Howl School invite? An extremely frightening existence, extremely frightening. The wisdom master looked at the school and sighed softly. Now, the sun finally reached the apex in the sky, and the Tiger's Howl schoolmaster sneeringly said, "Humph, that little demon Li doesn't dare to come. Take them out and execute them, the younger one first, then the old." The crowd's furor resounded as the execution order was given out. Those who had a vendetta against Li Qiye were delighted and one even laughed. Li Qiye is really a turtle hiding in his shell. Yep. What is this about a fierce brute? In my eyes, he is only a weak, cowardly dog. He only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. At the critical moment when facing a powerful sect, what is he now doing besides hiding in fear? Another disciple from a great power became very elated. It was as if Li Qiye not daring to show up was an extremely satisfying event in his mind. Pa! Before he could finish speaking, a violent slap sent all of his teeth to the ground, causing him to lose all sense of direction. Who sneak attacked your father? This cultivator struggled to stand up and finally screamed out. Who do you think it is? At this point, a lazy voice spoke. Li Qiye slowly arrived with Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao at his sides. In an instant, Li Qiye stood right outside of the Tiger's Howl School. He then took a glance at all the heroes from all over the world and calmly said, "There are those who are annoyed with me, and I personally hope that they will step up. I am a very fair person, those who wish to get even with me can step out so that I can deal with you along with the Tiger's Howl School today." However, no one dared to step out as everyone held their breaths. The badgering disciples from earlier went pale and hid at the back. Not to mention stepping out, they didn't even dare to meet Li Qiye's eyes, their legs wouldn't stop trembling. Who did not know about Li Qiye's notoriety? Even the descendants from the ancient kingdoms were slain like dogs, so how could these ordinary disciples possibly compare to them? They were simply mouthing off at Li Qiye since he did not appear. Li Qiye was too lazy to care about these insignificant characters. He stood right outside the school and stared at the recently rebuilt gate. He couldn't help but reveal a smirk. He then stomped down with his foot and, with a boom, the recently rebuilt gate immediately collapsed again under this blow. Li Qiye then entered the school as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. "Little animal, you're seeking your death." This enraged countless Tiger's Howl disciples. They furiously screamed and several hundred disciples who were guarding key locations suddenly rushed forward. To a great power, the gate was their face and honor. Li Qiye stomping on their gate was equivalent to stomping on the Tiger's Howl School's face. However, even when facing the murderous onslaught of several hundred disciples, Li Qiye didn't even bat an eye. He still gracefully sauntered into the school. Zhang! Suddenly, the sounds of a sword and saber appeared. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao immediately took action. One turned her sword into yin and yang as a grand formation came down murderously with the resonation of myriad swords. The other's saber could even sweep through the heavens with its invincible momentum. This saber could annihilate all in its domineering path. One with the 6 Dao sword and the other with the tyrannical immortal saber. Both of them attacking at the same time painted the sky with a sanguineous picture. In just a short amount of time, several hundred disciples died before they could even scream. This scene left many in horror. Li Qiye's ferocity was something known by many people, but they didn't expect that the flower-like beauties, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, would also be so crazily powerful. They both had auras capable of sweeping through the world. This is what a real man looks like. Countless people were envious of Li Qiye's maids for being so heaven-defying. However, Li Qiye was even more heaven-defying to have such heaven's proud daughters as his maids in the first place. Chapter 366, Dual Dominating Beauties, Kill Them. The Tiger's Hull disciples roared, and suddenly, a few thousand disciples rushed out with a surging murderous momentum like a grand army. The school being able to survive until this day was not without reason. Get back! At this time, the Tiger's Hull schoolmaster yelled out and recalled all the disciples who were ready to kill. He knew that ordinary disciples, no matter the number, were only mere fodder. Zhang! However, before the several thousand disciples could retreat, a sword hymn soared through the 9 heavens and a saber swept through the 8 decilaces. The 6 Dao Yin-Yang sword formation flew out from Li Xuanyan's hand. This extremely monstrous sword formation created thousands of blades of wind that acted like a meat grinder. In just a split second, a rain of blood appeared inside the formation as scraps of flesh flew everywhere. The tyrannical immortal saber in the sky swept through all by cutting down mountains as if they were leaves. This invincible saber caused blood to spurt like a spring, creating flowers of blood. At this moment, Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao paved the path for Li Qiye with their domineering might. This was a path to enter the ancestral ground of the Tiger's Hull School, leaving rivers of blood and mountains of carnage behind them. Such a murderous momentum caused countless spectators to become breathless. Even ancient saints would surely die if they tried to stop this unstoppable force. Too domineering. Seeing such a scene, no matter who they were, chills would spread throughout their shivering bodies. The Tiger's Hull schoolmaster's expression became extremely unsightly. He didn't even have time to respond, so he almost vomited blood from anger. These several thousand disciples, that were the pillar of the school, were massacred in just a blink. He wanted to invoke the grand formations due to wrath, but the deep voice of the Prime Imperial Sire appeared behind him. Let them enter. A moment later, no one dared to stop the group of 3 as they quickly entered the heartland of the school. When Li Qiye stepped into the ambush range of the school, all of those who were inside took a sigh of relief. He had entered the trap and there was no chance for him to leave. At this point, numerous people right outside of the school were also eagerly watching the scene unfolding before them. You choose to not walk on the paved path towards heaven and instead barged into hell without an entrance, little animal, today will be your demise. The Tiger's Hull schoolmaster clenched his teeth and declared with all of his hatred towards Li Qiye. Li Qiye looked at him and lazily waved his sleeve to say, "Heaven and hell are of no difference to me, when I want to enter, I shall do so and none can stop me." Such audacity! A cold voice appeared, signaling the arrival of the Tiger's Hull Prime Imperial Sire. The 49 divine rings on his body slowly emerged like 49 grand Dao, suppressing this location and rendering others out of breath. With a chilling pair of eyes that were capable of piercing all things like lightning, he glared at Li Qiye's group of 3 and emotionlessly uttered, "Since you are here, don't even dream about leaving. You are mistaken. I haven't thought about escaping at all." Li Qiye calmly smiled, "I have to crush this place before leaving." Still blustering right before your doom. The Prime Imperial Sire's gaze became frightening as he chillingly declared, "If you surrender now, I can grant you a painless death as long as you hand over your immortal Emperor life treasures and your immortal physique law. If not, then I will let all of you experience a fate worse than death." Li Qiye leisurely gave him a look and shook his head, "If you have any methods, then go ahead and use them. However, before I take action, I will give you a piece of merciful advice: evacuate your young and old. Then, at least you will have some blooming seeds for the future. Otherwise, when this location collapses and they start to scream for help, the heaven and earth will not answer their prayers." Ha ha ha, the Prime Imperial Sire gave a crazed laughter. Many of the elders and protectors of the Tiger's Hull School also roared with laughter as if this was the funniest thing they had ever heard. The Prime Imperial Sire replied with a sneer, "Foolish thing, I'll show you that fate today." Kill the Qi brat. Suddenly, the experts from the school immediately pushed Qi Xiaodao outside while the Prime Imperial Sire blocked Li Qiye's path. The Prime Imperial Sire continued with a cold grin, "Just like you said, your prayers today will be unanswered by both the heaven and earth. I will first execute the Qi brat, then I'll slowly kill those by your side." The cultivators who were watching in the distance became drawn in. Killing Qi Xiaodao before Li Qiye's very eyes would be a psychological attack in order to undermine his morale. However, Li Qiye was not flustered and replied with a calm smile instead, "Go ahead, what are you waiting for?" Li Qiye's attitude of not caring if Qi Xiaodao was executed right before him surprised the big shots of the Tiger's Howl School, including the Prime Imperial Sire. Pluff. While the upper echelon of the school was still a bit taken aback, a light suddenly flashed as the heads of the experts that were marching Qi Xiaodao fell to the ground before they could even react, resulting in blood spraying everywhere. The killer was Qi Xiaodao's executioner. A swing of his blade meant beheading another victim. He rescued Qi Xiaodao with an astonishing speed. In a brief moment, this executioner brought Qi Xiaodao right to Li Qiye's side. This sudden development happened too quickly, and no one could react. All of the school's upper echelon was in a stupor. The executioner was their own disciple, so why did he suddenly betray the school and save Qi Xiaodao at the very last minute? Even the spectators outside were stunned by this sudden change of events with the betrayal of the school's own disciple. "Who are you? How dare you betray your own sect?" The Prime Imperial Sire was shaking with anger. Such a prime opportunity was ruined by a traitor. However, the executioner suddenly transformed into someone else in an instant and cheerfully laughed. "Who said your father was a disciple from your school? Who else could this person be besides Sikong Taotian?" He had already accepted Li Qiye's order to infiltrate the school, and it was from his information that Li Qiye was able to plan all of this. "Boy, you owe me your life now," Sikong Taotian said with a grin towards Qi Xiaodao. "Good, you guys can leave." After saving Qi Xiaodao, Li Qiye told the group. "You want to go?" The Prime Imperial Sire was furious. Such an eventful play was ruined, so he ruthlessly exclaimed, "You have entered an inescapable net. You cannot fly even if you had wings, so just accept your death." Finished speaking, he stepped forward while sending out all of the oppressive might of his 49 rings. "You alone wish to stop me?" Li Qiye laughed as he glanced at the Prime Imperial Sire and leisurely continued, "If this is all there is to your plan, then it is a pity. Taking care of a little demon like you is not a difficult matter." At this time, another dreadful voice appeared. Boom! An old man stepped out and quickly blocked the path of retreat of Li Qiye's group. The earth itself shook upon his arrival. The old man did not have an imposing stature, but he still had an extremely overbearing presence as if his hidden power could erupt at any time. The ex-imperial advisor of the furious immortal Saint country. After seeing this old man, a sect master from the previous generation, right outside of the Tiger's Howl School, emotionally uttered a cry. "I thought he had already decided to live in seclusion. He is coming into being once more." The ex-imperial advisor of the Saint country is rumored to be an incredible heavenly sovereign. He has a grand completion tyrannical saint physique. Many people had heard of this legendary character since he was still renowned during the difficult Tao era. He might have already entered the heavenly king realm at the start of his retirement. When his tyrannical saint physique was completed, the Lion's Roar heavenly king had only just started his rise to prominence. A person movingly stated. The ex-imperial advisor of the Saint country was said to be unfathomable, and his grand completion physique was even more dreadful. It was one of the 18 saint physiques, and it contained an unrivaled power at grand completion. This was something capable of instilling fear in all existences. Li Qiye glanced at the Prime Imperial Sire, then the ex-imperial advisor of the Saint country before he leisurely smiled, "Only a minor character that's not worthy for me to take action." Such arrogant words made people glance at each other. This was at least a heavenly sovereign, and he also had a grand completion saint physique. However, after remembering how Li Qiye had managed to kill everything in his path, they felt that he indeed had the capability to boast like this. Take care of the Prime Imperial Sire first. Li Qiye withdrew his gaze and commanded Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao stepped forward without saying anything. One with the 6 Dao sword and the other with the tyrannical immortal saber. With these invincible weapons in their hands, both of their auras surged. Ignorant fools, mere mayflies wanting to shake the great tree. The Prime Imperial Sire angrily rebuked for being looked down upon by Li Qiye. With a dark expression, the 49 divine rings opened completely as a heavenly sovereign's power quickly came crashing down towards Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. In this instant, Li Shuangyan seemed to turn into a blooming sacred lotus. With immortal light everywhere, she quickly passed through the suppressing rings of the Prime Imperial Sire. With the sacred light protecting her, Li Shuangyan remained untouched by myriad laws and the heavenly Tao. This was her void imperfection physique. Shout out to Winerka for the updated link. Chapter 367, Battle against the Tiger's Howl School. In a split second, Li Shuangyan moved at an incredible speed to pass through the Prime Imperial Sire's divine rings. Her half-white half-black 6 Dao sword pierced through everything straight to the middle of the Imperial Sire's eyebrows. The Prime Imperial Sire became aghast and quickly flipped his palm over. With that, a myriad of pulsing laws came down like a furious dragon. Pluff, the sword went straight through the Prime Imperial Sire's palm seal, instantly spilling blood. The 6 Dao sword showed no mercy as it penetrated his hand. Amidst all of this, the heavenly palm seal and myriad suppression laws still couldn't touch Li Shuangyan. Under countless laws and the power of the Grand Tao, Li Shuangyan was still like a fish in water, free to come and go. Impossible. Seeing such a scene, countless people uttered a cry in shock. How could she actually be impervious to myriad Tao? The Prime Imperial Sire was at a disadvantage after the first exchange, and this left him with a shocked expression. He stared at Li Shuangyan in disbelief and shouted, "The void imperfection physique. And it's at minor completion." In this world, only the void imperfection immortal physique was untouchable by a myriad of Tao. This physique was indeed the nemesis of many Tao laws since they were useless before it. Void imperfection physique. Many became dumbfounded when they heard this. It was already frightening that Li Qiye cultivated the hell-suppressing physique, but his maid right now was cultivating one of the 12 immortal physiques as well. Well, with your cultivation, even the void imperfection physique won't save you. The Prime Imperial Sire let out a cold smile. With a rumbling explosion, a divine sword appeared above his head, spewing and devouring essences at the same time. This soul-stealing sword caused others to shiver without being cold. This is the virtuous paragon, true treasure of a great paragon that had been bestowed a title. Seeing this divine sword with its own consciousness hovering about the Prime Imperial Sire, someone couldn't help but emotionally exclaim. Boom! At the same time, 6 fate palaces appeared above Li Shuangyan's head to immediately form a domain. The hymn of a sword formation rang as the 6 Dao sword turned into a gigantic 6 Dao yin-yang sword formation that entered this absolute domain. Zhang, Zhang, Zhang. In the blink of an eye, each sword beam became even larger than the heavenly pillars inside Li Shuangyan's domain. The sword beams utilized its supreme array to trap the Prime Imperial Sire right away. 6 palaces. She already has 6 palaces at the enlightened being realm. This means that she was once a supreme noble. It was indeterminable whether the spectators were envious or jealous at this scene. The void imperfection physique alone warranted envy, but now they found out that she opened 6 palaces. The eyes of the spectators quickly reddened from greed. How could other geniuses get by in this world if she was here? Even an absolute sword formation domain cannot stop me. The Prime Imperial Sire uttered a loud roar as his 49 divine rings turned into a world. He wanted to tear apart the sword formation. At the same time, his divine sword also unleashed a slash that was capable of slicing the stars and severing the Grand Tao. "Don't you even think about escaping," Chen Baojiao cried out in response. Her ancient saint aura suddenly and fiercely erupted. However, the most ferocious thing was the tyrannical immortal saber in her hand. One saber to punish the heavens with its heaven-traversing 8-saber technique. This explosive power was too terrifying. Zhang! The saber broke through the plethora of worlds as it shot through the sky like the blade of a true god, annihilating all of the worlds. An endless divine power rested in the bright glint of the saber as if it had already once annihilated the gods of this world. The tyrannical immortal saber and the heaven-traversing 8-saber technique, these were items passed down from the legendary era. The moment these two things combined their might, the resulting power could only cause others to shudder. Bang! This heaven-traversing blade actually fought against the virtuous paragon divine blade of the Prime Imperial Sire. However, Chen Baojiao was still only of the ancient saint realm, so she had to take several steps back from the blow. Get lost! But at this time, Chen Baojiao's stubborn temper erupted as she yelled. Her body suddenly became bright and, at this moment, she crazily absorbed the worldly essence along with myriad Tao. The power of the Tao around her body created an extremely terrifying storm that eventually aggregated in her blade in just 1 second. Zhang! Another technique from the 8-saber arts was unleashed from her rage. It severed the horizon and firmly knocked back the Prime Imperial Sire's divine sword. Even the divine rings around his body were pushed back from the powerful storm. At this moment, Chen Baojiao was surrounded by a terrifying storm that consisted of the Grand Tao and worldly essence. Its power could crush all things, and it accumulating on the blade increased her strike's effectiveness by several dozen times. What physique is this? Many people sucked in through their teeth in confusion after seeing this explosive Grand Tao storm on her body. The tyrannical sacred spring physique not only increased her cultivation by leaps and bounds, but it also allowed for her to absorb the worldly essence to create this terrifying storm. Even though Chen Baojiao did not open 6 palaces like Li Shuangyan, her physique allowed for her cultivation to quickly catch up to Li Shuangyan in just a few short years, allowing her to reach the ancient saint realm. At this moment, Li Shuangyan was a 7 celestials enlightened being and was 1 step away from ancient saint. Chen Baojiao had to restart her cultivation from the beginning after destroying her foundation, but she still managed to catch up. This was the strength of the tyrannical sacred spring physique. This physique was not necessarily stronger than the void imperfection physique, but it was also not likely to be any weaker than the immortal physiques. This was an ultimate and supreme physique. Kill! Li Shuangyan let out a cry as her hand moved the formation arrays. The moment it opened, cries of dragons and tigers emerged as if millions of prehistoric beasts were rushing out. This was the 6 beasts formation. It had an extraordinary origin. The moment these beasts rushed out, they used their crushing momentum to hunt down all enemies. At the same time, her true fate also jumped out of her master palace and used an unparalleled momentum to attack. Chen Baojiao also uttered a battle cry and unleashed a horizontal slash, that carried the overbearing Grand Tao storm, like a storm goddess. Even as a jewel sovereign, the Prime Imperial Sire was startled by these strikes. He quickly grabbed the divine sword and took out a shield for his other hand. His shield was also a virtuous paragon true treasure. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the Prime Imperial Sire used the shield to slam straight towards Li Shuangyan and sliced his sword towards Chen Baojiao. He understood that the tiger's howl merit laws were useless before Li Shuangyan's void imperfection physique. Even his jewel sovereign cultivation wouldn't do unless he had a heaven's will secret law. Thus, he used the shield to meet the enemy, using his powerful brute strength. There is no justice in this world. The actions taken by Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao astonished even the spectators outside. A once supreme noble who was now a 7 celestials enlightened being actually had a minor completion immortal physique. This allowed for her to even surpass the confinements of levels and directly fight against a heavenly sovereign. The other person was an ancient saint with an unknown physique. However, with just a glance, one could tell that this physique was only stronger than saint physiques, no weaker. And not to mention the divine saber in her hand that was capable of sweeping through the 8 decimalaces. Even though the prime imperial sire was a dual sovereign that could easily kill enlightened beings and ancient saints under ordinary situations, he was not able to kill them because of the combined efforts of Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao. I can forgive Li Qie for cultivating an immortal physique, but his 2 maids. One person has an immortal physique while the other has an unknown powerful physique. Is there any justice in this world? Does he want to use physiques to bully the rest of the world? A person murmured right outside of the school. Countless covetous glimmers appeared in people's gazes. The appearance of these physiques meant that Li Qie had at least 2 immortal physique laws. Even immortal emperor lineages craved for these laws, so who could be exempt from such desires? The ex-imperial advisor of the furious immortal saint country was also alerted. Even though the saint country boasted of having an immortal physique law, its lower tyrannical immortal law had flaws despite being complete. How could he not be stimulated when 2 immortal physique laws appeared right before him? Little brat, be smart and surrender. This imperial advisor can grant you a peaceful death. At this time, the ex-imperial advisor stepped forward with a domineering momentum, attempted to suppress everything in Li Qie's direction. His own cultivation was very powerful, and his tyrannical saint physique had already reached grand completion. This allowed for him to challenge even heavenly kings despite only being a heavenly sovereign. With only you? Li Qie responded with a carefree laugh without batting an eye. Bah, ba. But before Li Qie and the ex-imperial advisor could begin their fight, an extremely terrifying lightning tribulation descended from the sky. In just a second, it became an ocean of torrential lightning followed by an evil energy that soared to the sky. Bang! The earth cracked after a loud explosion. Everyone then heard a cracking sound. The old treasure that was suppressing the lion's roar heavenly king suddenly blew apart into several pieces and flew out everywhere. Open. After a sound that was akin to a dragon's roar, one could make out a golden lion capable of devouring the heaven and earth suddenly turn into a huge mystical form. It powerfully pierced through the sea of lightning. No way. Such a sudden change left the Tiger's Howl schoolmaster in shock. This ancient treasure was something passed down throughout the school's history and was extremely powerful. However, it was actually crushed by someone today. Ha ha ha. I have finally shattered this last tribulation. An imposing voice resonated as a lion-like old man appeared in front of everyone. The lion's roar heavenly king. He actually succeeded. Seeing this old man fight his way out of the ancient treasure suppression, many people were moved and murmured, is this a minor completion immortal physique? It seems that the rumors were true, the heavenly king had actually found his ancestors' unbeatable immortal physique law. In a split second, Li Xuanyan moved at an incredible speed to pass through the Grand Imperial Sire's divine rings. Her half-white half-black 6-dao sword pierced through everything straight to the middle of the Imperial Sire's eyebrows. The Grand Imperial Sire became aghast and quickly flipped his palm over. With that, a myriad of pulsing laws came down like a furious dragon. Pluff, the sword went straight through the Grand Imperial Sire's palm seal, instantly spilling blood. The 6-dao sword showed no mercy as it penetrated his hand. Amidst all of this, the heavenly palm seal and myriad suppression laws still couldn't touch Li Xuanyan. Under countless laws and the power of the Grand Tao, Li Xuanyan was still like a fish in the waters, free to come and go. Chapter 368, Tiger's Howl Ancestor, Grandpa. Seeing this old man that resembled a lion, Qi Xiaodao was both surprised and glad as he immediately shouted. At this time, the pair of lion-like eyes of the old man hovered upon the ex-imperial advisor from the Saint country, then he loudly laughed. So it turns out to be the ex-imperial advisor, you actually got involved in these muddy waters. Amazing, it seems that you have truly found your ancestors' immortal physique law. Nothing can be better since this is the thing our saint country requires. The ex-imperial advisor was not intimidated and instead was rather ecstatic. In fact, they suppressed the heavenly king in order to test whether or not he actually had the immortal physique law. To find out that this was the answer, it was actually good news to them. No matter what, they wished to capture him alive and seize his physique law. Enough talking, it's time to fight. The lion's roar. Heavenly King laughed wildly like a lion. In just a second, the inner physique before his chest suddenly became bright and was brimming with immortal power, causing his blood energy to surge, promoting him into an invincible tyrannical lion. The minor completion furious immortal tyrannical physique. Seeing the frightening immortal power on the heavenly king's body after his physique erupted, many people were shocked with envy. Just in time. I'd like to see your ancestors' immortal physique law. The ex-imperial advisor also roared. An immortal power surged from his body as well. It was dauntingly similar to the heavenly king. At this time, universal laws began to resonate. These laws frantically increased the advisor's battle power and blood energy for a short period of time. This is also the furious immortal tyrannical physique, but it is from the lower immortal tyrannical physique law. A person emotionally exclaimed after seeing the old advisor's state. The lower immortal tyrannical physique law was the defining art of the furious immortal saint country. This art could be cultivated into the furious immortal tyrannical physique, but not just anyone in the saint country would be able to cultivate this law. Unless they were from the main branch, one would need to greatly contribute to the country and have their loyalty tested. Without a doubt, the ex-imperial advisor satisfied all of the conditions to cultivate this immortal law. Is the fate of this world going to be decided by immortal physiques now? A dumbfounded person murmured. Earlier, Li Xuanyan's void imperfection physique and Chen Baojiao's invincible nameless physique were already amazing enough, but now two furious immortal tyrannical physiques came out of nowhere. Seeing immortal physiques would normally be a rare sight, but now, one appeared after another. This was too ridiculous. Slay! The furious immortal tyrannical physique's essence was in its hegemonic nature of ruling by force. It could instantly increase the user's cultivation, battle power, and blood energy to an insane level, allowing the user to easily fight against a much more powerful existence. Not to mention, there were no negative side effects. At this time, the heavenly king and the ex-imperial advisor were like two crazed lions. The two of them wildly cried out and fought in the sky, fiercely exchanging blows. Their extremely ferocious fight caused others to lose their minds. Do you guys only have these kinds of means? Li Qie was without an enemy, so he glanced at the Tiger's Howl schoolmaster and said with a smile, "If this is all there is to it, then you have left me very disappointed." Finished speaking, his hell-suppressing godly physique suddenly erupted. Bang! Li Qie's foot heavily stomped down, tearing the heaven and earth asunder. Rumble! Even though the surrounding area completely collapsed, Li Qie did not stop. One stomp after another, his feet rained down upon this land. Bang, bang, bang! The blasts resounded across the world. In just a short moment, the Tiger's Howl school was facing a cataclysm as an extremely powerful force tore apart the earth. Li Qie was the center of all of this. He used a crushing momentum to break mountains and temples one after another. This caused all the Tiger's Howl experts to turn pale as if the end was approaching. The hell-suppressing godly physique, another minor completion immortal physique. Even the cultivators in the distance felt their strength sapped from their bodies under the domineering might of this immortal physique. How can any of us live in this world? Today, so many minor completion immortal physiques have appeared. Right now, Li Qie and Li Xuanyan have minor completion immortal physiques. If they become virtuous paragons in the future and obtain grand completion immortal physiques, then even an immortal emperor would have a hard time suppressing them. A great character lamented with pain. Open the ancestral foundation. The schoolmaster was deathly pale as he crazily shouted. At this time, the school wanted to start up their ancestral foundation no matter the cost. After his command, wave after wave of universal laws, as big as stars, rushed out from the school's ancestral ground. Under the support of a massive sum of refined jades, the school was able to open its ancestral foundation. A long universal law then locked this earth and sealed the firmaments. It finally managed to stop Li Qie from using his immortal physique to destroy the school's ancestral ground. Little animal, if we don't mince you into pieces today, we will never let this go until we cease to exist. The schoolmaster couldn't help but scream in rage. How could he not be hurt after seeing their ancestral ground become so damaged? I'm afraid that using just your ancestral foundation won't do. It won't be me who will be minced, it shall be I who will stomp your Tiger's Howl school into nothingness. Li Qie calmly declared with a smile. Ignorant brat, our immemorial ancestral foundation shall never fall. Humph, a mere mayfly like you dares to even dream about shaking us. At this time, a cold voice appeared as if a dead person was crawling up from the ground. At this time, 4 ancient saints carried a palanquin outside. The old man who was laying on top of it only had a few strands of white hair left, plus his entire body appeared to be a dried-up skeleton, only his skin remained. This was someone who appeared to have only one breath left, someone that would find it difficult to even walk, someone who was just awaiting their inevitable demise. However, such an old man instilled a sense of fear in all the spectators. His corpse-like body was tiredly situated on the palanquin like a coiling dragon. When his eyes opened, a terrifying divine light flashed. It felt as if this divine light was capable of destroying everything. Anyone who saw this old man would not dismiss him just because he was lying on a palanquin. On the contrary, all of them shivered with creeps the moment they laid their eyes on this old man. Is this the ancestor of the Tiger's Howl school? Seeing this old man and feeling the shiver-inducing aura, someone couldn't help but murmur. I have heard of this old man before. Finally, a decrepit old demon monarch took a deep breath and said in horror, legends state that he is the 8th-generation great-grandson of the Tiger God. He had always been sealed in the deepest parts of the school with an Era blood stone to resist the erosion of time. Many were horrified after hearing this. The 8th great-grandson of the Tiger God. Just how long had this person lived for? Even if he had been gathering dust underground, it was still enough to scare other people. When this old man was carried out, everyone from the Tiger's Howl school quickly prostrated and chanted, "O great divine ancestor." The dying old man that was lying on the palanquin spoke without any strength. Junior, you were able to force me to come into being. Even if you die today, you have done enough to warrant a lifetime of arrogance and pride. Be reasonable and hand over the immortal physique laws. An old undying. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and peered at the ancestor before he cheerfully smiled. I'm afraid today is the last time you will ever come into being. An existence only of the old undying level is not enough to protect the Tiger's Howl school. With that, Li Qie stomped down towards the old man with an unrivaled domineering attitude. Such a domineering style astonished everyone. This was an existence of the ancestor level. An old undying capable of petrifying anyone. Many great sects sealed 1 or 2 of these old undyings, but when these characters came into being, it could easily result in their death. This was why they would not easily come out unless their sects were facing certain destruction. Heavenly sovereigns and even heavenly kings were filled with dread when they saw this old undying ancestor, but Li Qie still stomped his foot towards him with an overbearing attitude. The ancestor on the palanquin didn't even move one bit. He simply flicked his finger and, with a pop, Li Qie was blown away, crashing heavily into a peak. So powerful. A finger easily knocked away Li Qie with a minor completion immortal physique. Many spectators felt their scalps tingle since they all knew about Li Qie's ferocity, yet the ancestor blew him away with just one finger. Crash! Li Qie rushed out from the rubble with some bloodstains on his robes. However, they were merely external wounds and were insignificant to Li Qie. It is a pity. You are far from enough. An existence that has yet to enter the path of the Grand Era, not enough to reach the apex. Li Qie burst out in laughter and didn't pay the ancestor any mind. Too arrogant. Many people sucked in air through their teeth and exclaimed after hearing Li Qie's words. The ancestor still sat on the palanquin, appearing to look down on all existences as he weakly spoke. You do not know the immensity of the heaven and earth. Even though I haven't stepped onto the path of the Grand Era, it is still more than enough to kill a little brat like you. Above heavenly kings were virtuous paragons. There was a saying in this world, if immortal emperors do not come into being, then virtuous paragons were unbeatable. In fact, this phrase was very vague. Virtuous paragons were divided into many types, so even though the cultivators of this world considered any existence right below immortal emperor to be of the virtuous paragon realm for millions of years, virtuous paragons that did not enter the path of the heavens or the path of the Grand Era were called ordinary virtuous paragons. For these ordinary virtuous paragons, their levels, in ascending order are early era virtuous paragon, rising era virtuous paragon, peaceful era virtuous paragon, prosperous era virtuous paragon, and golden era virtuous paragon. It could be said that a golden era virtuous paragon was at the peak of ordinary virtuous paragons, but this was not the ultimate end of this realm. Might be an exaggeration. Chapter 369, Eight-Winged Divine Tiger. Once a cultivator reached golden era virtuous paragon, there would be two paths available to those who could continue onward. One was the path of the heavens and the other was the path of the Grand Era. These two paths were very easily classified. The path of the heavens was to reach the supreme heavenly Tao of oneself. People who traveled on this path had the chance to obtain the heaven's will and become an immortal emperor. However, the path of the heavens had always been very cruel and heartless throughout each generation, since those who walked on this path had to compete against countless others. Throughout the ages, countless heaven-defying existences all died miserable deaths on this path towards the heavens. In contrast, those who trod on the path of the Grand Era were more likely to die of old age. This was the Tao of the Grand Era that didn't compete for the heaven's will. This was a path that simply aimed for the apex of the virtuous paragon realm. Those who trod on the Grand Era's path could build a country to gather resources. Once they gained a certain degree of power, they would be able to open the divine investiture list. This meant that virtuous ancestors that reached the apex of the Grand Era's path were comparable to the mysterious true gods and could not be looked down upon by even immortal emperors. Future generations began to divide these two paths. They called the virtuous paragons that walked towards the heavens, heavenly paragons, and those that strode towards the Grand Era, divine paragons. Without a doubt, the ancestor of the Tiger's Howl school was a virtuous paragon, but he had not entered either of these paths. He was only an ordinary virtuous paragon. However, as an old undying that had been sealed for countless years and the ancestor of a great sect, he was still an existence worthy of awe and fear. Is that so? Li Qie smiled and said, then come out and show me the power of a virtuous paragon like yourself. Having said that, immortal emperor auras flooded the sky. At this moment, Li Qie's left hand wielded the violet imperial hammer and his right hand held the black tortoise rod. Immortal emperor life treasures. The moment he took out these weapons, surging flame-like imperial auras appeared, causing everyone to shiver and nervously swallow their saliva. The violet imperial hammer of the azure mysterious ancient kingdom and the black tortoise rod of the brilliance ancient kingdom. Countless people were in awe before these two weapons. Some big shots couldn't help but to show their unsuppressible greed despite their legs growing weak. One of them even murmured, "This kid is too scary." To be able to actually unlock the Emperor Seal of the Ancient Kingdoms, this is truly unbelievable. Many were driven mad from jealousy, seeing two Emperor weapons in the possession of Li Qie. Outside of immortal Emperor lineages, who would have two Emperor weapons? But this kid did, so how could they not go crazy from jealousy? And the even more astonishing part was that this kid could actually unlock the legendary Emperor seals to take others' Emperor weapons for his own use. Since he was facing Emperor weapons, even the ancestor of the Tiger's Howl school did not dare to act recklessly. In the end, the school was not an immortal Emperor lineage, they did not have Emperor merit laws, so before the might of an Emperor weapon, great sects like them were at a huge disadvantage. The ancestor solemnly stood up and opened his eyes. Suddenly, an endless net of lightning encompassed the entire school. At this moment, he was no longer an old undying nearing his end and was more like an awakened divine tiger. Before his piercing gaze, even heavenly kings would find that their legs would give in. Boom! The ancestor's powerful virtuous paragon aura destroyed the earth. At this time, 8 tiger wings appeared behind his back, turning him into a divine tiger with 8 wings. Even though his vitality had withered, his ferocious might still remained. I know who he is now. Someone saw the 8 wings behind his back and exclaimed in horror, he is the 8-winged divine tiger. During the generation of immortal Emperor En Tian, he was a virtuous paragon that once ruled over an entire territory. By accomplishing such a task, one could absolutely be referred to as a genius amongst devilish geniuses. Li Xuanyan had 6 palaces, and now Li Qiye also had 6. Becoming dumbstruck in horror was the only appropriate reaction. Motherfucker. A big character from the previous generation couldn't help but let out some vulgarity, with these 2 great geniuses appearing in one day, what are our juniors going to do? It was not their fault for being lost in despair since both Li Xuanyan and Li Qiye stole the radiance from all other geniuses. Before them, no one else would dare to call themselves a genius. This is simply mocking everyone else's futures. How are we going to live from now on? A young prodigy unwillingly spoke in a daze, not to mention their immortal physiques, now they also have 6 palaces. Can't they leave some space for little shrimps like us to catch up? At this moment, the eyes of many were reddened from jealousy as they stared at Li Qiye, many of those wished to peel off his skin and tear apart his tendons. Even a descendant of an ancient kingdom would not have as many luxurious things as he does. We're changing the battlefield. Come up. Seeing the eruption of Li Qiye's yin-yang sea of blood, even the tiger's howl ancestor couldn't keep his calm demeanor. He suddenly traversed through the air upward and shouted. So be it. Li Qiye laughed and also soared up to the sky. In an extremely short amount of time, Li Qiye's revolving crescent sun frantically urged the sea of blood to let out an endless sanguine tide. At this moment, Li Qiye's blood energy flooded the sky. Feel the rage of the Emperor weapons. Li Qiye screamed and used his endless blood energy to activate the 2 Emperor weapons. The moment these words came out, the 2 weapons directly attacked the tiger's howl ancestor. There were no merit laws nor techniques involved, it was only the direct attack of the invincible Emperor weapons. The moment these 2 weapons shot out, many strange images and phenomena appeared. A black tortoise caused the heaven and earth to molder while a violet hammer struck down the moon and sun. At this time, the entire Tiger's Howl school shivered in fear as countless people fell onto the ground, not being able to breathe from the pressure. Galaxy parting hook. The ancestor knew that there was no path of retreat, so he also uttered a loud cry like a divine god coming into being. The divine hook struck down as each galaxy was turned upside down into a faint sea of stars in order to block the incoming Emperor weapons. Bang! After a loud explosion, countless stars fell down as the firmament was shattered. The people on the ground suffered from the aftermath. Their blood energy went out of control, and those with a weaker cultivation directly vomited blood. Under this blow, the sea of stars was destroyed while the ancestor had to take several steps back, revealing a shocked countenance. How could this be? Even a virtuous paragon was not able to block the attack. This suddenly changed the demeanor of countless people. This is too heaven-defying. Li Qiye was able to unleash 30% of the immortal Emperor life treasures. His longevity treasure is way too powerful. I think it must be an immortal emperor longevity treasure. A big character looked at Li Qiye's yin-yang sea of blood that was hovering in the sky. Even though he had just unleashed an emperor-level attack, there was no sign of his blood energy drying up. This longevity treasure was way too formidable, rendering others absolutely horrified. One must understand that in order to unleash a strike from an emperor weapon, one required the support and sacrifice of a large amount of blood energy. Not everyone could pay this price. Li Qiye also took a deep breath. His sea of blood was indeed extremely powerful, but by attacking with two emperor weapons in this manner, he was still unable to bear it despite the support of his sea of blood. He felt out of breath and struggled to regain his composure after using a monstrous amount of blood energy. The tiger's howl ancestor was going insane. A junior like Li Qiye having two emperor weapons was one thing, but he also had an immortal emperor longevity treasure. An immortal emperor longevity treasure working together with immortal emperor life treasures, this was a perfect synergy. Bao, Li Qiye versus the first, official, virtuous paragon. I wonder how many virtuous paragons we have seen so far. Once a cultivator reached Golden Era virtuous paragon, if they could still continue onward, then there were two available paths, one was the path of the heavens and the other was the path of the Grand Era. These two paths were very easily classified. The path of the heavens was to reach the supreme heavenly Tao of the Self. People who traveled on this path had the chance to obtain the heaven's will and reach immortal emperor. However, the path of the heavens had always been very cruel and heartless throughout each generation since those who walked on this path had to compete against countless others. Throughout the ages, countless heaven-defying existences all died miserable deaths on this path towards the heavens. In contrast, those who trod on the path of the Grand Era were more likely to die of old age. This was the Tao of the Grand Era that didn't compete for the heaven's will. This was a path that simply aimed for the apex of the virtuous paragon realm. Chapter 370, Battle Against the Divine Tiger. Damn it. One person with two emperor weapons and an emperor longevity treasure, this is a rich young master, no, an imperial young master. Only the direct children of immortal emperors would be able to enjoy such privileges. A person exclaimed with indignation. After a sad bellow, he was also killed by this attack. In just the blink of an eye, two experts from the Tiger's Howl school were killed. The Tiger's Howl ancestor was stunned. He couldn't help even if he wanted to since Li Qiye's two emperor weapons had been fixated on him. Seeing such a scene, not only the Tiger's Howl disciples, but even the spectators outside were astonished. Li Qiye's camp was way too powerful. If this is the limit of your capabilities, then there is no chance of stopping me today. Li Qiye glanced at the Tiger's Howl ancestor whose face had become cold to the extreme. Angered to the point of vomiting blood, the ancestor angrily laughed and then coldly declared, "Good, good. Junior, do you think you are the only one with immortal emperor life treasures? Please come out, ancient kingdom's emperor weapons." Bang, bang, bang. The moment the ancestor finished his words, an immortal emperor's aura suddenly ravaged the nearby land with a force even more powerful than Li Qiye's two emperor weapons. In just a split second, four emperor weapons appeared on the side of the Tiger's Howl school with a terrifying pressure that shook the entire eastern 100 cities. An immortal emperor true treasure. At this time, people felt a presence as if an immortal emperor had personally come. They couldn't help but become pale from fear. At this time, 3 immortal emperor life treasures and 1 immortal emperor true treasure descended to the school and sealed this entire location. Even the spectators right outside had to lie limp on the ground. Is this the prelude to the eventual sinking of the Tiger's Howl school? At this moment, countless old undyings of the great sects at the eastern 100 cities became alarmed after feeling the immortal emperor true treasure's presence. The evil subduing rod, immortal emperor Fu Mo's true treasure. And also the water dragon rod, the fire phoenix rod, and the wood tiger rod. Seeing the 4 weapons, someone became overwhelmed with shock and murmured, "All of immortal emperor Fu Mo's weapons have gathered here today." Immortal Emperor Fu Mo of the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom had left behind an arsenal of weapons, including the evil subduing rod and his rods crafted after the four images. It was said that this arsenal could turn into an invincible emperor formation. Including the black tortoise rod in Li Qiye's hands, all of Immortal Emperor Fu Mo's weapons had appeared at the Tiger's Howl ancestral ground. But outside of these three life treasures, even an Immortal Emperor true treasure arrived. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath after seeing such a scene. Today was a battle between Immortal Emperor weapons. Such a grand performance. All the Emperor weapons of an Immortal Emperor have arrived. Only an ancient kingdom would be able to put on such a play. Seeing the four weapons suppressing the four directions of the school, many were awestruck. This is the Tiger's Howl School working together with the furious Immortal Saint Country and the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. It's not just the school alone. Maybe the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom is the real mastermind behind all this. A sect master figured it out and emotionally spoke. The Tiger's Howl School was merely the battlefield, the real player was the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom finally came. Li Qiye became serious and commanded the group of Li Shuangyan, "All of you leave first, I shall deal with them." It is too late to leave. At this time, a terrifying voice resonated. A faint shadow appeared in the sky. The emergence of this shadow made the world seem insignificant. Wherever he stood was his personal domain, he was a god that controlled the heaven and earth. Countless people felt the impulse to kneel down and worship before this faint shadow as if an almost primal, instinctive fear emanated from the depths of their minds. The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom's divine beast protector. Li Qiye's eyes narrowed as he stared at the fuzzy shadow in the sky and said, "The divine beast protector from the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom." After hearing this name, someone screamed. Even old undyings that hid in the darkness became shocked and murmured, "Is this an eternal existence?" The title of eternal existence would not be granted to just anyone. Even an old undying like the Tiger's Howl ancestor was not qualified to be called an eternal existence. Even legendary masters lacked this privilege. It was said that only people who opened the divine investiture list could be called eternal existences. Although there were no clear standards to this title, eternal existences were far beyond ordinary virtuous paragons. This was something known to everyone. Damn it! One person with 2 emperor weapons and an emperor longevity treasure, this is a rich young master, no, an imperial young master. Only the direct children of immortal emperors would be able to enjoy such privileges. A person exclaimed with indignation. Good, 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 the Tiger's Howl School's ancestor was laughing from anger. He, a terrifying ancestor had been sealed for so many years underground, had to come into being today just for a little junior. He thought that he could deal with this as easily as flipping his palm, but he didn't think that he couldn't garner even the least bit of advantage. As a powerful ancestor who failed to kill a junior even after using his true fate weapon, it was extremely humiliating for him. Take this. In a wrathful outrage, the ancestor took out a treasure that stole the colors from the moon and sun while the stars lost their luminosity. Chapter 371, Realm God coming into being. The Brilliance Divine Beast Protector had always been resting at the capital of the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, utilizing its great resources and an era bloodstone to resist the withering of time. After tens of millions of years, no one dared to provoke the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. Even powerful virtuous paragons wouldn't cause trouble inside the kingdom's territory, let alone oppose it. Many people knew that outside of the kingdom's own great resources and secrets, its divine beast protector had always been alive. Today, it personally came here and shook everyone's hearts, who knew how many people lost all of their courage after hearing this name. Now this is the real death trap. A knowledgeable master murmured, no matter how heaven-defying Li Qiye is, he will not be able to escape this inevitable doom. Besides those at the Tiger's Howl School, many revealed a gloating grin. Li Qiye was too heaven-defying and devilish. As long as he existed, he would forever be an unreachable mountain for the rest of the younger generation. My Dao clone has to personally arrive just for a junior, this is valuing you too much. The faint figure in the sky looked down at Li Qiye and said, however, it will all be worth it. It is a Dao clone. People glanced at each other, but they were still astonished. Even if it was only the Dao clone of the divine beast protector of the ancient kingdom, it was still enough to suppress many virtuous paragons, not to mention it also brought along 4 emperor weapons. This was unbeatable. These spectators took deep breaths. They all understood that with the appearance of the divine beast protector, this battle was about to reach the climax. Junior, even the gods would not be able to save you today. The tiger's howl ancestor coldly spoke. Their school had suffered heavily after this battle, but for the emperor laws and physique laws, it was all worth it. Don't meaninglessly struggle. The overbearing shadow looked down at Li Qiye and said, you should meekly hand over your emperor weapons and physique laws. Then, I shall grant you a swift death. An existence like the brilliance divine beast protector would not easily come into being due to having to pay an extremely high price. Even if it was only its Dao clone, the price would be astounding. These types of eternal existences did not have much lifespan left, they were just barely holding on. Unless it was a disaster, they would absolutely not come out. However, in order to regain the emperor weapons and physique laws in the hands of Li Qiye, the Dao clone of the divine beast protector had no other choice. This was all worth it in its eyes. At the moment, there were 3 great immortal physique laws, Li Qiye's hell-suppressing godly physique, Li Shuangyan's void imperfection physique, and the heavenly king's furious immortal tyrannical physique. If their brilliance ancient kingdom could obtain these 3 physique laws, then its potential would become unimaginable. Perhaps they could even catch up to lineages like the Eternal River School or even far exceed them. At this point, all the spectators held their breaths. Even the lion's roar heavenly king was as pale as a sheet. This was a dead end. If it was someone like the tiger's howl ancestor, then they still had a chance of surviving. However, when an existence like the brilliance divine beast protector appeared, even if it was only a Dao clone, there would be no way out for them. Li Qiye is finished. Not even 2 emperor weapons can save him. A person couldn't help but say after seeing the current situation. There was also a disciple from a great power who sneered, he was seeking his own death. Coming from a small sect, no matter how heaven-defying he may be, he still would not be able to overturn the grand tide. Opposing an ancient kingdom was a foolish endeavor. The brilliance ancient kingdom had 2 immortal emperors and stood strong for millions of years. How could a junior like him be able to affect them? Let us watch to see how this genius will pathetically die. Another great power's disciple excitedly spoke. To those who had grievances with Li Qiye, this kind of development was their greatest wish. What a pity! Li Qiye glanced at the faint shadow in the sky and said, only a Dao clone, truly a disappointment. Why would I personally come for an insect? The shadow looked down and said, hand over the immortal physique laws. Li Qiye laughed and said, if your real body came, then I might have let you see my immortal physique law. What a shame, I was waiting for your real body to come so that I could refine it. Even if an old guy like you, someone who had lived for generation after generation, is really hard to chew, I really wanted to refine you and turn your beast blood into treasure blood. This is a really nutritious thing. These words surprised everyone, and they all felt that Li Qiye had become crazy. This was an eternal existence, someone even stronger than legendary masters. One could not compare it to the likes of an old undying like the tiger's howl ancestor. An existence like the divine beast protector could easily kill ordinary virtuous paragons. As for heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings, they were nothing but ants in their eyes. Li Qiye blustering about refining an eternal existence of the brilliance ancient kingdom was simply too audacious. Don't tell me this brat has gone crazy from being too scared. Someone couldn't help but laugh, he wants to refine an eternal existence. It could crush him with just one finger. My patience is limited. At this moment, the faint shadow in the sky coldly declared, hand your immortal physique laws over. If it wasn't for the laws, he would have killed Li Qie already. Forget it, I have no interest in a Dao clone. However, your immortal emperor life treasures might not be too bad. Li Qie said with a smile, you can go now, but leave behind the 4 emperor weapons. Even the lion's roar Heavenly King's mouth was wide open after hearing Li Qie trying to chase away the Divine Beast Protector's Dao clone as if it was a fly. The Divine Beast Senior could kill you just by lifting its finger. The 4 emperor weapons aren't here for you. You think way too highly of yourself, they were meant for the Heavenly Dao Academy. It is a shame that they didn't come, otherwise, they would suffer the same fate as you. The Tiger's Howl ancestor chillingly said. This was a grand plan. The Tiger's Howl school didn't only want to kill the group of Li Qie. If the ancestors of the Heavenly Dao Academy came to help him, they would also be killed. It is time to end this. Li Qie didn't look at the Tiger's Howl ancestor, but rather, at the faint figure in the sky as he smiled, today, your brilliance ancient kingdom will surely fall. My only regret is that I couldn't wait for your real body so that I could use it to strengthen my own. You deserve death. The glare of the faint figure in the sky became extremely fierce. It was as if this figure could pierce through the endless river of time. When it became angry, even the lion's roar Heavenly King knelt down on the ground, sweating profusely. Boom! The heaven and earth shook along with the entire Tiger's Howl school. No, the entire Eastern 100 cities was shaking as if an immortal emperor was going on a journey to flip the entire region. And it wasn't just the Tiger's Howl school, everyone in the Eastern 100 cities felt the appearance of an invincible existence. One step of his immediately trod across the entire world. Who came into being just now? In this split second, countless old undyings opened their eyes from fear. Some even crawled out from the earth in shock. Even the souls of eternal existences fluttered away from fear. Boom! Another loud explosion detonated. At this time, the entire Eastern 100 cities was like a little boat made out of a single leaf in a torrential storm. At the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, countless immortal lights and emperor auras were exuded, flooding the world as supreme formations were formed. But all of this was for naught. Many people saw an astonishing scene. Each and every defensive formation inside the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom was annihilated. A gigantic hand descended from the sky, shattering them one by one. The Realm God. At the Ancient Kingdom's deepest parts, a crazy scream emanated with a hint of unwillingness. You are not supposed to be able to leave your ancestral vein. That is a thing of the past. A majestic and solemn voice came from the sky as a person landed. As something unable to be hindered by anything, it immediately walked into the deepest parts of the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. Rumble. At this second, Immortal Emperor True Treasures soared to the sky along with many Immortal Emperor Life Treasures in order to engage the enemy. Break. The Realm God was unbeatable. Its hand was holding on to a giant cauldron that poured divine flames in order to directly refine its enemies. The Chaos Cauldron. Within the depths of the ancient kingdom, a person roared, Realm God, do you wish for an irreconcilable blood feud with my Brilliance Ancient Kingdom? Correct. The Realm God rushed inside as the Chaos Cauldron kept on attacking. With rumbling explosions, the ancestral ground of the kingdom was annihilated. Then, the voice of the Realm God spanned across the earth. The day when all of you attacked my Heavenly Dao Academy was the day that you should have known this would happen. Die. At this time, an extremely monstrous shadow from the depths soared up high and personally controlled all the Emperor weapons. Chapter 372, Realm God sweeping through the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, the invincible Divine Beast Protector. Countless old undyings saw this large shadow and movingly stated. You alone won't do. The unbeatable Realm God directly slammed down with its Chaos Cauldron and blew the opponent away. Such a display of power terrified all the spectators. Realm God. At this time, the faint figure above the Tiger's Howl School madly shouted and then instantly broke into pieces without leaving behind a single remnant. This scene surprised many people. The sudden destruction of a Dao clone meant that the real body had suffered a grave wound and therefore couldn't support the distant Dao clone. Many would have nightmares after today. At this second, an invincible aura swept through the entire Eastern 100 cities as all existences began to tremble in fear. No. How could this be? Shouldn't the realm god be rooted in the ancestral vein? How could it leave the heavenly Dao Academy? At this time, the Tiger's Howl ancestor became haggard and said. Many currently dumbstruck spectators, including the great power's ancestors, knew that the realm god had lived for a very long time and was on the verge of dying. Unless the academy was facing certain destruction, it would not come into being. Moreover, it was rooted within the ancestral vein, and its inability to leave was also common knowledge. It would never leave the vein unless it was tired of living and wished to die from old age. However, the realm god right now had no qualms with leaving the academy. It went by itself to the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. What was the meaning of this? How could this be? Has the realm god been reborn for another generation? At this time, countless outsiders felt their hair standing on end as cold chills traveled through their spines. Many became regretful for attacking the academy in the past. Back then, they assumed that the realm god was no longer going to make it after having lived for so long, not to mention that it had become crazy. In their eyes, its death was all but assured. Especially when the disaster fell upon the academy that year. The realm god still didn't appear, and this only further fortified their disposition regarding the realm god's inability to come into being. At the moment, there was no sign of it weakening as it left the academy and killed its way into the ancient kingdom. This was not good news to those who once teamed up to siege the academy. Rumble. The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom's land began to sunder as the battle reached a new height with countless divine lights encompassing the entire area. Countless existences inside were suppressed to a state of prostration on the ground, they were unable to move one bit. Activate the Emperor Foundation. The terrified voice of the Divine Beast Protector resounded across the earth. At this time, those who could hear this were shaking with fear. Without a doubt, even the Divine Beast Protector was not able to withstand the onslaught. As an imperial light covered the ancient kingdom, it was as if an immortal emperor had come back to life. An invincible aura swept through the world and trapped the realm god inside. Realm god, my Brilliance Ancient Kingdom is eternal. You can't do anything before the Emperor Foundation of two emperors. The Divine Beast Protector uttered in a craze. If your immortal emperors were still alive, then I might retreat. Alas, your emperors are no longer of this world, so your Emperor Foundation cannot trap me. The extremely domineering realm god, with its giant hand holding the Chaos Cauldron, tore the sky apart and rushed in without any hesitation. Such a grand battle startled the entire Eastern 100 cities. Immortal Emperor True Treasures soared to the sky with life treasures everywhere, however, the realm god was invincible. The Chaos Cauldron in its grasp was unstoppable even when facing True Treasures. This was a battle that shook even the heavens. With the realm god taking action, all contemporary great powers were aghast. It was an extremely ancient being. Even though legend stated that it was unbeatable for a generation as the protector of the academy, something that could not be defeated even by immortal emperors, not everyone deemed this as trustworthy, especially when it had not fought in a very long time. And so, everyone who knew of its existence assumed that its lifespan and blood energy were completely dried up. However, its attack today against the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom was of an unparalleled magnitude. At this time, everyone felt sweat forming on their bodies and understood that the phrase, the Heavenly Tao Academy, unshakable for millions of years, was not just mere empty words. It is our turn now. At the Tiger's Howl School, although no one could see the battle at the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, all the experts were astonished when they felt the invincible momentum. It was as if the realm god was the sole ruler of this world. Many people finally calmed down while Li Qie slowly looked at the Tiger's Howl ancestor and spoke. In a state of panic, the Tiger's Howl ancestor initially thought that this battle was already won with the Brilliance Divine Beast Protector's Dao clone personally arriving with 4 Emperor weapons. They not only wanted to catch Li Qie, but also all of the 7 ancient ancestors if they decided to help Li Qie. However, in contrast to their expectations, only Li Qie came, none of the 7 ancient ancestors showed up. And the worst part was that the realm god came into being and swept through the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. Now, the Dao clone of the beast didn't even have the chance to attack before it disappeared. One could only imagine how terrifying this battle was if the true body of the Divine Beast Protector became gravely wounded right from the start. The guaranteed victory had been completely reversed, causing the Tiger's Howl ancestor to become pale. However, in the end, he was still a virtuous paragon capable of calling for the wind and summoning rain. He took a deep breath and made a decision before speaking in a cold tone. The victor has yet to be decided. At this point, his eyes fell onto the 4 Emperor weapons. The 4 Emperor weapons were meant for the 7 ancient ancestors, so they were part of a sure-kill formation. You plan to control 4 Emperor weapons with your withered blood energy? Looking at the 4 Emperor weapons, Li Qie narrowed his eyes and then smilingly spoke, "Fine, I still need 4 suitable weapons. Make your move." At this time, he was fixated on the weapons from the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. He already had the Black Tortoise Rod, so these other 4 weapons were a perfect match for it. Go! The Tiger's Howl ancestor suddenly disappeared from the horizon and emerged at the top of a peak. This was the focal point of the sure-kill formation. At this time, all of his blood energy gathered into this place to activate the 4 Emperor weapons as they exuded an endless amount of Emperor power. A buzzing sound resonated. The ancestor wanted to use this formation to kill Li Qie, but the 4 weapons suddenly quivered and tore apart the void. Not good. With an unexpected look on his face, Li Qie wanted to take action, but he was too late. In a split second, the 4 Emperor weapons tore apart the void and suddenly disappeared. Boom! At this time, the sky at the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom became damaged to the point where a black hole was formed. At this moment, the immortal hymns of immortal emperors preaching the Tao resounded in the air. So fast. I didn't think the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom would have to utilize their true strength in such a short period of time. Li Qie suddenly felt regret. He didn't think the kingdom had to use all of their might. They even summoned back their 4 Emperor weapons at the Tiger's Howl School. If I had known this, I would have taken action earlier. Li Qie knew that he should have unleashed his secret move earlier and seized the 4 Emperor weapons before doing anything else. Now, it was all too late. The succulent duck before his mouth had flown away. At this moment, many in the eastern 100 cities were alarmed. They didn't think that the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom would be on the verge of faltering due to the attack of the realm god. They actually had to use their hidden strength after such a brief moment. The Tiger's Howl ancestor's face was now deathly pale. His biggest sure-kill method was suddenly gone. It was as if the heaven and earth no longer answered his prayers. Let us end this battle. This is your last chance to use whatever means you have. Otherwise, I shall refine this earth. Li Qie was in a bad mood after the 4 Emperor weapons flew away. He no longer wanted to waste time and wished to end this battle so that he could run to the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom and steal their creations. With a livid look, the ancestor finally ground his teeth and harshly spoke after stomping on the ground, "Little animal, we shall die together. Open the ominous graves." As his words fell, all of his remaining longevity blood spewed out onto the 4 ominous graves at the depths of the Tiger's Howl ancestral ground. In an instant, the 4 graves became quite demonic. Rumble. At this time, the entire school shook as if everything was affected by this sudden development. A burst of grave-opening sounds rang loudly as an underworldly energy suddenly filled the sky, turning the school itself into hell. The 4 ominous graves were finally opened with rumbling explosions appearing everywhere. For monstrous images came out from the graves like four gods of death. A towering gloom and ghastly aura surged throughout the school with the four great images standing above it as if they wanted to turn this place into a land of death. The legendary ominous graves of the four images. Many people right outside of the school suddenly shivered since these images were extremely daunting. The white tiger, the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, these huge shadows stood there like four mythical beasts. Their empty eyes caused others to feel the creeps. These are extremely legendary existences that were refined into the ancestral foundation of the school by its progenitor, the tiger god. Chapter 373, Four Ominous Images, Slay. The tiger's howl ancestor uttered a loud cry as all of his blood energy was consumed by the four ominous graves. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, his death was assured. Even if Li Qie didn't kill him, he was doomed to die of old age. Rumble. The four great images came pressing forward with an endless amount of dark energy. Bang! Li Qie met this attack with the emperor weapons, but he was still blown away. Nevertheless, he roared as the sky became bright due to his hovering grand Dao. At this time, Li Qie revealed all of his strongest techniques: 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds, daylight immortal secret, and 9 sun locking heaven law. With the hands lifting up 3,000 minor worlds, their combined power aggregated on the 2 emperor weapons. The heavens will secret law descended like a heavenly path with all of the forces in the world focused on Li Qie's body. The 9 suns began to rise as an endless amount of refined flames became the most powerful catalyst for the 2 emperor weapons. Boom! After a loud blast, the 2 emperor weapons in Li Qie's hands exuded an immemorial emperor power to stop the suppression from the 4 great images. However, like before, Li Qie was still unable to withstand this force. At this time, the Grand Tao shattered as the earth beneath his feet fractured. Rivers and ancient pavilions all fell apart as the universal laws under the Tiger's Howl School could no longer protect this area. Thick strands of laws began to burst. In a short period of time, miserable screams emanated throughout the school. Many disciples brought along the young and old to escape from this place that was facing its impending doom. Poof! 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 At the worst possible time, a problem appeared on Li Qie's body. His true fate appeared to be affected by the 4 images as an evil aura emerged and spewed out countless flames. These evil flames towered over Li Qie like a tide and turned into a terrifying vortex that wanted to engulf him. Fate calamity. Seeing this evil ocean-like vortex appearing above his head, even the group of Li Xuanyan was shocked. His fate calamity picked the worst time to appear. Not good, Li Qie's fate calamity appeared. Many people outside of the Tiger's Howl School were astonished when they saw this torrential vortex. Even the heavens wish to destroy you. The Tiger's Howl ancestor let out a crazed laughter and ordered the remaining elders and protectors, use all of our refined jades and open all the ancestral foundations. Today, if our enemies do not die, then we shall perish. A loud sound exploded after his command. The light of refined jades came forth from the deepest part of the school, followed by the surging evil aura of the 4 ominous graves as if the entrance to hell had been opened. This dark energy was immediately devoured by the 4 giant images. They became much stronger as they came down on Li Qie. Li Qie spewed out spurts of blood while retreating. Each of his steps carried a force so great that it shattered mountains and peaks. At this time, the school let go of all caution and unleashed all of their ancestral foundations. In a short amount of time, the earth shattered and only the elders and protectors remained. All of the weak disciples carried the old and young to the outside. An even more terrifying thing happened after a buzzing sound. An extremely huge evil gate opened in the horizon with billowing dark energy like a raging ocean. It was as if this gate wanted to turn this location into a land of evil. The fate calamity's tribulation is here. Countless people outside of the school looked up to see the evil gate opening its doors in the sky, creating many ominous phenomena. All of the spectators were stricken with horror. This heart demon is so powerful. Only a six-palace royal noble would have such a powerful fate calamity. Some in the distance were startled while others were gloating at Li Qia's misfortune. Ha ha ha, little animal, the heavens surely shall end you. After seeing so many evil images descending from the sky, the tiger's howl ancestor wildly laughed. Time to end this. Take a look at my trump card. Li Qia was not afraid and laughed contrary to expectations. With a boom, his 6 palaces turned into an endless domain that was filled with primordial energy. Boom! The tiger vein of the tiger's howl school was torn apart as the earth itself cracked. Inside Li Qia's absolute domain was a huge lake filled with worldly essence. The Terra's root was growing inside this lake. An incredible thing happened at this time. The endless worldly energy from the crack in the tiger vein suddenly spewed out a huge pillar that was crazily absorbed by Li Qia's domain. No! The tiger's howl ancestor bellowed and didn't dare to believe his eyes. This was an impossible matter since even he couldn't control the worldly essence from the white tiger vein. Even their progenitor, the tiger god, could barely control it. Yet, at this moment, its worldly essence was suddenly devoured by Li Qia. He was completely reluctant to believe such a thing was happening. How is this possible? Even the spectators outside were stunned at Li Qia's domain suddenly swallowing the worldly essence of the white tiger vein. One shouldn't be able to control this grand vein, let alone swallow its energy. However, no one knew that the Terra's root of this place had already been refined by Li Qia and was now firmly planted in his domain. With its help, devouring the energy of this entire white tiger vein was a trivial matter. Bang! After he finished the devouring process, his absolute domain suddenly turned into his third eye, immediately bringing forth the hottest and brightest radiance. At this time, his absolute domain seemed to be the origin of the Grand Tao as it burst with its power. This was the strongest orderly Tao that could crush all things. Before the countless evil images that were being released from the evil sea above Li Qia's head could descend to the ground, they were all rendered into ashes before this invincible and destructive blow from the brightest radiance. I was waiting for this moment. Li Qia, in the most elegant manner, destroyed his fate calamity, easy and absolutely perfect. All of this happened in the mere blink of an eye. From devouring the worldly essence of the tiger vein and using one blow to destroy the fate calamity's tribulation, barely any time had elapsed. Everyone stared with their mouths wide open since they had never seen such a shocking scene before. One blow to surpass the fate calamity and completely destroy it. It is over. Li Qia's expression darkened. With the immortal's blood spear in his hand, he threw it down. This was a strike to punish the gods and devils. A spear that sent fear into the hearts of myriad worlds. Something that was capable of causing the downfall of gods and warranting retreat from immortal emperors. When this spear was thrown, it left an indelible mark in the horizon. In a great battle, tearing apart the sky was a common thing. Even if the sky was split, it would easily recover since very few people could destroy the fabric of time and space forever. However, this spear left behind an everlasting mark that was unlikely to go away for a very long time. Regardless of whether they were outside the Tiger's Howl School or simply within the eastern 100 cities, countless people were forced to prostrate on the ground. At this moment, many ancestors from the great powers lost their minds from fear. Someone is unleashing an imperial massacre or a heavenly annihilation. An old ancestor let out a loud scream. An imperial massacre was the ultimate blow of an immortal emperor life treasure. Outside of immortal emperors, very few descendants could unleash such an attack. A heavenly annihilation, on the other hand, was the ultimate attack of an immortal emperor true treasure. These attacks were just like their names, the massacre committed by immortal emperors or the annihilation carried out by the high heavens. These were the most terrifying attacks this world would face, and even virtuous paragons would lose their colors when they heard about them. No. In the end, the tiger's howl ancestor let out an indignant scream. With a loud explosion, the ancestral ground of the school was suddenly wiped out, leaving only a bottomless black crater. At this time, Li Qiye carried the immortal's blood spear with a frightening murderous intent that filled the entire horizon. Even the old undyings that hid in the darkness to watch the fight felt their legs give out. As for existences like the lion's roar heavenly king, they lay flat on the floor after being completely horrified. Some of the stunned spectators had their mouths open so wide that one could fit an egg inside. Some would find that their jaws became dislocated from this shock. Under this one spear, the ancestral ground of the school became ashes. This place that once resembled a giant tiger had fragmented as countless mountains and rivers collapsed while the main area became a horrifying crater. What a shame! Li Qiye put away the immortal's blood spear and murmured, one step too late from seizing the immortal emperor true treasure. He borrowed the spear from Zi Queening in order to suppress the true treasure, but he took action way too late. We're going. In the end, while the group of Li Shuangyan was still in a daze, Li Qiye commanded. They all woke up immediately and followed him right away. Even the heavens wish to destroy you. Ha ha ha, little animal, the heavens surely shall end you. Chapter 374, Intimidating the Eastern 100 Cities. Sikong Taotian and the Lion's Roar Heavenly King would have nightmares from this event. This was too domineering, they had never seen a fake calamity get destroyed in one blow without even having the chance to fight back. Under this one spear, the tiger's howl ancestor, for ominous graves, and even the school's ancestral ground became nothing in an instant. An imperial massacre. No, it had to be a heavenly annihilation. A long time after Li Qiye's group left, the people who were in a daze finally calmed down and exclaimed in shock. Heavenly annihilation, the ultimate attack in this world. Many looked at the ancestral ground that was now a dark crater, then they looked at the unerasable remnant in the sky. They felt their entire bodies become slowly drenched in cold sweat. Even the spectating ancestors from the great powers were shivering since even they would die under such a blow. However, they didn't know that it was not a heavenly annihilation nor an imperial massacre. Li Qiye's immortal's blood spear was neither a life treasure nor true treasure. It was just that this spear had once tasted the blood of an immortal emperor as it pierced through his throat. Li Qiye took the group of Li Shuangyan on a journey to the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. He was not willing to accept the escape of the evil subduing rod, he wanted to seize it as the realm god was attacking the ancient kingdom. However, before he could reach it, a thunderous message spread across the eastern 100 cities that left everyone aghast. The Brilliance Divine Beast Protector has been slain by the realm god. The ancient kingdom has surrendered. The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, one sect with two emperors. This unshakable monster within the eastern 100 cities had to surrender before the murderous might of the realm god. The realm god has shown mercy to the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. The kingdom will pay 10 times the losses the academy suffered last year and will declare a state of containment. They will never come into being again. While everyone was still dumbfounded from shock due to the first piece of news, the second piece of news that was even more shocking arrived. Everyone became paralyzed for a long time, an ancient kingdom had been defeated. The realm god is too fast. Li Qiye heard the news before they arrived and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Since the realm god forgave the ancient kingdom, there was no chance for him to get the evil subduing rod. The realm god is too merciful. Even the Lion's Roar Heavenly King couldn't help but say. Sikong Taotian shook his head in response, the Heavenly Tao Academy had always been like this. Also, destroying the Brilliance Emperor Foundation must not be so easy. It was very likely that the realm god didn't want to leave the academy for so long, so it spared the ancient kingdom. Damn! Let us go, I have lost an immortal emperor true treasure. Li Qiye was quite annoyed and regretted delaying his first move. If he knew this was going to happen, he would have suppressed the true treasure first before doing anything else. The terrifying news regarding the ancient kingdom's defeat and the destruction of the Tiger's Howl School swept through the Eastern 100 cities overnight, startling countless people. This generation is over for the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. Even though the merciful realm god spared the kingdom, its divine beast protector, all of its ancestors, and even the elders and protectors died in the battle. After just one fight, the elites of the kingdom were basically wiped out. Even if they sealed their kingdom for a generation, they would not be able to recover and will be on the decline from now on. An ancestor who witnessed the battle with his own eyes spoke with his back still drenched in cold sweat. The realm god's domination could even take down a monstrous existence with 2 emperors, so what other lineages dared to oppose the academy now? During the time when people were still trying to cope with this news, on the second day, right outside of the Heavenly Tao Academy, a group of gray-haired old men all prostrated right outside of the academy. These were all famed existences, the ancestors of the great powers that were involved in the alliance that sieged the academy that year. The great powers' ancestors who participated in that battle are kneeling right outside of the academy's entrance. They're ready to accept their punishment and are willing to commit suicide to make amends. This shocking news quickly got out. Even many students from the academy were unable to remain calm. These gray-haired old men prostrating before their gate were all apex existences that could look down with disdain towards heavenly kings. But today, they were all kneeling for forgiveness. The fate of the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom scared everyone shitless. The great powers who participated in that alliance couldn't do anything except admit their crimes. Their ancestors were willing to kneel down before the academy and pay for all the damage the academy suffered last year. They were even willing to commit suicide as long as the realm god agreed to spare their sects just like how it spared the ancient kingdom. The other great powers were not comparable to a dual emperor sect like the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, so opposing the academy was like throwing an egg at a stone. Ultimately, these ancestors didn't dare to waste time on thinking. They all ran here overnight to kneel before the academy and beg the realm god to forgive their sects. The sheer amount of ancestors kneeling right outside the academy created a scenery that would render spectators speechless. This is how a man should be. After seeing this scene, Qi Xiaodao, who managed to barely escape with his life, felt his blood boil. Li Qiye smiled and said, "There will come a day when myriad races in the 9 worlds come to pay tribute to me, and all the gods and devils shall prostrate before me." These overbearing words astonished the group of Sikong Taotian. It sounded so arrogant that it was almost to the point of being ignorant, but at this second, it was as if they could envision the scene foretold by Li Qiye. After this heaven-shaking battle, the entire Eastern 100 cities was in a state of panic, especially those great powers who participated in the battle that year. It was as if a calamity was looming over their heads. The realm god sweeping over the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom in one night had scared many people witless. If an immortal emperor did not come out, there might not be anyone who was capable of fighting the realm god. On the third day, after paying a substantial price to earn the realm god's forgiveness, many great powers were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief since they were finally able to avert this disaster. Ever since the Black Dragon King fought against immortal Emperor Ta Kong, there had not been an event as great as the decline of the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. Even a dual emperor monster could fall before the might of an invincible existence, so no other great powers were safe. Compared to the defeat of the Ancient Kingdom, the destruction of the Tiger's Howl School was not a hot topic. This was not anything strange. Since the school and the Ancient Kingdom were not even close to the same level, its destruction was not as impressive. It was not until 4 or 5 days later when everyone recovered from the shock of the Ancient Kingdom's defeat did the destruction of the Tiger's Howl School come into the view of many great powers. One wrong move from the Tiger's Howl School costed them everything. They lost the inheritance that was accumulated bit by their past ancestors. After hearing the news, a person lamented with emotion. Another person added, "The Tiger's Howl School is finished." It is just like what Li Qiye said, there will no longer be a Tiger's Howl School at the Eastern 100 cities from now on. At that time, Li Qiye had announced that the school's name would be erased from the eastern 100 cities. Countless people then sneered at his overestimation of his own abilities. However, those people were now regretting everything. Why did they feel the need to mouth off Li Qiye in such a manner? What if Li Qiye retaliated? Wouldn't they become the second Tiger's Howl School? In the eyes of many, the Tiger's Howl School was finished, but there was still a chance for the Brilliant's ancient kingdom in the far future. This generation was finished for them since they had to seal themselves, but their Emperor Foundation still remained. This was not the case for the Tiger's Howl School. It lost its ancestral foundation, and moreover, even its white tiger Great Vein had been sucked dry of its worldly essence by Li Qiye, so only ruins remained. Although many disciples managed to escape, the loss of the ancestral foundation and the Great Vein had completely cut off all hope for the school. A great power could come back from losing its elites in battle and also endure the loss of weapons and merit laws. After all, any great power could find all of these things in the future and train new personnel. However, the destruction of the ancestral foundation was irrecoverable. The ancestral foundations of these great powers were all paved by extremely powerful existences. If one was not a virtuous paragon, then they would not even be qualified to talk about erecting a kingdom or a sect. The ancestral foundation of a power was the embodiment of the effort of the past sages. It was the result of their blood and sweat of countless generations. Fixing a destroyed ancestral foundation was even more difficult than reaching for the heavens. However, what was even more disastrous was the destruction of the Great Vein. This was the real cause for despair. Chapter 375, Preparing for the Journey. Take a step back and look at the overarching situation. Even if a great power's ancestral foundation was destroyed, it would still have the chance to be rebuilt in the future. However, if a Great Vein was destroyed, then it would truly be over. Great veins were created by the heaven and earth after millions of years of accumulation. A destroyed ancestral foundation meant that it could not be recovered for a generation, but a destroyed Great Vein meant that it could never be rebuilt. After both were destroyed, even when their young and old managed to escape along with some disciples, there was no chance for them to rebuild the Tiger's Howl School. Regarding this topic, a sect master emotionally said, destroying a sect just like he said. This Li Qiye is really too heaven-defying and devilish. As long as he is alive, all of the other descendants from both the great powers and ancient kingdoms will be completely eclipsed. This isn't the work of a human. To single-handedly destroy a great power. Forget about the younger generation, even predecessors at the Heavenly King realm didn't have this kind of power. Even the legendary 4 ominous graves of the Tiger's Howl School couldn't stop him, so how could people not become horrified? At this point, whenever the conversation was about Li Qiye, the other geniuses from many lineages turned sour as they could only stay silent. Back in those days when Li Qiye had just arrived at the eastern 100 cities, many geniuses and descendants paid him no mind. However, after sweeping through everything and destroying the Tiger's Howl School, all of those geniuses who once looked down on him were frightened and found themselves lacking when compared to him. With the current situation, I'm afraid even Goddess Mei Suyao and deity Jikong Wudi have been overshadowed by Li Qiye. With a fierce monster like him, would any other young person have a chance to shine? A great character from the last generation exasperatedly said. A prosperous age arrived with the end of the difficult Dao era, so many great powers hoped that their disciples could compete for the apex against all the other heroes of this generation. Before this, geniuses like Hu Yu, Ba Xia, Zhu Huangwu, and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian were already running the other young prodigies out of breath. As for Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi, these two were at an unreachable height. Like divine mountains, they blocked the path of the entire younger generation. However, the Li Qiye of today sent countless peers into despair. As long as he remained in the eastern 100 cities, they would only feel fear. Every young cultivator had to retreat before his sight. Since he could destroy a grand sect, who could manage to oppose him? This storm of a discussion lasted for a long time, some were happy and some were sad regarding such a great event. When many were bustling and busy with small talk, Li Qiye had returned to the Heavenly Tao Academy. However, before his return, he summoned the Lion's Roar Heavenly King. The Heavenly King was a famous character even amongst the previous generation's experts. But today, he didn't dare to put on a show before Li Qiye. Li Qiye took out the ancient box that Lion Monarch Ba Xia gave him. This box was meant for the Heavenly King. After opening the box, he was completely taken aback. This is my ancestor's immortal physique law. How is this possible? The Lion's Roar Heavenly King stuttered in astonishment, even my clan did not have this. Qi Xiaodao, Qi Xiaodai, and their father, who were beside him, were also shocked. An immortal physique law was something that even immortal emperor lineages coveted. The Heavenly King stared at Li Qiye in disbelief, since this item that was not even in their clan's possession was in his hands. In their clan, there was a rumor that the lost immortal physique law was taken away by their ancestor. In exchange, their ancestor left behind a copy, but later on, even the copy was lost. From that point on, their clan no longer had an immortal physique law. It is nothing. Li Qiye nonchalantly said, I have met your ancestor back at the Heavenly Corpse burial ground and sowed a karmic fruit with him. I promised him to let his descendants reap the benefits of the fruit, so I am here to give you back your ancestors' belonging. The Heavenly Corpse burial ground. The Heavenly King was too dumbfounded to speak. After a while, he managed to calm down. He took a deep breath before speaking, so our ancestor truly is staying at the burial ground. I have also tried to go there, but unfortunately, I couldn't go in very deep. The Heavenly King had heard of their ancestor being buried at the heavenly ground. After their immortal physique law was lost, he wanted to go inside to find their ancestor, but what kind of place was the burial ground? Even a Heavenly King would find it difficult to enter the burial ground, let alone reach the legendary dragon vein where the ancestor was buried. So even though he tried to explore the location, it was an unsuccessful endeavor. In the end, he couldn't do anything and had to give up, so he shifted his gaze towards the Heavenly Tao Academy. After a long struggle, he managed to calm down and bowed to Li Qiye. Your kindness to our Lion's Roar Gate cannot be described with mere words. From now on, if you ever find yourself in need of our assistance, we shall do our best without any hesitation no matter how arduous the task may be. The excitement in the Heavenly King's mind was unspeakable. This was an item craved by all, yet Li Qiye gave it to him so easily. For him, this was too important. He was missing the complete version of his ancestor's law, so Li Qiye giving this back was akin to giving him coal during the cold, wintry days. One has to keep in mind that the Heavenly King was a natural-born saint physique, so his aptitude was very high. However, despite his great circumstances, he spent his whole life to barely reach the minor completion of his immortal physique, and this was with the help of the Hall Masters of the Academy that found an immortal physique law of his ancestor. Today, Li Qiye bringing back their ancestor's immortal physique law was of great significance to both the Heavenly King and his sect. Regarding the Heavenly King's pledge of allegiance, Li Qiye only smiled and didn't say anything else. He then immediately left with the group of Li Shuangyan. Before his departure, the Heavenly King spoke privately to Qi Xiaodai. In his opinion, his granddaughter's future was boundless if she followed Li Qiye, so that was his hope. Li Qiye went back to the Heavenly Tao Academy where all the geniuses from both the Zenith Era Hall and Sacred Era Hall lost their colors before him. Especially those who were antagonistic towards him in the past, they quickly took the scenic route whenever they caught a glimpse of him. How could they mess with someone who easily destroyed the Tiger's Howl School? Wouldn't that be courting death? As for the disciples of the Grand Era Hall, its students were ecstatic to hear of his return and they even put on a very warm welcoming ceremony. There were so many enthusiastic sisters that it became a bit unbearable for Li Qiye, so he left this trifling matter to Qi Xiaodai. He was too lazy to show himself afterward. He no longer intended to stay here any longer, instead, he planned to go to the sacred nether world. After appointing a time with the realm god, Li Qiye prepared to leave. But before the decided time, Li Qiye spoke to Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, the two of you should go back. I will come back after dealing with my business at the sacred nether world. How about we go with you to the sacred nether world? Chen Baojiao didn't dare to ask, but Li Shuangyan wanted to tag along. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head to say, under normal circumstances, I would surely take you two along, but right now, it is not possible. The world path connecting the 9 worlds had been destroyed, so the spatial wall is very hard to crack. Although the realm god has the power to open the spatial wall, it is still very dangerous. Having more people go would only add to the realm god's burden. And what's even more crucial is that my destination is a bit problematic, so you guys following me will only add to the mess. Next time, I will take you guys along to the other worlds. Relative to others, Li Qiye favored and thought highly of Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. The two indeed wanted to go to the sacred nether world to broaden their horizons, but after hearing what Li Qiye said, they had to give up on this thought. In the end, nothing was more important to them than Li Qiye's safety. Eventually, Li Qiye took out the black tortoise rod and the imperial violet hammer. He wanted to let the two take them back to the cleansing incense ancient sect, so he reminded them, try your best not to use these items unless there is no other choice. Let them be the secret treasures of the sect. Immortal Emperor life treasures were definitely things that could incite the greedy hearts of others. Any sect would desire this kind of powerful item. Not to mention that his weapons were also taken by force, thus giving others a justifiable reason to steal them. Li Qiye hoped for the cleansing incense ancient sect to use them carefully in order to avoid trouble in the future. What about you? Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were startled by this, and Chen Baojiao had to ask. Regardless of who it was, having 2 emperor weapons as protection was better than anything else. Li Qiye couldn't help but reveal a smile to say, your young noble has many protective treasures. These are only life treasures, not anything, really. Next time, I will seize a few immortal emperor true treasures. Chen Baojiao couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this, and Li Shuangyan also smiled. To others, emperor weapons were something that they could only come upon with luck and fate, but their young noble made it sound as if they were easily obtainable. Might be a bit dramatized. Chapter 376, Past Grievances. Before leaving for the sacred nether world, Li Qiye returned the immortal's blood spear to Zi Queening. She then asked after accepting the spear, I have to go back to the Heaven Protector City. Do you have anything that you want me to do? Li Qiye gave her a look and smiled, even if I have something for you to do, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me. Forget it, I'll personally visit your Heaven Protector City later. In fact, he would have gone to the Heaven Protector City sooner or later anyway. However, he was not in a rush at the moment. Although he didn't mind starting a massacre at the Heaven Protector City, out of love for the Black Dragon King, he didn't hope that it would escalate to such a state. Tell me. If I am capable, then I will surely lend you a hand. Zi Queening pondered for a moment before speaking. Li Qiye was all smiles as he said, if you really want my advice, then I'll give you one, keep an eye out for Gu Zun. Zi Queening's mind trembled after she heard Li Qiye's words. Keep in mind that Gu Zun was an elder of their Heaven Protector City, the one who was truly in power. One could even describe him as their high ancestor. And now, an outsider wants her, the descendant, to watch out for her own ancestor. If it was anyone else, they would surely think that Li Qiye was crazy. See, you do not believe me at all. Li Qiye waved his hand and smiled, just let it be up to fate. Do whatever you want as long as you maintain a hint of caution. Zi Queening became silent for a moment. However, she wasn't able to hold back her question, do you have some sort of grievance with our ancestor Gu? Grievance? Li Qiye squinted his eyes and gently shook his head as he smiled, frankly, your Gu Zun is still not worthy of having a feud with me. If it wasn't because of the Black Dragon King's plea, Li Qiye would have already killed Gu Zun in a past era instead of letting him do as he pleased at the Heaven Protector city. However, he chose not to bring this up. Zi Queening's gaze became serious. Any other listener would think that Li Qiye's tone was too boastful because Gu Zun of the Heaven Protector city was one of the strongest existences. Perhaps, he was only a little bit weaker than the realm god. She became quite perplexed because their ancestor Gu had not come into being for a very long time. Logically speaking, he should have never met Li Qiye, so there should not have been a chance for grievances to form between the two of them. However, Li Qiye was clearly antagonistic towards him. "All right, little girl, I know you have a lot of questions on your mind, but I cannot reveal many things to you. In short, you came from the little sea village, so you will not be on the same side as old man Gu Zun. Regarding this, you can go talk to the old men in the village. As for Gu Zun, if you really want to know, then I can tell you one thing." Li Qiye greatly valued Zi Queening, so he revealed one thing to her: your Heaven Protector city has a certain treasury, a real treasure trove that is vastly superior to your city's treasury. A treasury? Zi Queening was stunned for a moment with a shocked expression. She was then reminded of a few things that were not talked about back at the city. Its disciples did not know about this, and she only sometimes heard a few ancestors talk about it in secrecy, so she didn't know the exact details regarding this particular treasury. Now, Li Qiye raised this issue that was unbeknown to her, the official descendant of the city, as if he knew everything. "It seems that you don't know about this matter." Li Qiye said with a smile, "It does not belong to your Heaven Protector city, but Gu Zun had coveted it for a very long time." This was Li Qiye's treasury. But of course, he could not say these words. "What kind of treasury is it?" Zi Queening took a deep breath and asked after failing to hold on to her curiosity. "Well, how should I say this?" Li Qiye smiled and leisurely said, "If immortal emperors knew about this treasury, they would start to salivate uncontrollably. There are things in there that even they do not possess." Zi Queening couldn't help but become astounded. A treasury coveted even by immortal emperors. Just what kind of treasury was this? Gu Zun had been after this treasury for a very long time, but unfortunately for him, he would not be able to open it even if he had 10 generations of time. Li Qiye shook his head and said, "Your so-called ancestor is only an ungrateful wretch. Too much time has passed, and your city's ancestors have nearly all passed away. That year, if it wasn't for the intercession of your patriarch, the Black Dragon King, an ingrate like Gu Zun would have been thrown into the blue abyss a long time ago. You are besmirching our ancestors' name." Zi Queening could no longer bear it and had to protest. In the end, she was still the Heaven Protector descendant. Li Qiye gently shook his head and replied with a smile, "It is fine if you don't believe me. If there is still an old man from the same generation as Gu Zun, you can go back and ask about it to see whether or not Gu Zun was nearly thrown into the blue abyss that year. If it wasn't for your Black Dragon King. Ha! Even if he had 10 more lives, it still wouldn't be enough." The stunned Zi Queening had to think about this for a moment. When their patriarch, the Black Dragon King, was still of this world, their city's prestige towered over the 9 worlds. Who would dare to oppose them? Who would actually dare to capture their ancestor Gu and attempt to throw him into the blue abyss only to have their patriarch intervene? A very long time ago, Li Qiye wanted to kill Gu Zun. However, the Black Dragon King had promised a certain somebody to take care of her descendants. During that era, Li Qiye ordered his followers to capture Gu Zun and throw him into the blue abyss, but he was let go on account of the Black Dragon King. Zi Queening was in a daze since she had never heard of this tale before. She couldn't even imagine it. Who would dare to capture ancestor Zhu while their patriarch was still alive? This was definitely a tale that could pierce the heavens, but there were no rumors about it at the Heaven Protector city. Zi Queening became quite curious about what type of person was it that warranted their patriarch's personal plea. No need to think too much, just do a good job at cultivating. The matter of Old Man Gu cannot be inquired with your current cultivation. Li Qiye shook his head and continued on, wait until you are powerful enough to be in charge of the Heaven Protector City. Then, I will let you know. Right now, all you need to do is cultivate well. Do not disappoint me. After hearing this, Zi Qining paused for a moment, especially because of the implications of his last sentence. Zi Qining didn't understand why Li Qiye knew so much about their Heaven Protector City at all, but she felt that there was a great relationship between Li Qiye and the city. It was just that she was not privy to the exact details. After meeting Li Qiye, she felt that there were many secrets behind the city that she did not know. Sometimes, she even suspected that the reason behind her becoming the descendant of the city was not so simple. A long time ago, an ancestor once told her that she had unparalleled talents and was chosen as the new descendant by the other elders. Later on, there was another rumor saying that she was the heir chosen by the patriarch many generations ago. To this day, she herself was in doubt about whether becoming the descendant was due to her own talents, or if it was due to the Black Dragon King choosing her since she came from the little sea village. She had absolute confidence in her talents, but after experiencing a few things, she felt that the selection for her to become the successor was more than what it appeared to be on the surface. Especially after meeting Li Qiye, she became suspicious of both of these possibilities. Perhaps it was not the Black Dragon King's choice, and perhaps it wasn't even because of her unparalleled talents. It could be an unknown reason that stemmed from behind the scenes. All right, little girl, don't think too much. Seeing her in a daze, Li Qiye shook his head and said with a smile, there are certain things that you would be better off not knowing right now. The only thing you need to do is to train in peace. Zi Qining finally took a deep breath and said, very well, I will wait for you to come to my Heaven Protector City in the future. Li Qiye smiled and said, I certainly must go to the Heaven Protector City, but you shouldn't look forward to it too much. My trip to the city will not necessarily be a good thing. If it does not bode well, then rivers will run with blood. With a shaken heart, Zi Qining quietly left. She immediately departed from the academy on that very day to run back to the Heaven Protector City. After she left, Li Qiye couldn't help but sigh softly. Before Li Qiye's trip to the sacred netherworld could begin, old Taoist Ping came to see him. Of course, he didn't come to see Li Qiye off. He, I heard from the realm god that young noble Li wants to go to the sacred netherworld. The old Taoist said with a grin. Li Qiye gave him a look and said, if you have something to say, then say it. Don't walk in circles with me. The old Taoist let out an awkward laugh and replied, I heard that the sacred netherworld's eyelet ghost eyes is a delicacy known throughout the 9 worlds. This old Taoist wants to have a taste, and since young noble Li is going to the sacred netherworld, do you mind taking me along? Li Qiye glared at him and said, you should be asking the realm god, not me. So? Did it refuse you? The old Taoist was very embarrassed and tried to hide it with a smile. Li Qiye shook his head and said, forget it, this is an impossible matter. My destination is a bit problematic, and the realm god cannot guarantee an accurate landing. Not to mention, rather than bringing an old man like you to the sacred netherworld, I would rather bring a beauty as my companion. At least she would be more pleasing to the eyes than you. Before leaving for the sacred netherworld, Li Qiye returned the immortal's blood spear to Zi Qining. She then asked after accepting the spear, I have to go back to the Heaven Protector City, do you have anything that you want me to do? Li Qiye gave her a look and smiled, even if I have something for you to do, I'm afraid you still wouldn't believe me. Forget it, I'll personally visit your Heaven Protector City later. In fact, he would go to the Heaven Protector City sooner or later anyway. However, he was not in a rush at the moment. Although he didn't mind starting a massacre at the Heaven Protector City, out of love for the Black Dragon King, he didn't hope that it would escalate to such a state. Tell me. If I am capable, then I will surely lend you a hand. Zi Qining pondered for a moment before speaking. Chapter 377, Departure. Li Qia's words left the old Taoist with a sad face. Then, Li Qia looked at him and continued on, "It might seem that you are firm, but your heart has been wavering. If you continue on like this, when will you ever finish cultivating the eternal physique?" The old face of the Taoist became hot as he forced a wry smile. He, it is only a little trip to the outside. Cultivating day after day is very boring. Taking in some fresh air will help my cultivation. If that is the case, then you should take a trip to the Grand Middle Territory. Li Qia became serious and said, "There are a few secret realms in that region. I can tell you some of the locations, so you can try to find some supreme delicacies. And since you will already be in the region, you can just stay at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect for around 10 years as a guest elder. It would not be a bad choice." "Ha, you want to drag me into a pit of fire?" Old Taoist Peng was not willing to do so and replied, "This would be a laborious trip." The old Taoist was as cunning as a devil. Li Qia glanced at him and leisurely said with a smile, "If you don't want to go, then I won't force you. However, I think there really are ruins from the legendary era that had not been visited by anyone for a long time. The divine carp in that sacred lake might have become a god. Buzhou Mountain Snapper. This must be the most delicious thing in this world, something that only belongs in the land of fairies." However, there were no inhabitants and no sign of life, as if it had been deserted for a long time. Stargate, something capable of reaching all the other worlds. Not long from now, this place will become very prosperous, a place where all the major heritages will stay together. Li Qia said with emotion after seeing this abandoned ancient city. Back then, during that day when the Black Dragon King fought against immortal Emperor Ta Kong, they didn't dare to stay in the 9 worlds and had to enter space, the battlefield of the legendary era, but they still destroyed everything. The realm god continued on. The Black Dragon King tore apart the heavens will and eventually broke the channels that connected the 9 worlds, so the spatial walls became sealed. From that day on, the 9 worlds were separated and cultivators could no longer travel from one world to another. Even people capable of opening the divine investiture list could not do it carelessly. Over 30,000 years ago, the 9 worlds were connected. As long as one had enough refined jades or was powerful enough, they could use stargates. Each world had a stargate capable of traveling to another world as long as one could pay the fee. Unfortunately, the fight between the 2 great ones destroyed the paths to the 9 worlds, so the connections were completely severed. In fact, within the last 30,000 years, many people tried to open the path to the other worlds. Unfortunately, since the spatial walls were closed, it was impossibly difficult. Even if one could open a channel, the path itself would be extremely unstable. Even virtuous paragons would not recklessly attempt to use such a channel since the collapse of the path would result in unimaginable consequences. Even death was not out of the question. When the realm god took Li Qia into space, many people were alarmed when they saw a pine branch stretching out into the sky. What is the realm god doing? After the realm god's heaven-shaking battle, at this moment, even a whiff of the wind from the academy would garner the focus of all others. So this sudden move from the realm god instantly startled many old undyings within the eastern 100 cities. In a short period of time, many looked up towards the horizon while the more powerful cultivators opened their heavenly gazes to look all the way out into space. These ancestors saw a branch of the realm god carrying Li Qia into space, and they all became quite surprised. A heavenly gaze of an ancestor noticed their destination and murmured, "That is the place with the stargate." Many ancestors and legendary masters were touched by this scene. Ever since the paths that connected the 9 worlds were destroyed, all of the lineages in this world deserted the stargate, so it became an empty city in the last 30,000 years. Very few people traveled to the stargate in recent years, since traveling in space necessitated a great flying treasure with a powerful master at the helm. In the present times, there was no point in going to the stargate, so no masters were willing to waste their time doing such a thing. Today, the realm god suddenly carrying Li Qia to the stargate shocked many people. An ancestor from a great sect took a deep breath and muttered, "Is this Li Chia trying to go to another world?" Many shivered as they came up with such a thought. Li Chia, at the mortal emperor world, was able to do as he pleased. Why did he suddenly want to go to another world? So bold. He wants to go to another world in the present times. He has to forcefully open the spatial wall. It is hard to imagine the consequences of failure. Even a legendary master felt a chill in his heart. Li Chia's words left the old Taoist with a sad face. Then, Li Chia looked at him and continued on, "It might seem that you look to be firm, but your heart has been wavering. If you continue on like this, when will you ever finish cultivating the eternal physique?" The old face of the Taoist became hot as he forced a wry smile. He, it is only a little trip to the outside. Cultivating day after day is very boring. Taking in some fresh air will help my cultivation. If that is the case, then you should take a trip to the Grand Middle Territory. Li Chia became serious and said, "There are a few secret realms in that region. I can tell you some of the locations, you can try to find some supreme delicacies. And since you will already be in the region, you can just stay at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect for around 10 years as a guest elder. It would not be a bad choice." "Ha, you want to drag me into the pit of fire?" Old Taoist Peng was not willing to do so and replied, "This would a laborious trip." The old Taoist was as cunning as a devil. Chapter 378, Entering the Sacred Nether World. In fact, after the paths collapsed, there were legendary masters who wanted to forcefully penetrate the spatial wall to enter another world, but alas, no one had heard of a successful attempt. Later on, even when a divine investiture expert came into being to open a path, they still did not dare to enter the channel. This type of channel was extremely unstable and could collapse at any moment. Even a more powerful existence would die under such a force. In the current mortal emperor world, I'm afraid that only the realm god can safely go to another world. An ancestor from a great sect had to admit this fact amidst the astonished spectators. The reason why the realm god had this title was because of the rumors of it being an existence that was most adept in spatial techniques. Some said that the realm god's achievement in spatial techniques shamed even immortal emperors. In a short amount of time, countless gazes were fixated towards the sky. Of course, all of them wanted to see if the realm god could actually take Li Chia to another world. Then, there were those who were both celebrating and lamenting. Nothing could be better than Li Chia going to another world. Let a devil like him bully the geniuses of the other worlds. A monster like him staying at the mortal emperor world would only overshadow all the other geniuses. Even though this thought was a bit depressing for many people, they looked forward to Li Chia's departure from the mortal emperor world. A supreme existence like Li Chia was a form of cruel emotional torture to all the other geniuses since he loomed over them like a huge shadow. A monster like this going to another world to bully other people was worthy of celebration. At the area where the Stargate was situated, an ancient Tao platform had been silenced for more than 30,000 years. At this time, the realm god used a great technique to create an extremely large Tao gate that shone brightly. Anyone who stood before this Tao gate would feel as if one could traverse across space and time. Ready? Eventually, the realm god asked Li Chia with a serious tone. Even an invincible existence like the realm god became solemn. If it was personally traveling, then it could absolutely make it to the sacred nether world unscathed, but at this moment, it was Li Chia who was going. The yin-yang refining immortal mirror appeared over Li Chia's head. This supreme treasure of the middle continent ancient kingdom poured an endless immortal spatial void to protect Li Chia's body. At the same time, the yin-yang fishes jumped out and swam around him. Go, I am ready. You can lock onto the coordinates now. Li Chia took a deep breath and, with a serious expression, he then nodded his head towards the realm god. The pine branch raised Li Chia up along with a shout from the realm god, "Open." The moment this word came out, a buzzing sound could be heard. In this instant, the pine tree was like the sharpest divine spear in this world, something that could be stopped by nothing. In just a second, the pine tree that carried Li Qie entered the Tao Gate. His body was suddenly trapped in a giant crystal. With a loud pop, the unstoppable pine branch pierced through this unbelievably thick crystal barricade. It seemed like such an easy matter, but all the cultivators back at the Eastern 100 Cities felt a powerful wave that emanated from the Heavenly Tao Academy when this blow hit. An invincible aura swept through the cities. This sudden eruption sent chills down the spines of many people. At this moment, everyone understood that the realm god's blood energy had exploded in order to unleash a heaven-destroying strike. This blow might have penetrated the spatial wall. A legendary master murmured after calculating the power of this attack from sensing the invincible aura that swept through the region. With a pop, the pine tree punctured the crystal wall and quickly sent Li Qie into a pathway. In this split second, Li Qie witnessed an extremely magnificent world that was filled with life and endless vitality. Anyone would be astonished by such a scene since the landscape of an entire world was before their very eyes. In this instant, the realm god locked onto a certain coordinate. Then, the pathway sent Li Qie off like a storm, using the realm god's utmost speed. The endless storm within the pathway chaotically destroyed everything. The turbulence of time and space was something to be feared, even virtuous paragons were no exceptions. In this place, carelessness would only result in death. However, the realm god was indeed a divine existence. At this time, it used an unbelievable speed to send Li Qie through the majority of the turbulence. Time itself was not a match for his speed, so spatial gaps were no longer a concern. Li Qie was sent to a certain chaotic sphere. It was as if this sphere had naturally formed itself and was then filled with great sects of the heaven and earth. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the pine branch also penetrated this chaotic sphere. Keep in mind that this strike of the realm god could easily kill a large group of virtuous paragons, but it still couldn't pierce through this chaotic sphere. Open! The realm god crazily roared. At this second, the pine branch became extremely bright and sharp as if it could even pierce through the body of a celestial existence. XEH. Primordial chaos gushed everywhere after the realm god finally managed to pierce through this chaotic sphere. Then, it immediately threw Li Qie inside. Bang! A loud destructive sound resonated right when this chaotic sphere was pierced. Suddenly, an endless wave of Emperor Aura emerged. This Emperor Aura instantly annihilated the pathway as if an immortal emperor came to life. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang, truly amazing! Li Qie screamed. With one hand holding the fragmented realm spatial disc, he slammed it into the chaotic sphere. At the same time, the yin-yang refining immortal mirror also shot out an immortal light to block the power of this chaotic place. Buzz, the yin-yang fishes jumped up and carried Li Qie as they soared towards the chaos. But during Li Qie's advance, the vast Emperor Aura crazily erupted once again as if it wanted to crush him. At this critical juncture, the fragmented realm spatial disc spewed out a brilliance and immediately sucked Li Qie inside. Rumble! The Emperor Aura failed to crush Li Qie, resulting in the pathway getting ravaged from the enraged Emperor Aura. At this time, the realm god used an unbelievable speed to retreat as the Emperor Aura wildly pursued it. Boom! In the end, under the devastation of the Emperor Aura, the entire pathway collapsed. At the most critical moment, the pine branch of the realm god managed to escape to the outside. The collapse of the pathway emitted a terrifying power that alarmed even the legendary masters within the Eastern 100 Cities. Many looked up to the sky and saw the retreating pine branch. An ancestor with keen eyes noticed that there were burn marks on the pine branch, and this astounded many people. Did the pathway actually collapse? Seeing the burns on the pine branch, an ancestor took in a deep breath and murmured, "Where did Li Qie want to go?" Even a pathway opened by the realm god was destroyed. Just what kind of powerful suppressive force was present at his destination? This is terrible. The hearts of many legendary masters sank when they saw the wounds on the branch of the realm god. Even a pathway created by it was destroyed. The difficult Tao era was over, and a new heavens will was being created to signal the start of a new grand era. Many hidden existences had begun to take action, some even planned to go to different worlds, but after seeing the realm god situation, they quickly dispelled this thought. Despite it personally escorting Wuxia, the pathway was still destroyed. If it was them who met such an event instead, death would be assured. The group of Li Shuangyan was shocked to see the wounds on the pine branch back at the academy. They all felt that something terrible had happened. He is fine and had arrived safely. The realm god spoke. The group of Li Shuangyan finally felt relieved to know that Wuxia had made it safely. They then bowed to the realm god before they left. The realm god then stared at the horizon and, after a long silence, it finally lamented with a sigh and uttered, "It really is that legendary existence, the most mysterious existence. Tens of millions of long years. This generation will be constantly troubled with restless times. It is truly a pitiable fate for those who live in the same era as him. Who in this world could possibly compete for the heavens will against him?" Eventually, the realm god no longer spoke and quietly went into a deep slumber. However, on the second day after Wuxia's departure, many pieces of news began to leak. "Have you heard? People said that Wuxia wanted to go to another world and, in the end, the pathway collapsed and he died in there," a person said while acting mysteriously. Despite his attempt at being secretive, there was still a hint of gloating and delight. Many people naturally became elated after they learned of Wuxia's death. A disciple from a great power sneered, "Someone who commits many bad deeds will naturally be punished one day," and that day had finally come. "That's right, the heavens is not blind. It will not forgive anyone." A personally cheerfully laughed. To people like them, this was the best pieces of news they heard this year. But there were also those who pitied him. A great character from the previous generation lamented, "Why did he have to seek his own death? He would be alive and kicking if he stayed in the mortal emperor world. Why the need to do this? Wuxia's might would allow him to tread on the path of the heavens with no problem. It could even be said that he had a great chance to reach the heavens will. But now, he already buried himself before becoming invincible." A cultivator couldn't help but say, "The path of the heavens is arduous, so it is better to be careful. No matter how stunning a genius may be, they could still die an early death on this path." Someone finally ended with these words. Tonight's teaser is from Nact. Immortal Emperor Bao is busy pumping out chapters, so I've taken over, wahaha. There is no going back. Chapter 379, Soaring Remembrance Village. The Sacred Nether World and the Mortal Emperor World are two of the 9 worlds. If the Mortal Emperor World was the ancestral home of the human race, then the Sacred Nether World was the origin of the ghost race. In fact, whether or not humans originated from the Mortal Emperor World was still up for debate, but since the beginning of the Desolate Era, humans had been at that world and began their explorations. After countless efforts of many sages, they finally took root in that world as the strongest race. Today, whether or not the Mortal Emperor World was the origin of the human race no longer mattered to its inhabitants. The only pertinent matter was that it had become the ancestral ground for human generations from that point forth. However, the Sacred Nether World was different, since its ghostly inhabitants were certain that this place was their origin. Of course, certain ghost tribes called this world the Ghost Immortal World because they preferred to call themselves Ghost Immortals, but outsiders kept on calling them the Ghost Race. Since this world was the origin of the Ghost Race, perhaps people would think of it as a place infested with nether energy. However, the reality was that this was completely false. The Sacred Nether World was a place with beautiful scenery, just like the Mortal Emperor World. There was an endless amount of mountains and rivers worth exploring. Even the members of the ghost tribes didn't all have nether energy. In fact, there were many different ghost races with unique characteristics, but outsiders all generalized them together as a unified ghost race to distinguish them with the human race, the blood race, and others. Only a handful of tribes had a relatively thicker nether aura, while others were not that different from ordinary humans. Then, there were also some who had physical bodies and were not actually ghosts. The majority of the ghost tribes were just like humans, their future generations were comprised of their offspring. The two worlds were similar in that they were extremely vast. There were 4 domains at the sacred nether world. To the east was the nether border, the south was the distant cloud, the west was the green river, and the north was the misty field. These 4 locations were called the 4 desolaces. However, the old village head's home had been very rowdy because a haunting phenomenon had been occurring inside his house. At the sacred nether world, the domain of the ghost race, it would be silly to make a fuss about ghosts. In this world, not to mention cultivators, even ordinary mortals didn't believe that there were ghosts in this world. If there were actually supernatural ghosts, and if they were just like the ghost race, then they were not that much different compared to humans, so mortals would never be afraid of such a thing. However, strange things had been happening in backyard of the old village head. A ghastly shadow would drift back and forth regularly regardless of whether it was night or day. The ones who were more timid were easily scared out of their mind at such a sight. It seemed that a young ghost was haunting the old village head's backyard, but their group couldn't describe its exact figure. In summary, it was a young shadow, but this shadow had no true substance. It flew like an ethereal existence in the backyard of the old village head. This haunting ghost was quite a sight for the husband and wife pair. They had lived for very long, so, to them, humans and ghosts were the same, but this actually made their house become more lively. At the very least, the villagers would visit their house to look at this ghost. Nevertheless, the other villagers still tried to convince the couple to perform a passing rite for this ghost. Regarding such advice, the old village elder said with a smile, "This ghost is just wandering in our backyard and isn't committing any bad deeds. One day, it will naturally become bored and leave." Old man Yang, this isn't the case. Who truly understands these ghosts? Maybe one day, it will hurt someone. What are we going to do then? A person in the village tried to persuade him with good intentions. "Oh right, isn't your little girl studying at the Thousand Carp River? Why not have her come back and take a look? With her skills, giving a little ghost a peaceful passing shouldn't be difficult." Another villager came up with an idea. At last, the old village head couldn't handle all the counsel from the villagers, so he could only go to the Great Wisdom Temple right outside of the village to invite the temple's presiding abbot, Monk Daji. According to the villagers, Monk Daji was a monk with boundless Buddhist wisdom, but one would be gravely mistaken if they were to imagine him as a monk with long eyebrows and a white beard. He was a very young monk, only around the age of 20. His head was smooth and reflective and had 2 crooked rows of 3 ornament markings. Seeing just how crooked they were left people wondering whether his markings were real or not. Monk Daji's eyes were very bright, and he always had a smile on his face. When standing before the public, this smile appeared to be kind and compassionate, but when no one was paying attention, the smile became a bit villainous. It would give others the impression that he was a thief. Chapter 380, The Village's Secret. A series of large round Buddhist beads hung around Monk Daji's neck. If he didn't look like an accomplished monk before, then just by wearing these beads, others would be convinced that he was one. Buddhist lights flashed inside these beads as if there was a Buddha inside each of them, sitting in a solemn pose. Sometimes, loud chants could be heard. Whether he was an accomplished monk or not, these Buddhist beads alone commanded respect from others. Monk Daji was the abbot of the Great Wisdom Temple, but the reality was that he was the only one that was part of this temple. The abbot was him, the monk was him, and the servant was him as well. Among his women, there were many with supreme intelligence, and one of them used an unimaginable method to steal the seed of immortal Emperor Fei Yang. After bearing his child, this woman did not ask for an official title from the emperor and instead disappeared from this world. From that point forth, no one saw her again. This peerlessly intelligent woman was very much in love with immortal Emperor Fei Yang. She bore his child not to become the empress nor his wife. She quickly left the emperor and went into hiding in order to raise his child to continue his bloodline. This woman disappeared for many years in this world. No one knew that she was living in seclusion in the mortal world and had turned into an ordinary mortal. Eventually, this woman passed away. Her offspring with immortal Emperor Fei Yang also did not become a cultivator, but rather thrived as a mortal. The village built by her was named the Soaring Remembrance Village. Its name signified her memories and longing for immortal Emperor Fei Yang. However, this old tale did not just end here. Very few things in this world could escape the gaze of an immortal emperor, and this also applied to immortal Emperor Fei Yang. He knew about this matter and also knew where this woman was living, but he chose to do nothing. It was not until much later, after the lady had passed away and his descendants, as mortals, had prospered at the village for generations that he acted. It could have been because this woman's persistent love for him moved him, it could also be that the descendants carried his bloodline. Regardless of the reason, immortal Emperor Fei Yang laid out a supreme spell at the village. An immortal emperor exerted countless efforts to perform a spell at this location and left behind many things. This supreme spell remained active for millions of years at this location and had always been quietly protecting this village. Because of this, the village had produced many geniuses. Many great characters came to visit the village as well. However, despite all of this, they were all just fleeting passengers to the village. No matter who came and went, nothing could break the tranquility of the village under the spell's protection, nothing could stop the village from being a paradise in this world. Tens of millions of years went by again. Generation after generation in the village, immortal Emperor Fei Yang's descendants had multiplied, but the village remained peaceful and unknown. This whole thing was odd because, despite the supreme spell and the presence of many treasures, the emperor did not pass on any cultivation methods to his descendants. Later on, the village did produce some cultivators, and some great ones at that. However, they did not come from immortal Emperor Fei Yang's Dao lineage. Instead, they were recruited by other great powers from the outside world, and they had no relationship with the emperor. An eternity had passed, perhaps no one else knew the secret of the Soaring Remembrance Village. Even those who knew of this secret during the emperor's generation were no longer of this world. However, Li Qie was one of those who knew this secret, and he was also someone who had survived to the present era. A series of large round Buddhist beads hung around monk Daji's neck. If he didn't look like an accomplished monk before, then just by wearing these beads, others would be convinced that he was one. Buddhist lights flashed inside these beads as if there was a Buddha inside each of them, sitting in a solemn pose. Sometimes, loud chants could be heard. Whether he was an accomplished monk or not, these Buddhist beads alone commanded respect from others. Monk Daji was the abbot of the Great Wisdom Temple, but the reality was that he was the only one that was part of this temple. The abbot was him, the monk was him, and the servant was him as well. Chapter 381, Immortal Emperor Fei Yang's inheritance. The place that Li Qie occupied was a self-contained space, and it was tightly linked together with the Soaring Remembrance Village. If the village was one side of a coin, then this space that contained Li Qie was the other, the two of them were one and the same. Li Qie visited this place for a very specific reason. It was created by immortal Emperor Fei Yang, and the emperor had left a lot of things behind. That year, that woman gave birth to immortal Emperor Fei Yang's offspring in a secluded part of the mortal world, then the village was created from this. From then on, his future descendants lived on in prosperity, but they didn't know that their ancestor was the famed immortal Emperor Fei Yang of the Desolate Era. A powerful spell was created by the emperor to protect his descendants, and it encompassed the entire village. However, the origin of this spell was on the other face of the village, the spatial realm. Because of this, many people came to the village throughout many eras, but they couldn't understand the true profoundness of the village. This spatial realm was a chaotic place that was unable to be clearly discerned by anyone. There were ancient temples, jade pavilions, and jeweled palaces amidst the chaos, as if this location was hiding countless secrets. Li Qiye sat upright at this location with the fragmented spatial disk in front of him, while the yin-yang refining immortal mirror poured down an endless amount of immortal radiance as the yin-yang fishes protected him. At this time, the disk in front of Li Qiye became an illuminating mirror, but the reflection was not Li Qiye. Instead, it showed many strange runes. Under the control of Li Qiye's will, these runes intertwined together to form universal laws. He wanted to create a sacred chapter. This was the reason for Li Qiye's visit to this place. This was an ancient technique from the legendary era that was obtained by immortal Emperor Fei Yang before his ascension. This technique was named Resplendent Break, the Emperor's technique that paved the way towards his imperial domination. It was an amazing secret technique. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang traveled to the corners of the world without a fixed abode. Although he became an emperor, no one had heard of a lineage left behind by him. Even though his tales were memorized by members of the future generations, there were many things that were related to him that were unknown to the rest of the world. For example, why didn't the emperor want to return to the Nantian clan? Why didn't the emperor pass down his imperial lineage? And where were his emperor weapons? As the Dark Crow, Li Qiye had researched for a very long time regarding the emperor's deeds. In the end, he was certain that the emperor left many things behind at the spatial realm of the Soaring Remembrance Village. Inside this space was a grand creation that was left behind by an immortal emperor that used his invincible means. Outsiders essentially could not come in, otherwise, others would have already exposed this secret. After Li Qiye entered, even the realm god's pine branch was thrown outside. If Li Qiye didn't have the fragmented spatial disk, then he wouldn't have been able to enter either. This disk had a lot to do with the emperor. The world believed that this treasure was refined by the emperor using the space scripture's mantra. However, Li Qiye knew for a fact that this disk was not created by the emperor, but it definitely had something to do with the space scripture. As one of the strongest immortal emperors, immortal Emperor Fei Yang left behind many of his secrets behind a frightening barrier. In order to get here, Li Qiye used an amazing scheme. As he was entering the sacred nether world from the mortal emperor world, just before he reached the sacred nether world, he jumped directly into the chaotic space that the emperor created. Of course, this was with the help of the fragmented spatial disk. Otherwise, he would not have even been able to make it from the worldly pathway. Despite the numerous secrets and treasures, Li Qiye only wanted one secret technique instead of being too greedy. Under the absolute suppression of an emperor, Li Qiye still had methods to take the other treasures from this chaotic space. However, he chose not to do so and only wanted the resplendent break that was left behind at this place. Li Qiye's location inside this chaotic space was coincidentally the village head's backyard. At this time, Li Qiye could only use the mirror and the disc to stay at this place since he could not harmonize with it. Because of this, his image would sometimes faintly appear in the backyard. This was the famed ghost that haunted at the village head's place. Inside this chaotic space, Li Qiye and the backyard was only separated by a thin wall, so he could clearly see what was happening in the village head's backyard. He noticed Monk Daji using the excuse of exorcising the ghost to eat, and he couldn't help but become amused. Nonetheless, Li Qiye was too lazy to care about this trickster of a monk eating and drinking. He looked at the mirror-like disc and repeatedly calculated the runes inside in order to turn it into a law that would eventually become a complete immortal chapter. In reality, a long time ago, Li Qiye already had the resplendent break. But at that time, it was only an incomplete version with many defects. In spite of this, he still chose to spend a long time to research this particular move. Today, within this chaotic space, Li Qiye used the mirror to find the runes that were left behind by immortal Emperor Fei Yang. Although the emperor purposely mystified the order of the runes, Li Qiye could still manipulate their countless transformations into the complete resplendent break. Of course, it was not an easy task to come up with a perfected version of an ancient and mystical technique like this without taking a long time. While Li Qiye was preoccupied in the chaotic space, Monk Daji was putting on a show and created quite a commotion. Sometimes, there were ghastly yells and howls that eventually culminated into the sounds of a battle. This scene actually caused those who were outside to think that something was happening. The husband and wife truly thought that the monk was fighting against a ferocious ghost. It was not until the next day did the village head enter his own backyard. He no longer saw any more shadows since Li Qiye was coincidentally being blocked by the chaos right at this time. This caused the backyard to seem fine as it was without the intrusion of any ghosts. Once the old man saw the remaining scraps of the feasts, he couldn't help but suck on his teeth in surprise. Was it really a hungry ghost messing around? Amitabha, O merciful Buddha! After seeing the old village head, Monk Daji, once again, became a dignified monk. Who could possibly connect his current appearance to that of him eating like a storm from earlier? If anything, he was the real hungry ghost. The monk placed his hands together once more and spoke in an upright manner, "Do not worry, benefactor. The hungry ghost was finally driven away by me. It won't come back again. Thank the heavens, Sir Monk is truly great. I didn't expect you to chase the hungry ghost away so easily." The village head happily exclaimed. Inside the chaotic space, Li Qiye didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he witnessed this scene. He watched Monk Daji pretending to be a wise sage and chuckled with the intention of destroying the monk's play. At this time, he reached forward with his hand. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic hand came out from the chaotic space as a powerful breeze blew by. At this time, a dust storm swept through the backyard as a ghastly gigantic hand faintly appeared as if it wanted to capture humans. The hungry ghost is here again. Seeing this scene, the old village head was completely startled. "Sinful creature, you dare!" Monk Daji shouted as the Buddhist beads around his neck flew forward. In an instant, these beads enlarged to the size of mountains, blocking the sky in order to stop Li Qiye's hand. Inside the chaotic space, Li Qiye was taken by surprise at the sight of the mountainous Buddhist beads. This treasure was indeed unfathomable, but Li Qiye simply wanted to tease him a bit and didn't actually unleash a move. He smiled and quickly withdrew his hand. After Li Qiye cancelled his maneuver, the backyard became peaceful again. The village head frightenedly exclaimed with some amazement, "Sir Monk is so formidable, you can scare the hungry ghost away so fast." Monk Daji placed his palms together again without any sign of arrogance. There was only the countenance of an accomplished sage as he said, "Amitabha, O merciful Buddha. This hungry ghost is indeed fierce. I shall stay behind for several days to fight against this evil spirit. This time, it successfully escaped and I believe it won't come back anytime soon. Could benefactor prepare another feast so that I can lead it here again?" The village head did not question this request at all and immediately went to prepare another feast. As for Li Qiye, he was dumbfounded and couldn't help but shake his head. Not too many things in this world could escape Li Qiye's sight. In his opinion, although Monk Daji appeared to be a swindler, he actually had real abilities. And yet, he still chose to run around in the mortal world to play pretend as a trickster for food. Several days passed, and the monk continued to stay behind in the backyard of the village head. The rowdy sounds of battle continued on, causing the couple to be frightened out of their minds since they really thought that the monk was fighting against the hungry ghost inside. How could the ones outside possibly know that Monk Daji was only hiding there, spending all of his energy stuffing his greasy face? Where was the respectable appearance of a high monk? This was only a monk that was completely enamored with meat and wine. The place that Li Qiye occupied was a self-contained space, and it was tightly linked together to the soaring remembrance village. If the village was one side of a coin, then this space that contained Li Qiye was the other side. The two of them were one and the same. Li Qiye visited this place for a very specific reason. It was created by immortal Emperor Fei Yang, and the emperor had left a lot of things behind. That year, that woman gave birth to a mortal Emperor Fei Yang's offspring in a secluded part of the mortal world, then the village was created from this. From then on, his future descendants lived on in prosperity, but they didn't know that their ancestor was the famed immortal Emperor Fei Yang of the Desolate Era. Chapter 382, Ghost-Expelling Monk. The battle sounds were created by Monk Daji's illusion spell so that those who were outside would think that he was fighting against the hungry ghost. For the next few days, Monk Daji stayed in the backyard only to eat and drink. Meanwhile, inside the chaotic space, Li Qiye was about to finish deriving the resplendent break. Eventually, he managed to obtain the full version of the attack. He then couldn't help but take another look at this chaotic space as he murmured, "The suppression of an immortal emperor true treasure is indeed amazing." He didn't continue to stay in this space and used the fragmented spatial disk to open an entrance to instantly go outside to the backyard. At this time, many luminous stars were hanging amidst the skylight above the quiet, small village. The gentle breeze from the mountains caused the villagers to take deep breaths on their strolls. In the meantime, Monk Daji seemed unable to ever be satiated. Even after all the meals, it was as if he was the reincarnation of a hungry ghost. "Are you here to chase away a ghost, or are you here to eat and drink?" Li Qiye slowly said while standing right behind Monk Daji. Right now, they were in the middle of the night. If someone suddenly appeared behind one's back, they would have been scared to death. However, that would only be the case if it was someone else. Monk Daji was not startled at all. His two hands held onto a fat pig's leg as he crazily devoured it with his greasy mouth. He saw Li Qiye and cheerfully smiled, "Fellow Taoist, sit down and have a taste. Old Lin is really skillful. So you are just a thief." Li Qiye smiled and sat down as he gazed at the monk before continuing, "You came here to chase away a ghost, but are you not afraid that a hungry ghost will possess you while you are acting like this?" These words only induced a smile on the monk's face as he cheerfully replied, "These words might scare people somewhere else, but this is the sacred netherworld. There are more ghosts running around on the surface than there are in hell. Even if there were ghosts here, it wouldn't scare anyone." Li Qiye smiled as the monk told him to sit down and eat. However, despite his courteous proposal, he didn't wait for Li Qiye as he instantly consumed a roasted chicken and a big fish just like a hungry ghost. Compared to Monk Daji's table manners, Li Qiye was countless times more refined since he was only trying out a few things. Which treasures did fellow Taoist manage to grab in there?" the monk asked with a grin while eating. Li Qiye gave him a look and asked, "Oh. Are you also here because of the soaring remembrance village?" Monk Daji put his palms together and laughed, "Amitba, this village contains treasures, this is not a big secret at all. Many people in the past came here, but no one could pinpoint the treasures. There is a great spell here so all the people who arrive do not dare to act presumptuously. Even virtuous paragons would die a pitiful death here." Li Qiye only chuckled and didn't say anything else. It was just as the monk said, the protection of the village was crafted by immortal Emperor Fei Yang's supreme grand Tao, so even a virtuous paragon would suffer a miserable end if they messed around here. This monk travels around the 4 oceans. My current trip took me to the soaring remembrance village. I noticed that there was a great creation here, but unfortunately, I could not see through this place. Monk Daji cheerfully explained. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head with an answer, "It is all meaningless even if you could see through it. This place is reserved for the faithful ones, those who weren't meant for it will never be able to obtain the great creations in this place. If one wished to seize them by force, then that would be the beginning of their demise." Amitba, Amitba. Although he was reciting Buddhist chants, the food never stopped going into his mouth. On the second day's sunrise, the village head quickly came to the backyard and was surprised to see another person. "Amitba, merciful Buddha." Monk Daji chanted, then he explained to the village head, "Don't be alarmed, benefactor. This person is a friend I've invited. Luckily, with his great skills and our combined efforts, we were finally able to slay the hungry ghost last night. Benefactor can finally be at ease, there will be no more ghastly things intruding your residence now that the hungry ghost is gone. After hearing the explanation, the village head took a sigh of relief and quickly praised, "Sir, immortals have amazing magics. To be able to vanquish the hungry ghost. Amazing, simply amazing." Seeing the monk acting again, Li Chia was at a loss, but he didn't expose the monk's trickery. Despite him running here for free meals, he was without malicious intentions. With his abilities, he didn't need to swindle in order to eat in front of mortals like this. Even though the hungry ghost had been eradicated, the village head and his wife still tried to keep the monk and Li Chia around. The monk agreed to stay at the village for several days, and Li Chia also stayed behind since he wished to check out the village a bit longer. Many villagers visited them after hearing about how Monk Daji eradicated the hungry ghost. In a short period of time, Li Chia and the monk were like monkeys at the circus, they were constantly being pointed at by all the enthusiastic and curious villagers. A powerful cultivator disguised as a swindler, this left Li Chia with an unexplainable feeling while Monk Daji very much enjoyed this situation. His interactions with the villagers were very natural and free, just like a real revered monk, to the unsuspecting crowd. Li Chia and Monk Daji stayed behind at the village head's house while the couple treated them with unparalleled hospitality. They were especially enthusiastic about Li Chia. Sometimes, they would even ask him, "Where is your immortal grotto located? Do you have your marriage planned out yet?" Li Chia felt a bit strange in the face of these questions while Monk Daji, who was standing to the side, cheerfully replied, "Since benefactors are asking so many questions, could it be that you want to betroth your daughter to my fellow Taoist friend?" The village head smiled and then shook his head, "We aren't in charge of that little girl's matters. However, if a mortal is interested, you two can get to know each other first." Monk Daji laughed and said, "Amitba, benefactor's idea is actually not bad. Your daughter is as pretty as a fairy, my friend will definitely like her after they meet." Li Chia didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing the monk speak. He only shook his head and politely smiled without saying anything. He then left the house and took a stroll outside. Right after Monk Daji courteously said goodbye to the village head with a smile, he then chased after Li Chia and spoke, "You don't know how many people want to marry the village head's daughter. If you keep sticking your tongue out, do you think I won't pull it out?" Li Chia looked at him with one eye and lightly said. Monk Daji immediately shut up and chanted, "Amitba, how sinful. I just won't speak then." The soaring remembrance village was neither overly large nor small. It had many great characters coming and going, including cultivators, but none of them managed to leave their personal marks on this village. The unwitting would find this quite strange, but those who were keener and knew the secrets would not find it strange at all. Who could actually withstand the protecting will of an immortal emperor? The paradisiacal village had small bridges and flowing water, natural mountains, and verdant forests. The entire village was immersed in tranquility. Li Chia and Monk Daji did a circle around the village. In fact, it was not Li Chia's first time here since he had visited a long time ago as the Dark Crow. After so many long years and countless generations, despite people coming and going, the beautiful scenery remained due to the protection of the emperor. Truly a wonderful spell. Walking inside the village, Monk Daji was also looking at the situation of this place and couldn't help but praise with admiration, what kind of heaven-defying being would be able to break the tranquility of this place? Li Chia simply smiled without adding to the conversation. Of course an immortal emperor's means were marvelous. He had once gone against the heavens and calculated a taboo matter. Perhaps, immortal Emperor Fei Yang was buried in this ordinary village. Of course, this was only a possibility and its authenticity was hard to prove. Throughout the ages, many immortal emperors left behind lineages and continued their bloodlines, but no one heard of an immortal emperor burying themselves in this world. So whether immortal Emperor Fei Yang was buried at the village or not was a mystery. Unless someone was able to release the Emperor's powerful seal, none would be able to find the answer. In fact, the path of all the previous immortal emperors had been a riddle. Many believed that even immortal emperors were not true immortals and that they could not stay in this world forever. One day, they would have to meet their impending doom. Despite this belief, the burials of immortal emperors were mysteries as well. There had been immortal emperor lineages who swore to the world that their progenitors were buried in their ancestral lands, but even now, not everyone believed this. The battle sounds were created by Monk Daji's illusion spell so that those who were outside would think that he was fighting against the hungry ghost. For the next few days, Monk Daji stayed in the backyard only to eat and drink. Meanwhile, inside the chaotic space, Li Qiye was about to finish deriving the resplendent break. Eventually, he managed to obtain the full version of the attack. He then couldn't help but take another look at this chaotic space as he murmured, "The suppression of an immortal emperor true treasure is indeed amazing." He didn't continue to stay in this space and used the fragmented spatial disk to open an entrance to instantly go outside to the backyard. Chapter 383, Dream Wishing Tree. Li Qiye and the monk inadvertently walked to the entrance of the village during their stroll. There was an old tree that was basked in countless streaks of moonlight. It required several people to hug the tree completely as its branches emanated outward like one big umbrella. Because this tree had existed for so many years, a lot of moss was growing on its trunk. Although it appeared to be very ordinary, even Li Qiye couldn't help but to emotionally sigh as he looked at it. Dream Wishing Tree, a rare sight in this world. Only an immortal emperor would be able to do such a thing. Monk Daji also muttered, "Such a small village having a great divine tree protector at its entrance, how grand is this sight. With this Dream Wishing Tree protecting it, even virtuous paragons have to behave well when they come here." Li Qiye had nothing to say as he stared at this divine tree. Even though it was only an ordinary village in the mortal world, it had the secret backing of an immortal emperor. Not to mention, it was something never used before. Wasting the resources of an immortal emperor on a regular village might have never been done before in this world. While the two of them were standing underneath the tree, the village head came by and saw them. He quickly greeted them, then stood in front of the tree and put his palms together as if he was praying. After he whispered a prayer, he then prostrated before the tree. Legends state that a dream wishing tree could grant the wishes of other people. Could it be that benefactor is also wishing on a dream before the tree? Monk Daji said with a smile after the village head stood up. The village head shook his head and replied, "No, I am praying for my little girl. Back then, she stood here and made a vow, so I come here every day to pray for her." "Your little girl made a vow?" Monk Daji exclaimed in astonishment, "This can't be. Your girl is quite surprising." The village head wryly smiled and said, "This is all because us old people have been pressuring her non-stop. She is not young anymore, so my wife and I had been hoping that she could find a suitable husband to pass down our lineage. However, this girl would not listen. After all of us constantly tried to convince her, she undertook a vow beneath the dream wishing tree, that is, if the tree picked a suitable husband for her, then she would marry right away. But if not, then she would remain single." Li Qiye couldn't help but smile after hearing this. The dream wishing tree was indeed rumored to have wish-granting abilities, but this dream wishing tree in front of them had formed its own consciousness and was not just a regular dreaming wishing tree. It seems that the little girl had been pressured too much by her parents, so she had to make a vow in front of the tree. Crash! An item from the dream wishing tree fell down and suddenly hit Li Qiye in the head. He then conveniently took it down from his head. With a glance, he found that it was a piece of jade. This jade ornament was very warm and had the word Zhu carved on it. It was easy to tell that it belonged to a girl. "Heh, you better deal with it well because if you want to escape this marriage, maybe an army will chase after you at that time." The old monk swiftly fled all the way to the horizon. Although he was reminding Li Qiye, his words carried a gloating tone. Li Qiye could only helplessly shake his head. Although he ran away from the village, compared to the monk running for his life, he had an unhurried appearance. After Li Qiye calculated the right direction, he also shifted his body and quickly disappeared from sight. This time, Li Qiye came to the sacred nether world with a goal, so he jumped to the south and took out the ghost's origin ancestral key and murmured, "I want to unravel a few mysteries in this generation." He was searching for a particular thing, so he kept on going south towards a familiar location. Nevertheless, he was still inside the Thousand Carp River's territory. Speaking of this name, it was a sect as well as the name of a river. In the sacred nether world, cultivators would certainly first think of the demonic gate that was passed down by immortal Emperor Qianli. In fact, the Thousand Carp River was a huge body of water not just in the distant cloud region, but the entire sacred nether world. It spanned for millions of miles like a coiling dragon around the region before streaming off straight into the ocean. The Thousand Carp River's territory encompassed the millions of miles on the two banks of this river. There were many sects and countries that were tributaries to an immortal emperor lineage like the Thousand Carp River. The monstrous river, perhaps the biggest river of the sacred nether world, originated from an extremely high mountain. Some people tried to trace it all the way back to the prime ominous grave. And so, there was a theory in the sacred nether world: the Thousand Carp River starts from the prime ominous grave and ends at the Thousand Islands. Because of its relationship with the prime ominous grave, this huge river was filled with colorful legends and tales. For millions of years, the river had always been shrouded in a fog of mystery, as if there were many secrets in this river that wished to remain hidden from outsiders. Many had tried to find out the river's secrets, but very few were successful. Even so, people believed that if there was someone who was privy to the secrets, then it had to be immortal Emperor Qianli. This phrase was not an arrow shot without aim, since the mysterious immortal Emperor Qianli was rumored to also come from this river. Li Qiye went south along the river. He was not in a hurry to reach his goal, so he took his time and indulged in his memories as he trod on this land. Li Qiye had come to the sacred nether world many times in the last few hundreds of millions of years. He had also come to this river several times, especially during the generation of immortal Emperor Qianli. Li Qiye's footprints were left all over the banks of the Thousand Carp River. Li Qiye and the monk inadvertently walked to the entrance of the village during their stroll. There was an old tree that had been basked in countless streaks of moonlight. It required several people to hug the tree completely, as its branches emanated outward like one big umbrella. Because this tree had existed for so many years, a lot of moss was growing on its trunk. Although it appeared to look very ordinary, even Li Qiye couldn't help but to emotionally sigh as he looked at it. Dream-wishing tree, a rare sight in this world. Chapter 384, Lu Baiqiu. For many eras, if a group of people claimed to know the secret of the Thousand Carp River, then Li Qiye would definitely be a part of this assembly. Moreover, within the current generation, Li Qiye might be the person who understood this river the best. He would sometimes see ancient cities and declined clans along the river while he headed south, and he could only respond with a sigh. He saw the ruins of the magnificent and prosperous sceneries of the past. He gazed into the misty river for a long time in silence. Oh, how many heroes, glories, and beauties passed away! None were able to withstand the test of time. However, as the mulberry fields turned into blue seas, this surging river still remained the same, as if nothing in this world could affect its torrential flow. It was like a dragon entrenched in this land. Li Qiye's southward journey had almost reached the estuary of the Thousand Carp River as he entered the territory of the Static Stream country. Li Qiye became emotional after recalling such a familiar name as he gently bemoaned, "Static Stream Estuary, it is still the same after so many years." The Static Stream country at the distant cloud region was an average-sized nation, and its power could only be considered second-rate. Moreover, it was a tribute to the Thousand Carp River for the millions of years till now. There was a reason for this, the progenitor of this country was a general under immortal Emperor Qianli. Legends state that after becoming the emperor and ruling over the 9 worlds, he erected the sect next to the Thousand Carp River. And as his general, the static stream progenitor had always followed after the emperor. Eventually, the emperor bestowed the southern region of the river to the general so that he could form his own country. This was why the static stream country had always been attached to the Thousand Carp River. The truth was that the country used to be very powerful in the past. It was classified as a first-rate power. Unfortunately, after so many years, the country had fallen and lost its previous prestige. Despite this, because of its attachment to the Thousand Carp River, no other lineages dared to seize its territory in spite of its contemporary weakness. As long as the Thousand Carp River remained standing, a lineage like the static stream country could live in peace even if it was not as strong as before. Although many lineages did not allow outsiders to harvest the resources of their territories, Lu Baiqiu didn't mind after hearing Li Qia's goal of taking some tree resin. At the Thousand Islands, the estuary of the Great River, the torrential current started to flow into the ocean. Gazing ahead, one could see a misty scene with surging ocean water while little islands emerged one after another. Some were big, some were small. The large ones were the size of a continent while the small ones were only akin to a small hill. Above them were bustling cities with tens of thousands of mortals. Although this place was called the Thousand Islands, someone had calculated that there were only 99 islands here. There was also speculation where there used to be 100 islands, but one of them sunk into the sea. This was the limit of the Thousand Carp River's jurisdiction. If one went any further beyond this place, they would find the endless southern sea. The Thousand Islands was also the southernmost territory of the static stream country. The Azure City was on the largest island, thus the island was also named as such. The Azure City's isle spanned for 1,000 miles and had more than 100,000 inhabitants. The main establishment of the static stream country presided on this island, and Lu Baiqiu, being the Thousand Islands region lord, meant that she was the person with the most authority. Being a region lord at such a young age meant that her own abilities were not shabby. Once the ship flew above the islands, Li Qia told her, "I'll get off the ship here." Lu Baiqiu ordered for the ship to halt. After Li Qia got off, she told him, "If there is any trouble, you can come find us. We will help you to the best of our abilities. Young man, try a bit harder." An older cultivator on the ship winked at Li Qia and said with a smile, "Our region lord has been single for a very long time now. Maybe you have a chance, we are very optimistic about you." These misleading words only left Li Qia silent while Lu Baiqiu glared at the laughing disciples. As the giant ship flew into the Azure City, Li Qia took a look around. He went to a high peak that overlooked the Thousand Islands in the far distance. The static stream protects the Thousand Islands. What a shame, he didn't build the capital at this place. Li Qia lamented as he looked at the scenery ahead. During the era of immortal Emperor Qianli, the static stream progenitor established his country after listening to Li Qia's advice. Unfortunately, he only founded the country and didn't build its capital right on this spot. For many eras, if a group of people claimed to know the secret of the Thousand Carp River, then Li Qia definitely would be a part of this assembly. Moreover, within the current generation, Li Qia might be the person who understood this river the best. He would sometimes see ancient cities and declined clans along the river while he headed south, so he could only respond with a sigh. He saw the ruins of the magnificent and prosperous sceneries of the past. He gazed into the misty river for a long time in silence. How many heroes, glories, beauties passed away. They all could not withstand the test of time. However, as the mulberry fields turned into blue seas, this surging river still remained the same as if nothing in the world could affect its torrential flow. It was like a dragon entrenched in this land. Li Qia's southward journey had almost reached the estuary of the Thousand Carp River as he entered the territory of the static stream country. Li Qia became emotional after recalling such a familiar name as he gently bemoaned, "Static stream estuary, it is still the same after so many years." Chapter 385, Collecting Tree Resin. Thousand Islands location was not strategically important to the static stream country nor the Thousand Carp River. This was the estuary that connected the vast ocean with the great river. Although there were sea demons that inhabited the ocean, neither the sea tribes nor the sea demons were a threat to the country, the Thousand Carp River, or the distant cloud region. In the past, Li Qiye had recommended for the static stream progenitor to establish the capital at the Thousand Islands, but unfortunately, he abandoned this idea and erected his capital in a more fertile land, thus letting go of a great fortune for many generations. Standing on the hills that overlooked the 99 islands, one would find that some were big and some were small, and none of them appeared to be special from a quick glance. However, Li Qiye knew that there was a big secret hidden in this place. The research that he did in the past had not been fruitful until he obtained the ghost's origin ancestral key from the Eastern 100 cities. It was then that he understood the key's mysteries, leading him to solve the secret of the Thousand Islands. This was also why he wanted to go to the sacred Nether Realm, and why the Thousand Islands was one of his goals. He explored one island after another before stopping on the one farthest to the south. This particular island didn't have many good points compared to the others, but if one had to name a particularly unique characteristic, then it would be that this island looked like a palm from a bird's eye view. Li Qiye looked down from the highest point of the island and murmured, "So it is indeed this place." One of the things that remained incalculable for eras. There was a withered tree at the highest point of this island. To be more exact, this withered tree had already died. Its body was burnt to a crisp black, it seemed to have incited the heavenly wrath and got struck by lightning till death. In the end, only a 3-foot stump remained above the ground. This stump was also hollow, the hole reaching deep into the ground. It was pitch black as one looked down into this tree hole. This stump that was killed by lightning seemed to be a black hand reaching out from the ground, inviting unsuspecting visitors. Thunk, thunk, thunk. As Li Qiye tapped on the stump, it issued a clear metallic sound as if it was not made of wood, but divine iron. So this really is it. After carefully observing it and comparing it to the ghost's origin ancestral key in his hand, Li Qiye couldn't help but mutter. He finally revealed a smile and said, "Let me see if the legend is real or not. Allow me to solve this eternal mystery." Since his arrival, Li Qiye conveniently built a hut and began to live his life as a mortal. During his stay on the island, he started to harvest the resin of the ghost locust trees as if he had become a resin farmer. However, he did not limit himself to the ghost locust trees on this island, he wanted to harvest resin from all of the islands. Not only did he require a large amount of resin, he also needed to leave behind a unique mark on all of the trees on the islands. If it was something as simple as harvesting, then he could have just hired some mortals to do so to save himself the trouble. It was obvious that Li Qiye required more than just the resin alone. Ever since his stay at the islands, day after day passed by as he performed farming duties, cutting the tree bark, then harvesting the resin. He did so over and over again from sunrise all the way until sunset. Despite being so close to the sea, there were still hundreds of thousands of mortals that lived on the islands with cities that were no less grand than the inland ones. It could be said that the Thousand Islands was quite a bustling place. The mortals here mainly fished for a living, there were not too many farmers because the resin of the ghost locust tree essentially had no use. The mortal inhabitants found it quite strange to see Li Qiye going around the islands to harvest the resin from the trees. Nevertheless, the islands belonged to the static stream country, and the highest authority of the islands was the region lord, Lu Baiqiu. Since Lu Baiqiu allowed for Li Qiye to harvest resin on the islands, other people didn't bother to interfere with him. Later on, Lu Baiqiu also came to see Li Qiye. It had to be said that Lu Baiqiu was indeed a good lady. As long as human cultivators who came to the islands didn't cause any trouble, they would receive help from the island's authority. Of course, Lu Baiqiu was also surprised to see Li Qiye collect so much resin. "What are you going to do after harvesting so much?" Keep in mind that the resin of these trees had always been useless, so despite there being a lot scattered across the islands, it was not very valuable. I am mixing together a particular medicinal paste that requires a large amount of tree resin, so I plan to take a lot now in order to avoid running back here in the future. Li Qiye answered with a smile. His answer was quite reasonable, so Lu Baiqiu didn't probe any further. She had already allowed for him to do so, so as long as he didn't cause any trouble, he would remain under her protection. In the beginning, some people felt that a farmer like Li Qiye was indeed a bit different, but after a while, they got used to it and no one paid attention to such a farmer. Li Qiye spent his time on the island by following a very strict schedule. During the day, he would harvest the resin, during the night, he would cultivate. Despite doing such an important job, he was not in a rush at all. He aimed to carve gigantic runic outlines on the islands. These markings were part of the rune arrays. But as all the residents on the islands got used to Li Qiye, someone began to notice him. An invited guest came to his hut. It was a lady, a very beautiful lady. She wore a blue dress and had a transcendent aura. Her beauty could shame the moon and flowers and cause the birds to fall while the fishes would dive since they found themselves unworthy. Her figure was amorous and had a charming style. All of her gestures were filled with a transcendental air as if she did not belong in this mortal world. With a spirited pair of eyes, her body seemed to be filled with worldly essence. At the same time, her breath was as refreshing as a pure bamboo forest. After she came to the Thousand Islands, she immediately took note of Li Qiye and watched him for 2 to 3 days as if she wanted to find a clue. 2 days later, as Li Qiye was harvesting the resin, he lightly said to this lady, "Little girl, don't stand behind me and watch all day long. My temper is not very good, so you better watch it, lest I throw you into the sea to feed the sharks." It was quite strange to see someone younger than her speak as if he was an experienced old man. However, the lady did not become angry and slightly chuckled instead. "Uncle, I just wanted to warn you." "Uncle?" Li Qiye gave her a look and said, "If you wish to get close to me, calling me uncle won't do. If you call me young master or young noble, then I can consider taking you in." The lady in blue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy in front of her was a little too much. Who in the entire distant cloud would dare to boast about taking her in? "Uncle, watch out or you might bite your tongue," the lady in blue said with a wide smile. Her spirited smile was like the blooming of 100 flowers or the singing of an oriole, warming the heart and delighting the eyes. She continued to say, "If you want to brag, then make sure you can back it up. Otherwise, it won't do." Li Qiye glared at her and said, "What does a little girl like you know? Don't interfere with my business, or I'll really throw you into the sea no matter how great your origin may be." Having said that, he started to ignore her and kept on harvesting the resin. The lady in blue was astounded. She had met many arrogant people, but not one this outrageous. However, she did not give up and continued to follow Li Qiye as he harvested and said, "Uncle, I'm giving you a warning out of kindness." "What warning?" Li Qiye said as he was collecting the resin. The lady in blue also put on a demeanor similar to Li Qiye's and nonchalantly smiled. "Do you know the origin of the Thousand Islands?" "The Thousand Islands' origin?" Upon hearing this, Li Qiye couldn't help but smile, then he looked at her to say, "I actually want to hear about the origin of these islands." The lady in blue said, "Legends say that during a very ancient time, 99 fierce ghosts once caused chaos at the sacred netherworld and turned it into a ghastly world. The high heavens was enraged by the actions of these 99 ghosts and unleashed their supreme wrath to kill the 99 ghosts. In the end, the bodies of these ghosts drifted down the Thousand Carp River and eventually reached the estuary before sinking into the ocean. In the end, their bodies turned into the islands that you see here." Chapter 386, Mysterious Lady in Blue. The sacred netherworld is essentially a ghastly realm. Perhaps there are monstrous ghosts buried beneath the ground, so even if the 1,000 islands are made from the 99 ghosts, it is nothing too special. Li Qiye replied with a smile. There weren't many in this world that knew more about the 1,000 islands' origin than Li Qiye. Of course, the existence lying below the earth did not count. This is not the scariest part. The lady in blue blinked her spirited eyes and softly said, "Their bodies became the islands, and their hair turned into the ghost locust trees. The resin of the ghost locust trees is actually the cursed blood of these ghosts, so anyone who is infected with this blood will have to suffer the curse. Uncle, you have to be careful because if you get cursed, the legend says that you will turn into stone." The lady gently smiled and said. Li Qiye couldn't help but chuckle at the lady's story. The lady in blue couldn't restrain herself. "Uncle, why are you laughing? This is a real legend, not just some made-up tale that I thought up on the spot." Li Qiye looked at her and leisurely said, "Curse. Do you know what the most terrifying curse in this world is?" "What is it?" The lady in blue curiously shifted her head and looked at Li Qiye. Li Qiye pointed at his face and cheerfully said, "The most terrifying curse in this world is me. The curse of the ghosts is nothing. Even the curse from the high heavens, to me, is just like the drifting clouds, nothing more. Uncle, you really can't deviate from your main profession. Just a few words and you have started boasting again." The lady in blue couldn't help but reveal a very beautiful chuckle as she narrowed her pretty eyes. "Maintain the appearance and attitude of a lady. Do you even know what a lady is? I hope I don't have to teach you this." The lady in blue almost died from exploding as she angrily glared at Li Qiye. "Well, it seems that you did put in some effort, so I will have a taste of your dishes. Get the rice." With this, Li Qiye handed his bowl over to the lady in blue. The lady in blue felt like beating this brat who thought way too highly of himself. Meanwhile, Li Qiye looked at her and smiled, "So? You are the one who's willing to stay behind and be a housewife. A cultivator should have a firm will, don't give up halfway." The lady in blue angrily fetched some rice for Li Qiye. If outsiders saw this scene, they would be in a state of disbelief. This was the fairy in the dreams of countless handsome young men who would fight each other just to earn her favor. However, their fairy, right now, had to cook for someone else and do all the tasks a housewife had to perform. She was even being bullied. As Li Qiye was carefully chewing, the lady in blue had some expectations as she looked at Li Qiye. In the end, it was her first time cooking, so she felt quite accomplished and wanted to ask Li Qiye about the taste. "It is okay, it's not hard to eat." Eventually, Li Qiye smilingly evaluated her meal. "Throw it away if you don't want to eat it." The lady's temper flared up again as she gave him a stern glare. She then ignored Li Qiye as she sat to the side with the appearance of a wronged daughter-in-law. Li Qiye couldn't help but chuckle. Then, he shook his head, "Little girl, don't think you are being treated unfairly. I'm only keeping you around because I think highly of you. If I wish to recruit maids, then forget about the great powers in the distant cloud, even the goddesses and fairies of your ancestral domain would have to be my maids." The lady in blue lifted her head and glared at Li Qiye before she snappily retorted, "Hey, uncle, your boasting is becoming even more outrageous. Do you even know what the ancestral domain represents in the sacred netherworld? What does it represent?" Li Qiye lazily said, "It's only a bunch of things that are neither human nor ghost hiding underground, not daring to come out. If their real great ghost could come out, then it might be a bit amazing. If not, then they are no big deal in my eyes. Less bragging please." The lady in blue angrily said. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't say anything else as he continued to eat in a carefree manner. The lady looked at Li Qiye and didn't know what to say for a while. Now, she was completely lost. Her initial intention of judging his identity was now completely muddled with confusion. There was nothing strange or special about this brat. Regarding geniuses, talents, and prodigies, she had seen many of them. However, this brat before her simply could not compare to geniuses. His arrogant tone was just out of this world. It was as if nothing could get into his sight despite this world being so vast. Right now, she didn't understand where this guy's confidence was coming from at all. He didn't seem to be ignorant to the point of being arrogant, but if he wasn't ignorant, then he should know better and not have so much self-confidence. Chapter 387, 9 Celestials. Enlightened being. The lady in blue became a housewife and cooked for Li Qie. She never revealed her name and background, and Li Qie never asked. She didn't ask for his origin as well, not even his name. It was as if the two of them preferred to keep it mysterious. In this way, the two of them stayed together in a strange and mysterious atmosphere. Others would actually think that they were husband and wife. The male was hard at work while the girl maintained the house, a talented groom and a beautiful wife, a match made in heaven that was living in seclusion on this small island. The lady in blue staying with him didn't affect Li Qie at all. He still harvested the resin in the day and cultivated at night. The lady in blue acted like a virtuous young wife. The meals were always ready for her husband when he came back home. This peaceful lifestyle continued for a short time. The two had a tacit understanding to maintain this harmonious and mysterious situation. During one night, the lady in blue was deep in her meditation, but she suddenly heard loud explosions. In this instant, energy crazily surged as if a monster in the shape of a man was devouring the worldly essence in this area. With a shocked expression, she immediately dashed outside and saw an astonishing sight. Li Qie was sitting in the meditative pose on a hill with his fate palaces out in the open. The Kunping true fate had its wings opened and covered the entire island as it frantically swallowed worldly essence. Moreover, Li Qie's true fate was not the only thing sucking up worldly essence. His 6 fate palaces turned into a vast domain that was filled with primordial chaos and, like a god opening its mouth, they sucked in all the energy of this world. A 6 palaces royal noble. Seeing Li Qie's 6 fate palaces, the lady in blue was quite amazed. Having 6 palaces at this realm meant that he was a genius amongst geniuses. Amidst her daze, the 9 heavens suddenly became bright. The starry sky promptly ushered forth countless celestial lights in the form of a magnificent galaxy onto Li Qie. However, these lights were not absorbed into his body. Instead, a supreme universal law chained them down. The surging tide-like lights were locked by Li Qie's Tao foundation in the sky as his true fate used an unparalleled technique to craft them into stars. After some crisp sounds, 9 dazzling stars were suddenly created and hovered around Li Qie. At this time, Li Qie carried a majestic air like the ruler of the universe as he emitted a peerless aura. 9 Celestials. Seeing the 9 stars, the lady in blue lost her colors. She then took in a deep breath and murmured, "Impossible. 9 Celestials. Enlightened being, someone like this has not appeared for a long time." Above royal noble was the star-plucking realm, and cultivators of this realm were called enlightened beings. This realm directed the stars from the 9 heavens in order to craft one's own stars. Only when one could seize the stars would one be able to also seize the universe. For ordinary cultivators, 7 stars were the limit. If one could create 8 stars, then it didn't matter if this person only opened 3 fate palaces in the royal noble realm. A royal noble with only 3 palaces had a very limited potential and couldn't reach ancient saint, let alone heavenly sovereign and heavenly king. The more palaces, the greater the potential. Of course, if one couldn't open the 4th palace in the royal noble realm, then there was still a chance to surpass this limitation if they could create the 8th star in the enlightened being realm. This 8th star was the key to unlocking the door to heavenly sovereign, heavenly king, and even virtuous paragon. Thus, enlightened beings with 8 stars were also called heaven riders. In fact, crafting the 8th star was far more difficult than opening the 4th palace. Many people with 4 palaces could not create this 8th star. As for those who couldn't even open the 4th palace, don't even dream about creating the 8th star. Naturally, through the endless ages, there would be exceptions. Some lost their chance in the royal noble realm, but they suddenly showed their talents in the enlightened being realm. An 8 Celestials Heaven Rider was an amazing miracle. They had a key to unlock their path towards virtuous paragon. One shouldn't even think about 9 stars. Very few since time immemorial were able to create the 9th star. 9 stars meant eternal prestige. Having 9 stars was a very terrifying thing. Legends say that those with 9 stars could easily pick either the path of the heavens or the path of the Grand Era and would have a high chance of becoming a tyrannical immortal emperor or an invincible god. Currently, Li Qiye had 6 palaces and also created 9 stars. Thus, this suddenly shook the lady in blue. She was an incredible genius that was matchless in the younger generation, and she was very confident in her gifts and cultivation. However, with Li Qiye reaching 6 palaces and 9 stars, she suddenly became eclipsed since there was an uncrossable gap between them. Even if I am too handsome, don't swoon over me so much like this. While she was still in a daze, she suddenly heard a nonchalant voice ringing by her ears. With a shiver, she immediately calmed down and saw Li Qiye standing before her. He revealed his white as snow teeth and smiled, "I know that I am unreasonably handsome, but it is wrong for you to be so obsessed with me like this." The angry lady suddenly had the urge to stomp this egomaniac to death as she bitterly said, "Bah, your face makes me want to die. Who would ever want to look at you?" Finished speaking, she stormed back into the hut. Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh after seeing the lady's attitude, and the lady who had just gone inside ground her teeth after hearing this laugh. There would be a day when she teaches this brat a good lesson. This kind of life lasted for half a year. At this time, Li Qiye finished collecting resin, so he laid out his runic arrays across the islands. His supreme formation was finally created. At this time, he began to refine the harvested resin. Collecting this resin was not just an excuse, he actually needed it. It had a magical effect unbeknownst to others besides Li Qiye. Although the old tale from the lady in blue seemed a little ridiculous, it indeed had some secrets that were purposely hidden to outsiders. These secrets had something to do with both the Thousand Islands and the ghost locust trees. At the time of refinement, Li Qiye took out the myriad heavenly cauldron and shouted, causing the cauldron's flame to furiously burn as it turned into a gigantic cauldron. This giant fire seemed to be able to melt everything in an instant. Pour all the resin inside. Li Qiye commanded his assistant, the lady in blue, who was standing to the side. She immediately poured all of the resin in. After such a long time of harvesting, the resin weighed more than 10,000 pounds. The lady who was assisting him felt a bit confused. She had never heard of any effects that this resin may have, so she was full of curiosity. Zzz, a melting sound appeared. All of the resin instantly melted away after it was poured in. Right after everything was melted, Li Qiye activated the cauldron and, in just a split second, the powerful fiery contraption suddenly turned into a tornado of flames, causing the wind to fiercely howl. All of the resin was spun up high as the fiery dragon-like tornado crazily flung them about, resulting in a spectacular scene. The lady in blue had seen many alchemists, including legendary alchemists, but she was stunned when she saw Li Qiye's technique. This alchemy style was a bit too violent. However, such a brutal technique instantly separated the impurities from the resin. These impurities were instantly brought to the primal flame and became incinerated in just a moment. The separated resin was now clear with a faint smell of wood. At this time, they seemed to be condensing into a jewel-like stone. Li Qiye had a serious expression as he took out a box. He very carefully took out a leaf that was surrounded by golden lightning. "What is that?" Seeing this young leaf that resembled a jewel surrounded by golden lightning, the lady in blue emotionally asked. This is the legendary young leaf of the world tree. After a long time, she finally managed to identify the origin of this young leaf and was instantly rendered breathless. Even her sect would not be able to come up with such an item. In fact, it wasn't just her sect. Any other faction in this world would not be able to take out such an item because the young leaf of the world tree only belonged in the legends. Essentially, people had never seen it before. Chapter 388, Thousand Islands Mystery. The Lady in Blue was very knowledgeable since she came from a renowned sect. She had only seen this young leaf from an ancient scroll. Moreover, it didn't have a picture of the leaf, there was only a description stating that there was golden lightning circulating through it. It was definitely rare, and rumors say that only a mortal Emperor How High had gotten a hold of one. Even in her wildest dreams, she wouldn't expect for such a mythical young leaf to appear in Li Qia's hands, let alone to be able to see it on such an ordinary island. Meanwhile, Li Qia carefully placed the young leaf into the refined resin as he controlled the cauldron to refine the leaf as well. The flame appeared to have its own sentience as plumes of flame tenderly encompassed the leaf. In just the blink of an eye, the leaf turned into a liquid. The golden lightning entered the resin like calligraphy ink spilling onto a piece of paper inside the cauldron. The entire process was quite time-consuming. After a long period of time, the resin slowly boiled as the cauldron created different universal laws that were as thin as silk strings to surround the resin. Slowly, the initially transparent resin suddenly transformed into a golden liquid concoction. Meanwhile, the Lady in Blue became a bit speechless as she watched this scene. A young leaf of the world tree was an invaluable item that could reverse life and death. However, Li Qia actually used such a priceless item to refine this resin, truly too extravagant and irrational. This is too wasteful. She couldn't help but utter. A good item has to be used correctly. If utilized incorrectly, then no matter how great the item is, it would still be worthless. Li Qia looked at the golden liquid concoction in the cauldron and couldn't help but smile. Next, he also threw the ghost's origin ancestral key inside the contraption. Once it was inside, Li Qia kept on fueling the flames, causing the medicinal concoction to boil even more. As the medicinal concoction started to bubble, the key was like a piece of dried ink releasing a black substance. Not long after, the entire golden concoction took on a pitch-black color like ink. You are being too wasteful. The Lady in Blue had the urge to stop Li Qia. Such a peerless young leaf from the world tree was wasted in such a manner. Could there be an even more prodigal son than he in this world? None of them were worth mentioning in his presence. However, something very weird happened at this time. Waves of ghostly screams started to emanate from inside the cauldron, followed by countless ghosts rushing out. All of these ghosts started to bare their fangs and claws, instilling fear in all spectators. While the Lady in Blue was being creeped out, the key that was immersed in the medicinal contraption emitted a light that was filled with an immortal presence as if it was everlasting. Success! Seeing this scene, Li Qia became excited and murmured, so it really was like this. At this time, the contraption became calm again, and the scary ghosts from earlier all disappeared. The happy Li Qia then took the key from the medicinal contraption and poured the liquid into a jar. Seeing Li Qia finishing the refinement process, the Lady in Blue couldn't help but ask, What medicinal paste are you refining? In her eyes, Li Qia wasn't simply refining any ordinary immortal or divine pill. But despite this, he actually used an eternally rare young leaf of the world tree. This was too irrational. With such a leaf as the leading ingredient, one could probably concoct the rarest kind of immortal elixir in this world. And yet, Li Qia just used this rare leaf on a black concoction with an unknown use. Such wastefulness deserved criticism from everyone. Ghost-attracting medicine. Li Qia cheerfully smiled and said, Little girl, because you have been acting as my housewife for so long, I will give you a chance to broaden your horizons. Follow me. Finished speaking, he carried the medicine jar and walked away. Full of curiosity, the Lady in Blue immediately chased after him. Li Qia didn't go very far. He went to the highest location on this island and stopped 3 feet before the previously mentioned tree stump. This already dead tree stump no longer had any signs of life. The center was just a palm-shaped void. A wooden stump like this in the middle of a forest was something that didn't warrant attention from anyone. However, at this time, Li Qiye carefully opened the medicine jar and poured the concoction that he just refined onto the stump one layer after another. In just a moment, the stump was filled with layers of medicine, and the moment it dried, it was as if a layer of black residue was covering the stump. Seeing this scene, the lady in blue felt like murdering someone. This was the medicine that was created with the world tree's young leaf, yet Li Qiye was pouring it over a dead stump. Who in this world was more wasteful than him? At this time, Li Qiye suddenly became nervous as he held the ghost's origin ancestral key and gazed at the dead stump that was covered in medicine. Just for this dead stump, he already invested a young leaf from the world tree. If this didn't work, then it would truly be a waste. A while later, the entire estuary suddenly shook. Many cultivators on the island felt this change in the earth, including Region Lord Lu Baiqiu. There was no follow-up to the initial tremor. Many cultivators felt that it was an illusion, that it was only a small tremor, thus no one paid it any mind. However, real masters like the lady in blue didn't have the same opinion. At this moment, she felt that something popped at the deepest parts beneath the Thousand Islands. It was as if a heart had just jumped, followed by a calm heartbeat that suddenly vanished without a trace. Despite the disappearance of this sound, she still felt that something was awakening in the depths of the earth. Maybe the strongest creature since the start of time had been sleeping beneath these grounds. In this instant, anyone that could see the blade marks left by Li Qiye on the ghost locust trees around the islands would find that these cuts were coming alive. The runes began to move, and they suddenly shifted underground. This was the great spell that Li Qiye crafted. Keep in mind that his research regarding the islands was not something he recently started. He had already researched these islands a long time ago, and despite having menial returns, he still found a thing or two regarding the secrets of this place. Alas, he had been missing two key things, the young leaf of the world tree and the ghost's origin ancestral key. Especially during his sudden revelation when he looked at the key. At that time, he immediately answered a few questions that had been haunting his mind, a few secrets that were unsolved in the sacred netherworld. He stood there with bated breath as he watched the dead stump. An unknown amount of time passed by before a slight popping sound gently rang. At this time, the withered stump suddenly gave birth to a young green leaf. This young leaf had a magnificent green color and sprouted from the thick layer of medicinal paste, signifying that it was healthy and growing. Yes. Li Qiye rejoiced after seeing this faint green leaf. Amidst this moment of jubilation, the dried stump suddenly spewed out a thick mist as black as ink. This mist was like a cloud of nether energy that caused others to shiver with their hair standing on end. Li Qiye immediately threw the key in his hand into the mist. With a buzzing sound, the key actually hovered in the mist and emitted many waves of light that carried an everlasting energy. These strands of light suddenly penetrated the stump and drilled into the ground from that spot. Next, the lady in blue heard a series of sounds that resembled cheers, but she also felt as if this was merely an illusion and couldn't tell whether they were real or not. Amidst her confusion, little ghosts, one after another, suddenly jumped out from the empty tree stump. These little ghosts were all shrouded in mist, and all of them had different figures and expressions. One of the little ghosts wore a golden robe as if he was the king of the ghosts, another had 2 fangs while a third had 2 wings. These ghosts suddenly rushed into the ghost's origin ancestral key. The 3-foot-long key initially had 99 little ghosts carved on it, so the ghosts that jumped out from the tree stump found their corresponding carvings and became one with the key. The lady in blue was speechless and in a daze, but she still managed to count the little ghosts that came out from the ground. After the last one emerged, a total of 99 little ghosts could be seen on the key. The 99 little ghosts all successfully found the carving that corresponded to them on the key and became one with it. It was as if the 99 engravings on the key were crafted from the figures of these 99 little ghosts from underground. After all the little ghosts entered the carvings, the key seemed to have a life of its own and emitted a divine mist-like aura. In a short period of time, a ghastly energy covered the key, but it was no longer ominous. Instead, it was filled with a divine aura as if it was the breath of a ghost immortal. The lady in blue was very knowledgeable since she came from a renowned sect. She had only seen this young leaf from an ancient scroll. Moreover, it didn't have a picture of the leaf, there was only a description stating that there was golden lightning circulating through it. It was definitely rare, and rumors say that only immortal Emperor Hao Hai had gotten a hold of one. Even in her wildest dreams, she didn't expect for such a mythical young leaf to appear in Li Qia's hands, let alone see it on such an ordinary island. Meanwhile, Li Qia carefully placed the young leaf into the refined resin as he controlled the cauldron to refine the leaf as well. The flame appeared to have its own sentience as plumes of fire tenderly entered the leaf. In just the blink of an eye, the leaf turned into a liquid. The golden lightning entered the resin like calligraphy ink spilling onto a piece of paper inside the cauldron. Chapter 389, Lady in Blue's Departure. This ghastly scene astounded the Lady in Blue. She didn't know what the 99 little ghosts represented, nor did she know what the key that resembled a ruler was. However, her intuition was telling her that both of these things were extraordinary. Otherwise, they would not have been worthy of Li Qia spending a young leaf from the world tree. Seeing the ghosts entering the key, Li Qia couldn't help but become happy as he took a deep breath. He held up the key and carefully looked at it before finally confirming that his theory was correct. It is indeed so. My efforts were not in vain. This wasn't something he had planned overnight, instead, it was set in motion a very long time ago. The Thousand Carp River, as an emperor lineage, and the static stream country that ruled one direction both contained his shadow. After putting away the key, he looked at the dead stump and the little green leaf that sprouted from it. He focused and then, boom, his fate palaces opened as he uttered, "Today, I bestow a new life upon you. Follow me." The moment these words came out, a buzzing sound came about as the pillar of life inside his fate palace suddenly turned bright. Runes emerged on the pillar and turned into universal laws. Then, a series of orderly chains appeared and locked this dead stump. Seeing these universal chains from Li Qia's pillar of life, the Lady in Blue was taken by surprise. These chains seemed to be able to build myriad worlds as if they were the basic laws of the 3,000 worlds, as if they were able to turn into anything. She had never heard nor seen anything like this before. In fact, not seeing something like this before wasn't anything strange because these chains from Li Qia's pillar of life were refined from the Void Gate's ancient runes, thus they had an unbelievable origin. Go! With a loud cry, the dead stump was suddenly lifted up high by the universal chains. Its underground roots went far beyond anyone's imagination. All of these old roots were so lush and long that it would make people think that they took root all over the 1,000 islands. As this process was occurring, these roots didn't seem to be dragged out by the chains. Instead, it was as if they were serpents emerging from the ground. The universal chains carried a root into one of Li Qia's fate palaces. At this time, the 4 images of life inside his palace welcomed the arrival of this root as they bestowed their blessings on its body. In a short period of time, the young green leaf that was growing on the dead stump became even more verdant as if it had obtained nourishment from the tree of life and spring of life. Not a bad harvest. Li Qia happily murmured after closing his fate palace and returning it to his Nigong meridian. Even a knowledgeable person like the Lady in Blue was sent into a daze. She had seen many things before, but the events of today exceeded her comprehension. Despite her great background, she didn't know what any of these things were, let alone Li Qia's goal. A critical step had finally been accomplished within his grand plan, so Li Qia joyously patted his palms clean. This step meant that all of his previous foundations weren't for naught. Little girl, are you still interested in being my fated old woman for a bit longer? Li Qiye glanced at the dazed lady in blue and said with a smile. The lady came back to her senses and couldn't help but ask, "Where do you want to go?" Li Qiye narrowed his eyes as he looked at the vast ocean in the distance and replied, "Hard to say. Maybe I will go out to sea, or maybe I will make my way back to the mainland, but I will most likely go out to sea first. Do you want to broaden your horizons?" Li Qiye rarely invited others, so this act was indicative of how he appreciated the lady in blue. Not everyone was qualified to stay by his side. The lady in blue hesitated for a moment before finally shaking her head as she replied with a gentle smile, "Uncle, you go by yourself. I don't want to cook for you anymore, I have to go back and cultivate." Li Qiye didn't force her and nodded his head, "Very well. You have trained your heavens will secret law correctly. Keep trying and you will make great progress. After the current heavens will become stronger, you will have great achievements compared to others." While horrified, the lady in blue instinctively took a step back and gazed at Li Qiye with caution. She believed that Li Qiye didn't recognize her, but he actually just disclosed her main cultivation method. "Don't be shocked." Li Qiye shrugged and said, "There are very few laws in this world that I haven't seen before. Even though a little girl like you hasn't told me who you are, I can tell what you are cultivating with a single glance." Not to mention, her secret law was far too familiar to him. How could something that he knew so clearly escape his sight? The lady thought that she hid her identity very well, but it was still not enough to elude Li Qiye's eyes. Under his gaze, she felt the sensation of being completely exposed. "Don't look at me like that." Li Qiye nonchalantly said, "If I bore ill intent towards you, you would have died countless times already. Of course, those who are malicious towards me will suffer an ugly death." He finished with a serious countenance. His narrowed eyes caused the lady in blue to feel the creeps. Although his appearance at this moment seemed to be harmless, her intuition told her that Li Qiye was filled with danger. It was as if he was a terrifying black hole, and none of his enemies could escape his grasp. "Well then, let this be goodbye." Li Qiye gently patted the lady's cheek and smiled, "Don't miss me too much, I am only a legend." The lady in blue stared at Li Qiye's smile that invited a beating from others, so she felt like beating him up. This brat that didn't know life from death actually dared to flirt with her. In the end, she held back her anger and left without a care for Li Qiye. However, at this time, Li Qiye's teasing laughter rang, "Little girl, even though you didn't grow up to be extremely pretty, this young noble is very benevolent. If you miss me in the future, you can come back to my side. I can consider taking in a faded old woman like you any time." The lady in blue almost stumbled from rage as her chest intensely swayed up and down due to her uncontrollable anger. She was not pretty enough. This was too much. Even though she didn't care about her appearance, she was definitely on the forefront of the beauties list in the sacred netherworld. How could this brat use these words to describe her without inciting her anger? Bah, egomaniac. Eventually, she expelled some of her anger as she gritted her teeth and used her fastest speed to leave. If she stayed here any longer, maybe this brat would say some even more unflattering things. After she left, Li Qiye couldn't help but grin. He didn't pay too much mind to the matters of the lady in blue. He looked towards the far sea and pondered for a moment before deciding to leave. But first, he wanted to say goodbye to Lu Baiqiu. In fact, he had a high evaluation of her. Although her talents were not peerless, they were not bad. The important part was that he enjoyed her attitude. Although he didn't need her assistance, after living at the Thousand Islands for so long, she did make it convenient for him. He left his island and went to the Azure City. The Azure City was built on the largest island, and it was also the largest city in the Thousand Islands as the main portal city of the Static Stream country. It was very bustling as many merchants would come to the Azure City for business. Although it was a bit lacking compared to the large inland cities, anything could be found here. Humans made up the majority in this city, but there were quite a few demons, members of the blood race, and others entering the Azure City. Even some of the sea demons from the far oceans would come to the Azure City to trade. The region lord held the greatest authority in this place, so her mansion had many guards. However, the reality was that, as the region lord, Lu Baiqiu was very popular in the Thousand Islands because she was very approachable. Not only did she take care of the human race, but also the other races. It could be said that her leadership skills were quite amazing. She came from an ordinary background as a regular disciple of the static stream country, but step by step and through putting in great efforts, she eventually became a region lord. It was a great feat that displayed her abilities. She was not a genius, but her personal aptitudes were not bad. Not to mention, she trained very hard, which was why she became a lord at such a young age. Chapter 390, Corner of Mourning. This achievement was quite amazing for a disciple from an ordinary background in a regular country. When Li Qiye went out to the edge of the Thousand Islands to see if Lu Baiqiu was there, a sea guard said, "Regional Lord Lu brought experts to fight out at sea." Battle? Li Qiye couldn't help but grimace. The Thousand Islands faced the vast ocean, and although there were a few demons and sea demons out there, they all lived in the far sea and would not start a war against inlanders. Recently, the mollusk tribe has started a war. The guard knew about Li Qiye, so he immediately explained, "They recently appeared in the waters right outside of the islands and stole our sea farms. In the last 2 to 3 months, a large amount of our sea jewels have been taken by them. There were many industries for the Thousand Islands since they were so near the sea, and the largest of them were the sea farms at the bottom of the ocean. Sea jewels were a type of refined jade, although they could not completely replace refined jades, there were instances where it served as an acceptable substitute, especially in the static stream country. The spirit energy contained inside these sea jewels was still a part of the worldly essence. Regional Lord Lu and many experts had forced the mollusk tribe back many times, but they appeared again yesterday, so the Lord wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop." This guard explained. Right at this moment, Lu Baiqiu returned along with many wounded people that had to be carried back. Lord Lu. Seeing her injury, the guard was alarmed and quickly went to greet her. "I'm fine, go treat the others." Lu Baiqiu was very decisive and ordered for the guards to bring the wounded back inside for treatment. Li Qiye looked at their wounds and also followed them inside. After returning, Lu Baiqiu fortified the defensive perimeter and sent disciples to treat the injured with resolution befitting a general. After dealing with everything, she finally found Li Qiye sitting silently in the main hall, so she immediately asked, "What prompted Dao Brother Li's presence here?" "Nothing." Li Qiye said with a smile, "I planned to go out to sea, so I'm here to say goodbye." "The sea?" Lu Baiqiu slightly furrowed her brows. Among all the girls Li Qiye knew, she was not the prettiest, but her short hair and valiant air had a remarkably cool charm. Lu Baiqiu gently shook her head in response, "Dao Brotherly, I'm afraid the outer sea is not very stable right now due to the constant disruption of the mollusk tribe. Recently, it has gotten to the point of robberies. I think that it is better for you to wait until the storm passes before going out." Lu Baiqiu and Li Qiye didn't have a deep connection, but she still looked out for him because he was part of the human race. "Mollusk tribe?" Li Qiye replied, "I know of them, the mollusk tribe is not a warmongering tribe among the sea demons. Plus, they are also very territorial and normally wouldn't leave their ancestral ground, let alone come to the shore to plunder others. That is the strange part." Lu Baiqiu let out a wry smile and said, "It is too strange. We originally planned to ambush them at the Corner of Mourning, but I don't know how they suddenly appeared right behind us. They even ambushed us instead. Inside the Corner of Mourning is our Thousand Islands waters where a defensive perimeter has been set up. If they used a Dao gate to teleport their warriors inside, then we would have found out right away. However, there were no signs of an ambush." Lu Baiqiu continued on with a slightly bitter grimace, I might have to report this to the capital since it is a bit odd. Corner of morning. Li Qie squinted and then revealed a smile to say, where is the mollusk tribe right now? After the ambush, they took the seed jewels from our farms and retreated. If Dao Brotherly doesn't have anything else to say, then I have to take my leave for now. Li Qie then answered with a smile, I have a method for you to repel the mollusk tribe. But as for why they suddenly appeared inside the corner of morning, you will understand when the time comes. You have a way. Lu Baiqiu couldn't help but to take another look at Li Qie. In her eyes, Li Qie was very normal, but this did not mean that she looked down on him. He had to be an ordinary disciple of some sect that came out to pick medicine, so his cultivation must be limited. However, this sudden revelation of a method to defeat the mollusk tribe left Lu Baiqiu with some hesitation. The reason why the mollusk tribe appeared inside the corner without any warning is very simple. Your corner has a certain pathway. Li Qie explained. Pathway, what kind of pathway? Lu Baiqiu expressed with some surprise. Li Qie continued on with a smile, to the left of the corner, about 100 meters down, is a trench with a lot of seagrass. If you pull the seagrass out, you will find a pathway underneath. Although it is only 100 meters long, it can reach thousands of miles to other places in the ocean. If my hypothesis is correct, they must have come from this place. It is not difficult for you to defeat them if you set up an ambush right at this particular trench. A 100-meter pathway capable of extending 1,000 miles to sea. After hearing this, Lu Baiqiu was quite skeptical. How could she not be privy to this when it was part of the Thousand Islands territory? Just go and see for yourself. Li Qie noticed her skepticism and said with a smile. She then looked at him again and couldn't help but ask, how do you know about this pathway? That is a secret. Li Qie simpered while speaking, if you don't believe me, you can take people to check. How could he not know about this particular pathway? It was he who opened it in the past. He aimed to find another island undersea, so he opened many pathways in this region. Later on, the search was unfruitful, so many pathways became destroyed and some were abandoned. Lu Baiqiu remained wary as she looked at him. It was not because she didn't believe him, but rather, this matter was a bit too sudden. If it was anyone else, they would be wondering if he was a spy sent by the enemy right now. Very well, I will stay at your port for a few days. Come tell me once you find something. How could Li Qie not see through her, thus prompting his response? Since Brotherly puts it this way, we'll have to give it a try. Lu Baiqiu nodded her head and said, if Brotherly is willing to stay as a guest in our port, we will sincerely welcome you. Having said that, she arranged for Li Qie's accommodation. She didn't make things difficult for Li Qie and treated him like an esteemed guest. And Li Qie, on the other hand, didn't pay it any mind as he leisurely strolled around in the port. He was not in a hurry to go out to sea. 3 days later, Lu Baiqiu excitedly came back. The moment she saw Li Qie, she couldn't help but to say with delight, Brotherly is indeed magical and your prophecies are godlike. The mollusk tribe truly came from that pathway, so we had an ambush set up in the trench and completely defeated them in one blow. They might not be able to recover in a short period of time, so they won't dare to come and plunder us again. This was within Li Qie's expectations, so he simply smiled a bit and said, congratulations, Region Lord Lu. You have achieved a great merit for the static stream country. Maybe you could even be promoted to a protector. With your future potential, maybe you could even take charge of the country in the future. Brotherly is too kind. Lu Baiqiu revealed a fresh and beautiful smile as she shook her head. Talents are plentiful in our static stream country, so it won't be my turn to take charge. The hegemony of the static stream country was not passed down from father to son. Instead, it was for those who were capable. Even till now, the throne of the country was handed to the disciple with the most contributions and the best cultivation. Now that Region Lord Lu has driven away the enemy, I must be going. Li Qie told Lu Baiqiu with a smile. His assistance was simply to return her hospitality in the past. Brother Li is going out to sea, Lu Baiqiu pondered for a moment before asking. We discovered a few things during this battle. Brother Li is a very well-informed person, so maybe you can go take a look and dispel our confusion. A discovery? Li Qiye was a bit surprised. Lu Baiqiu quickly added, we captured a group of experts from the mollusk tribe alive and found out that they have found some old ruins. They were stealing our sea jewels because of these ruins. I have checked it out once, but I didn't understand its mysteries. Old ruins? Li Qiye stroked his chin and cheerfully continued, if this is the case, then I don't mind going to check it out. Lu Baiqiu's mind suddenly rang with excitement and immediately dealt with some administrative duties before leaving with Li Qiye to the sea. She controlled a flying ship in the sky, heading for the ocean. In fact, these ruins found by the mollusk tribe were not far away from the Thousand Islands, they were only about 1,000 miles apart. With the flying ship, it was not long before they arrived. The ruins were under the sea and inside a marina trench that had an architectural style that resembled an ancient temple. This ancient temple had been under this sea for who knew how many generations, it remained eternal in this place. It was once covered with a countless amount of seagrass, but now, it had been cleaned up. This place. Li Qiye couldn't help but stroke his chin after seeing this ancient temple because he had been to this place a long time ago. Chapter 391, Undersea Shrine. Back when Li Qiye was looking for another island and had no results despite having searched everywhere, he also found this ancient shrine under the sea. He once looked through it and thought that this shrine and the other island had something to do with each other, but he also felt that this shrine was lacking a certain something, so he gave up on researching it. A master from the mollusk tribe was passing through this area some time ago. A light suddenly shot upward, so he went down to look and found this ancient shrine. Then, they found a gateway hidden below this area. Lu Baiqiu reported. A gateway? Having heard this, Li Qiye suddenly became serious and rushed into the ancient shrine like the wind. Sure enough, there was a gateway floating inside the ancient shrine. However, during his investigations in the past, this gateway had not been there. Li Qiye carefully observed this gateway. The other side contained a miniature continent that was as black as ink. Li Qiye gently reached out to feel this gateway. He felt a fluctuation of space and murmured, so this is the case, a dimensional banishment. His previous speculation of this shrine missing a certain key item was correct. This gateway was banished in the past. I learned from the mollusk experts that there has always been a legend in their ocean, that there was a mythical island that was lost through time. It had been hidden in a divine shrine, and only when one could solve the secrets of this shrine would one be able to reach this island. Lu Baiqiu said, after the mollusk tribe found this ancient shrine, they immediately tried using refined jades to open this gateway to reach the lost mythical island. Unfortunately, they weren't even close to having enough refined jades, so they had to plunder the sea jewels that we produced. She continued on, when I came here, refined jades and sea jewels were abundant at this place, but it was still not enough to open the gateway. How could it be so easy? Li Qiye carefully looked at the gateway and responded, the legend isn't necessarily accurate. To be more specific, this is not a lost mythical island, but the 100th island. The 100th island? Lu Baiqiu was a bit perplexed as she asked, what is this 100th island? The 100th island of the 1,000 islands. Li Qiye meticulously rubbed the gateway and felt the fluctuations of space as he continued, your 1,000 islands has a total of 100 islands. Moreover, this 100th island is far bigger than the other 99 combined. But this is only a legend. The astounded Lu Baiqiu couldn't help but utter, I have also heard of this legend, but no one had ever been able to find this island. Not to mention that if it was actually bigger than all the other ones combined, someone would have found it already. There are a few things beyond one's imagination. Li Qiye asserted with a smile, there are a few mysteries that one can never touch. With a changed expression, Lu Baiqiu looked at Li Qiye who was studying the gateway and hurriedly asked, "Can this gateway be opened?" "That would depend on who is operating it." Li Qiye withdrew his hand and chuckled, "In order to open this gateway, first, one must have virtuous paragon refined jades, and second, they must understand this gateway." Virtuous paragon refined jades. Lu Baiqiu had to take in a calming breath. An item of this caliber was a huge sum even for the static stream country, let alone her. Li Qiye smiled and said, "This is only the beginning." Then, piece after piece, he took out virtuous paragon refined jades and slowly inserted them into the gateway. Virtuous paragon refined jades. Lu Baiqiu was stunned with her mouth wide open after seeing Li Qiye take out multiple pieces. Even her country didn't have that many, but now, Li Qiye freely took out so many. Before, she assumed that he was an ordinary disciple of some sect, but even someone from a great power would not be able to take out so many virtuous paragon refined jades. She felt a bit stupefied while looking at Li Qiye. At this moment, she understood that he was hiding his abilities like a murky mist, completely undetected by her. Open. Li Qiye activated the refined jades that were embedded in a particular manner on the gateway. From his cry, the gateway emitted a bright radiance. Ka, ka, ka. At this time, an amazing thing happened as the initially large gateway shrunk down to the size of a fist and fell into Li Qiye's palm. Bang, 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 suddenly, the entire area started to shake as the ancient shrine that stood strong for countless years began to crack. What happened? Lu Baiqiu became startled by the commotion and drew in a deep breath. Go! Li Qiye shouted as he dragged Lu Baiqiu away. They immediately soared to the sky and escaped from the current in just the blink of an eye. The moment they got out, an unceasing mist covered the initially blue sky. What is going on? The shrouding mist that covered the sea caused others to be disoriented. The moment Lu Baiqiu looked all around, she became quite shocked and pointed up ahead. On the other side of the shrouding mist, there were majestic towering peaks that one would find on a continent. It is so. Seeing the huge mountain range shrouded in mist, Li Qiye's eyes narrowed as he murmured, truly unable to find the destination after wearing out iron soles, then inadvertently finding it without any effort. Could this be the mythical lost island? Lu Baiqiu uttered with emotion, people say that this island buried all the treasures from immemorial deities. We need to go take a look. Having said this, she intended to rush through the mist in order to reach this island. Don't go. Li Qiye quickly caught her and shook his head to say, it is not so easy to get there. Take another look if you don't believe me. With that, he casually threw a rock with the speed of a meteor towards the island where it pierced through the mist. However, the moment when it approached its destination, this huge rock suddenly disappeared. Lu Baiqiu's expression greatly changed after seeing the sudden disappearance of the rock. It was as if the rock was swallowed by a giant monster. At this time, the vast rolling mountains inside the mist were like a monster silently waiting with its maw open for wandering prey. What is this place? Lu Baiqiu couldn't help but utter. Li Qiye smiled a bit and said with squinted eyes, this is the 100th island and also what you guys call the lost mythical island. After calming down, Lu Baiqiu gravely said, I must return to the capital and report this to His Highness. What is your opinion on this matter? Li Qiye gazed towards the mountains in the mist and casually said, you go, I will stay behind to think for a bit. Lu Baiqiu bade a fond goodbye to Li Qiye and then immediately returned while Li Qiye stayed behind to think about this mist. He knew that as long as he could pass through this misty layer, he would be able to get into the 100th island. This place had many secrets that were purposely hidden from others. It dated back to a very old age, so it was not an easy matter to board this lost mythical island. Li Qiye tried to get closer, but the result left him with a chilling sensation. The all-encompassing mist was like a ferocious beast, anyone who went close would suffer a horrific fate no matter how strong they were. After pondering for several days, he understood that one must cross this layer in order to reach the island, but it was also a suicidal endeavor. This went on for a long time before he eventually smiled and left the sea to go back to the island where he used to live. At this moment, he was not in a rush to reach the lost island. He was waiting for the right moment, waiting for other people to court their deaths. The layer of mist was a bloodthirsty monster. Only when it became satiated would one be able to reach the island, otherwise, it was an endeavor harder than reaching the heavens. Thus, he was waiting for others to come. When the time was ripe, he would easily set foot on the lost island. He was also not afraid of the items that he wanted being taken by others since he was certain of victory. After all, he was the one holding the real key of the lost island. With this settled, Li Chia leisurely stayed on his island and cultivated in peace. A short time ago, Li Chia created 9 stars, so he had reached the peak of enlightened beings. In fact, creating 7 stars already signified grand accomplishment in enlightened being, but Li Chia was able to create 9 stars. This was a challenge to the limits of cultivators, to reach the apex of the enlightened being realm. Back when Li Chia was looking for another island and had no results despite having searched everywhere, he also found this ancient temple under the sea. He once looked through it and thought that this temple and the other island had something to do with each other, but he also felt that this temple was lacking a certain something, so he gave up on researching this temple. A master from the mollusk tribe was passing through this area some time ago. A light suddenly shot upward, so he came down to look and found this ancient temple. Then, they found a gateway hidden below this sea. Lu Baiqiu reported. A gateway? Having heard this, Li Chia suddenly became serious and rushed into the ancient temple like the wind. Chapter 392, Ancient Saint. In fact, to Li Chia, creating 9 stars at this realm was a matter of course. His Tao foundation was firm, especially after the worldly prime liquid tempered Li Chia. His foundation became unshakable right after he opened the 6th palace. For a royal noble, having 6 palaces carried great significance. It meant that their future path was paved for success. This was Li Chia's attempt at challenging the limits, to reach the peak by using his solid foundation. During the battle at the Tiger's Howl School, Li Chia devoured all the worldly essence of the white tiger great vein in order to accumulate enough energy to create the 9 stars in an even more favorable condition. Thus, after he reached enlightened being, creating 9 stars was only a matter of time and determination. Li Chia's stalwart Tao heart allowed him to tread forward no matter how arduous the path was. Even if other people thought that it was impossible to create 9 stars, he remained with the most relaxed frame of mind as he challenged the limits, allowing him to complete this task with ease. At the same time, there was only one chance to pluck the stars, so creating 9 stars was especially important to Li Chia. There were 3 chances to open fate palaces, but only 1 chance for plucking stars, thus this single opportunity became even more valuable. In fact, for tens of millions of years, creating the 8th star was more difficult than opening the 6th fate palace. The phrase, 9 stars allowing for eternal prestige, was not just empty words. Since time immemorial, those with the title of eternal prestige were fewer than few. 9 stars did not just mean that the person had obtained a key to the path of the grand era or the path of the heavens, it also meant they had created their own sky. Having one's own sky was a marvelous and unfathomable feat because the ancient saint realm was the last chance for any cultivator to open another palace. If a royal noble stopped at the 3rd palace, then once they reached ancient saint, they had the chance to open the 4th, the 5th, and so on and so forth. 4 palaces to form a domain, 8 palaces to form a kingdom, 12 palaces to form the heavens. Since the start of time, every cultivator believed that having 12 palaces was the limit of cultivation. In fact, this was not an unreasonable statement because those who had 12 palaces could be counted on one's fingers. Even the majority of those who eventually became immortal emperors did not open 12 palaces. The reality was that opening 8 palaces was already quite amazing. Once one obtained 8 palaces, it meant that the person would have the power of a kingdom. This meant that there was a large possibility for them to found a country and eventually be bestowed the title of a god. Four palaces form a domain, so in the ancient saint realm, one would need to turn these 4 palaces into a domain, then turn this domain into a city. For Li Qiye, who had 6 palaces that had turned into cities capable of supporting existences, he could directly surpass grand accomplishment ancient saint and reach heavenly sovereign right away. However, Li Qiye did not do so. He stopped at the ancient saint realm in order to fortify his foundation and absorb worldly essence to continuously strengthen his true fate to open the 7th palace. Ancient saints also had 3 levels: little saint, young saint, and grand saint. However, Li Qiye was not part of this classification because opening the 4th palace was the beginning of this realm. A 5-palace saint is a heaven restoration saint because a royal noble with 4 palaces is called a heavenly noble, so an ancient saint with 5 palaces was only making up for what they were lacking back in the royal noble realm. A 6-palace saint is called a Tao restoration saint due to the same principle of catching up as the previous title. The moment one opened the 7th palace, they would be called a heavenly saint. This was the real starting point of ancient saints, just like the 4th palace of the royal noble realm. Those who opened the 8th palace were called Grand Tao saints, and those with 9 were called pinnacle saints. Having 9 palaces was the limit of ancient saints, just like how having 6 palaces was the limit of royal nobles. Within this realm, a person with 9 palaces could directly suppress others of the same level. It did not matter how strong the opponent's cultivation was, as long as they didn't have 9 fate palaces, they would suffer a direct suppression. This was the reason why Bing Yuxia could be so proud with her 9 palaces. Even deity Jikong Wudi and goddess Mei Suyao had to be wary of her. As a pinnacle saint, she was a tyrant amongst all saints. It didn't matter which merit laws other saints cultivated since they were directly pressured by her palaces. At this time, Li Qiye's blood energy soared like a magnificent rainbow as his Nigong meridian resounded with thunderous explosions, signaling the opening of the 7th palace. Li Qiye had absolute confidence that obtaining 9 palaces was not a challenge to him, and even opening 12 palaces was not a test. His real ordeal was the mythical 13th palace. With a thunderous rumble, Li Qiye's hell-suppressing inner physique suddenly disappeared while the second inner physique was also quivering. The trembling second inner physique was shaking as if an immortal existence was gently shaking its wings, stagnating the flow of time so that one flap of these wings would allow for Li Qiye to escape the temporal restriction. The soaring immortal physique was the second inner physique that Li Qiye wished to cultivate. For others, cultivating 2 immortal physiques was impossible, but not for Li Qiye. At this moment, his hell-suppressing godly physique was at minor completion and was still a long ways off from grand completion. So at this time, he slowed down the cultivation of the hell-suppressing godly physique and spent more energy and time on the second physique instead. In fact, to Li Qiye, creating 9 stars at this realm was a matter of course. His Tao foundation was firm, especially after the worldly prime liquid tempered himself. His foundation became unshakable right after Li Qiye opened the 6th palace. For a royal noble, 6 palaces carried great significance. It meant that their future path was paved for success. This was Li Qiye's attempt at challenging the limits to reach the peak by using his solid foundation. During the battle at the Tiger's Howl School, Li Qiye devoured all the worldly essence of the white tiger great vein in order to accumulate enough energy to create the 9 stars in an even more favorable condition. Thus, after he reached enlightened being, creating 9 stars was only a matter of time and determination. Li Qiye's stalwart Tao heart allowed him to tread forward no matter how arduous the path was. Even if other people thought that it was impossible to create 9 stars, he remained with the most relaxed frame of mind as he challenged the limits, allowing him to complete this task with ease. Chapter 393, Don't Provoke Me. The soaring immortal physique was no worse than any other immortal physique. Once successfully cultivated, it allowed its user to have unmatched speed. Once one's speed was invincible, treasures and techniques would no longer be important because if the opponent could never catch up to their speed, then the enemy would be killed before even having the chance to make a move. Once this physique reached grand completion, it could pass through any spatial fabric or even stop time itself. Imagine how frightening a person with unparalleled speed would be, then imagine how much more terrifying a time stopper would be. This was why once a person reached grand completion with the soaring immortal physique, essentially, no one in this world would be able to kill him. Someone once commented that only time would be able to kill a grand completion soaring immortal physique user. Li Qiye had his own reasons for picking the soaring immortal physique. The hell-suppressing godly physique could destroy all things, but it had one weakness, its lack of speed. Currently, his hell-suppressing godly physique's speed relied on the Kunpeng's 6 variants. Although this allowed him to reach sufficient speeds, it was far from enough for Li Qiye since he desired an unbeatable speed. Imagine the heaviest body plus the fastest speed, what would be the result? This meant that Li Qiye's body would become the most powerful weapon, which was why he chose the soaring immortal physique. The soaring immortal inner physique shook once more as time seemed to become slower around Li Qiye's body. With gentle waves of buzzing sounds creating a melody that came from Li Qiye's Nigong meridian, Li Qiye was immersed inside the Lost Island. In the capital, the static stream lord sat on his draconic throne and pondered after hearing the report from Lu Baiqiu, who had just rushed here from the Thousand Islands. Your Majesty, the lost mythical island is but a legend. At this time, a young man inside the imperial court spoke. With high spirits, he spoke in a dignified manner without attempting to hide his royal noble cultivation. It was as if his cultivation realm was a reason for pride. He quickly added, our static stream country is a great nation, so how could we randomly take action just because of a baseless legend? Xian Xiaojun, the mythical island is out there right now, so how could it be baseless? Lu Baiqiu immediately retorted with a grave voice. The young man snorted and said, that is not for certain. Fog on the sea is a common occurrence, so maybe Region Lord Lu had blurry vision. If His Majesty takes a trip for this matter and it turned out to only be ordinary fog, then wouldn't this be a waste of effort? Then wouldn't some say that Region Lord Lu exaggerated the matter just to gain some contributory merits? This young man's name was Xian Xiaojun, a rare genius of the static stream country. He had reached royal noble 1 year ago and became one of the few potential king candidates among the younger generation. He had always viewed Lu Baiqiu as a powerful opponent. Although Lu Baiqiu had been at grand accomplishment named hero for the last 2 years and was very close to royal noble, she had contributed a lot more despite her weaker cultivation. Moreover, Lu Baiqiu's fame in the country was great, and its elders all believed that she could handle the great responsibility. Because of this, Xian Xiaojun had always viewed her as his strongest rival and opposed her every opportunity he could. Lu Baiqiu's expression sank after hearing his words. At this time, the static stream lord gently waved his hand to interrupt their quarrel and said, it is better to believe this as opposed to ignoring it. Although the Lost Island had always been a legend, it is said to be left behind by true gods of an ancient era, hiding great secrets. If there is even a sliver of a chance, then we should let the imperial advisor go take a look. Understood. An old man stood up and accepted the order. Li Qiye did nothing except train while he stayed on his small island. However, there was a guest today, Lu Baiqiu. Dao brotherly, this is our static stream imperial advisor. Lu Baiqiu introduced the old man standing next to her. Besides the advisor, there were other masters from the country. Our imperial advisor wants to know about the lost mythical island. Lu Baiqiu hurriedly explained. The advisor took a quick look at Li Qiye and found that he was completely ordinary without any outstanding characteristics. Although Lu Baiqiu had told him that Li Qiye was special, in his eyes, this was only due to Lu Baiqiu's lack of knowledge. In reality, after the worldly prime liquid refined Li Qia's body, how could a mere imperial advisor from the static stream country see through him? In the advisor's mind, Li Qia was only a common cultivator while he was the imperial advisor of the static stream country, a grand saint with a powerful cultivation. Someone like Li Qia really had no chance of entering his sight. I heard from Baiqiu that you were the first one to find the lost island. Tell me what you saw. The imperial advisor spoke with a deep tone. Li Qia looked at him and flatly replied, "The lost mythical island isn't something your static stream country can venture into. It is better for all of you to go back and pretend as if you didn't see it." How presumptuous. Before the advisor could say anything, the young man right next to him darted out and contemptuously yelled at Li Qia, "Ignorant junior. Daring to look down on my static stream country. Are you tired of living?" The young man who darted out was Xian Xiaojun. He came along with the imperial advisor to find an opportunity to make a great contribution, and Li Qia's words just now created an opportunity that he immediately latched onto. Lu Baiqiu's expression quickly changed. Li Qia was her friend and Xian Xiaojun's words were too out of line. Boom! Li Qia didn't bother to look at Xian Xiaojun. He simply flicked his finger and immediately blew Xian Xiaojun away. With a flop, Xian Xiaojun suddenly fell into the ocean. Completely enraged, he wanted to rush back up, but a giant hand suddenly slammed down on him. It pressed him all the way down to the ocean floor, not allowing him to climb back up. "Don't hurt him." All of the other experts who came along with the imperial advisor shouted and suddenly pounced on Li Qia. Li Qia remained motionless. With a bang, all the attacking experts were knocked flying by Li Qia as they spewed out blood. "Little friend, the static stream country isn't a place where you can act as you please." With some shock, the imperial advisor's grand saint aura suddenly surged as he took out his fate weapon to attack. Li Qia's body suddenly shifted with a flash. Bang! Before the imperial advisor could figure out what was going on, blood had already sprayed everywhere as he was also blown away. Before his body could fall to the ground, Li Qia gripped him by the neck in the air. "You!" Suddenly aghast, the imperial advisor wanted to speak, but Li Qia clamped down. The sound of broken bones rang. The imperial advisor couldn't breathe anymore as his body became immobilized. He now had a complexion as pale as snow. "Dao brotherly, please show mercy." Lu Baiqiu was also deathly pale after the sudden turn of events. When she heard the noise of bones breaking, she quickly pleaded. Although the group of Xian Xiaojun acted out of line, in the end, they were still part of the static stream country, so Lu Baiqiu couldn't idly stand by. Li Qia casually threw the imperial advisor to the ground. Like a dead snake lying on the floor, the pale advisor struggled to finally take a single breath. Li Qia didn't bother to look at him and said, "Because of Regent Lord Lu, I will spare your lives today. Next time, if you dare to clown around in front of me, do not blame me for not being considerate towards Regent Lord Lu." The imperial advisor was an experienced person. As a grand saint, he couldn't even withstand one blow before being subdued by the enemy. Just how frightening was this person? If it wasn't for Lu Baiqiu's pleading, 10 lives still wouldn't have been enough for him. After thinking about the consequences, the imperial advisor felt a chill as cold chills ran through his palms. He took a deep breath and didn't dare to linger for a second longer. He carried the other wounded disciples and left. They also struggled to dig up Xian Xiaojun, who was suppressed on the ocean floor. "Dao brotherly, I didn't expect for this to happen." Before leaving, Lu Baiqiu awkwardly smiled and apologized. "It is fine, this had nothing to do with you." Li Qia gently motioned with his hand and said, "Go back and tell your royal lord that it is better not to provoke me, lest I destroy your static stream country." These words astounded Lu Baiqiu, sending a shiver down her spine. His first warning was a threat about destroying a country. How tyrannical and arrogant was this? But after thinking about how their imperial advisor was quelled after just a single move by Li Chia, she didn't think that Li Chia was simply blustering. It seemed that Li Chia was even more terrifying than she had imagined. In the end, Lu Baiqiu deeply bowed to Li Chia and then turned around to leave. What? After the imperial advisors group came back, the royal lord couldn't help but become enraged after hearing the report as he emotionally said, "Even the imperial advisor is not his match. Your Majesty, it is truly shameful, but I have to admit that I couldn't withstand a single blow. I couldn't even recognize his background." The imperial advisor quickly responded. Despite being defeated by just one blow, the imperial advisor didn't dare to bear any resentment. He had experienced many waves and storms, so he knew that there were a few existences in this world that he could not provoke. "Regent Lord Lu, just what is this Li Chia's identity?" The imperial advisor asked with severity. Lu Baiqiu shook her head and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know anything about his background. I only met him by chance, and it was with his advice that I was able to defeat the mollusk tribe." "Ha, Regent Lord Lu, you are so close with that Li fella but you actually don't know his identity? Who would actually trust your words?" The injured Xian Shaojun spoke with a strange undertone. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.